Bottom of the Dragon Burial Valley. Standing in the hall, Su Zimo looked at the 2 lines of words on the wall in a daze. To become one of the greatest, you have to work on the foundation and be willing to take hardship and serve others. Once the fog fades, the radiance shall illuminate through the entire world. Before Dai Yu left, she told him that if he wanted to do both immortality and demonic cultivation, he would have to experience many hardships. However, these hardships would eventually make him stronger. She divined heavenly secrets and long knew that Su Zimo would encounter a great calamity one day that would lead him to the bottom of the Dragon Burial Valley. Hence the statement left behind. However, even she would not have expected that Su Zimo would return to this place 100 years later after suffering even more. Even his body was almost destroyed. Su Zimo had never regretted it. He wanted to create his own Tao. It was not only for the lives of the world, but also for himself. He looked forward to his reunion with Dai Yu. More than that, he hoped to be someone beyond Dai Yu's imagination when he stood in front of her again. That will definitely be interesting. Su Zimo smiled gently. In his heart, he not only wanted to be praised by Dai Yu, he wanted to catch sight of unprecedented joy and surprise in her eyes. A moment later, the smile on Su Zimo's face faded as he sighed. He did not know how long he would have to wait to see Dai Yu. Initially, Su Zimo thought that as his cultivation increased, he would definitely be getting closer to Dai Yu. However, as his cultivation deepened, he realized that Dai Yu was beyond his reach. It was unknown. Although he had already entered the void reversion realm, he could not deduce or sense Dai Yu's cultivation level. Was she at the Mahayana realm? The tribulation transcendence realm? Su Zimo shook his head slightly and denied those 2 guesses. Perhaps it might be beyond his current knowledge. Su Zimo took a deep breath and composed himself. No matter what, he had to continue on his path. He was not clear about the situation with his true body of the dragon race. Ever since his true body of the dragon race entered the Dragon Bone Valley, he could no longer sense it. This was a good situation. The 2 essence spirits cultivated separately without interfering with each other. Otherwise, they were bound to be affected if they knew everything that happened to their counterparts. Both essence spirits were Su Zimo and came from the same source. Su Zimo had a mysterious feeling that he could still establish a connection with the scarlet-haired Yin spirit as long as he wanted to. Of course, from now on, he would not alarm his true body of the dragon race unless necessary. It must be the same on the other end. Although he did not know what happened to his true body of the dragon race in the Dragon Bone Valley, Su Zimo guessed that it should not be a problem. As long as he could enter the primordial divine spring and recover his physique and bloodline, he would definitely be able to gain a foothold in the dragon race with his true body. The most important thing for the black-haired essence spirit was to reconstruct his body. Su Zimo recalled what his master, Extreme Fire, had told him back in 100 Refinement sect about the storage bag and could not help but smile bitterly. Master Extreme Fire's words came true. He truly required the storage bag. Initially, Su Zimo thought that Master Extreme Fire had a premonition. A few days ago, he found out that Monk Yuan Bei had discussed this matter with Extreme Fire when he saved the ladder at the bottom of the Dragon Burial Valley. Su Zimo took out the storage bag given to him by Master Extreme Fire and carefully recalled the scene of the latter reconstructing his bones and body. He only made a move when he was absolutely certain he had no doubt about every single detail. There was a prerequisite before he could reconstruct his body. He required fire hot enough to smelt the top-grade materials in the storage bag. Given Su Zimo's current cultivation, he could not achieve that. Back in 100 Refinement sect, Tao Lord Extreme Fire had only achieved this goal through the Earth Core Fire in the hall as well. He had to look for help. Monk Yuan Bei did not have much lifespan left, and it would be best if he did not make a move. The only one who could help was the red-headed ghost. At that thought, Su Zimo carried his storage bag and walked towards the cemetery. "Lad, are you here to talk to me?" Before he got close, the red-headed ghost's voice sounded. "Lad, you've already suffered so many blows at such a young age. It's only natural for you to be disheartened and take things too hard. Let me tell you, you've made the right decision to have a heart-to-heart talk with me. I've been sitting here all these years and I'm the best at giving guidance to others. The red-headed ghost started nagging again. He had been at the bottom of the Dragon Burial Valley for more than 10,000 years, and he and Monk Yuan Bei were the only ones for more than 9,000 years. The most frightening thing was that Monk Yuan Bei had been cultivating in silent meditation the entire time. In other words, the red-headed ghost did not even have anyone to speak to. One could imagine how he managed to survive for more than 9,000 years. It was understandable why he was in his current state. Fortunately, Daiyu barged into this place later on and snatched away the Soraka flower, breaking the silent meditation of Monk Yuan Bei. Otherwise, the red-headed ghost might have gone mad. Red-headed ghost. Let me tell you something important. Su Zimo went straight to the point. I intend to reconstruct my body. Help me condense a ball of flames and melt some natural treasures. What's the use of reconstructing a body? The red-headed ghost pursed his lips. Let me tell you, this essence spirit of yours can just be used as a clone for casual cultivation. In any case, you still have a true body of the dragon race. The red-headed ghost wanted to turn Su Zimo into a dragon completely, but that was against the latter's bottom line. Su Zimo frowned slightly. There's no need to mention that again. Now that the scarlet-haired Yin spirit is with the dragon race, it naturally belongs to the dragons. However, I've got my own plans for this essence spirit. You have your own plans, so why are you looking for me? The red-headed ghost raised his brow. Are you going to help? Su Zimo asked. Wow, you're threatening me? The red-headed ghost sneered. So what if I don't help? Then I won't talk to you anymore. Su Zimo said seriously. That was a most childish statement of pique that was commonly used among children. However, it was extremely lethal to the red-headed ghost. No, the red-headed ghost said hurriedly. Rascal, all you know is how to threaten me. Isn't it just condensing flames? I'll help you, all right? As he said that, the red-headed ghost flicked his finger and a small scarlet flame appeared on his fingertip, fluttering as though it could extinguish at any moment. Although Su Zimo was skeptical, he still took out a lava crystal. He controlled the lava crystal with his spirit consciousness and placed it on the small flame. Chi! A green smoke accompanied it. In the blink of an eye, that top-grade bone-tempering material was burned to ashes by that small flame. Su Zimo. Completely oblivious, the red-headed ghost boasted to Su Zimo smugly. How? The power of this flame is decent, right? Suppressing the urge to curse, Su Zimo glared and grit his teeth. Reduce the power of your flame. Sure, no problem. The red-headed ghost agreed readily. The flame dimmed significantly. Su Zimo took a deep breath and took out another lava crystal, placing it carefully on the flame. Swoosh! Instantly, a flame ignited on the lava crystal. However, the lava crystal only managed to last 3 breaths before it turned into ashes right in front of Su Zimo again. Su Zimo's face darkened. 2 top-grade treasures were burned away by the red-headed ghost just like that. Reduce the power even more. Grinding his teeth, Su Zimo spat out a few words. The red-headed ghost waved his hands repeatedly and shook his head. I can't make it go lower. This is the weakest. Su Zimo put away his storage bag and turned to leave. Su Zimo did not know if the red-headed ghost truly did not have the capability or if he was pretending to be dumb, but he no longer wanted to waste time with the latter. Hey lad, don't go! The red-headed ghost shouted from behind. Su Zimo turned a deaf ear and hurried back to the main hall, deep in thought. He had no chance of getting help, unless he went to 100 Refinement Sect and sought the help of Master Extreme Fire. However, the North region was too far away from the Middle Continent and he was only left with a single essence spirit. It was truly extremely dangerous for him to cross a major region to reach 100 Refinement Sect. Earth Core Fire, Earth Core Fire! Su Zimo murmured softly, and a thought flashed through his mind. The underground volcano beneath the Great Qian Ruins. Back when he arrived at the Great Qian Ruins, he accidentally discovered a spirit pool in an underground palace. There was a secret passage beside the spirit pool that led deep underground. His encounter with the little fox was deep underground as well. Su Zimo remembered that beneath the spirit pool was a world of lava, where connate spirit fires that were treated as treasures could be seen everywhere. He had once seen a volcano spewing golden lava upstream. The temperature of that volcano was extremely high. Back in the battle for the vermilion fruit in the Great Qian ruins, he had relied on the golden lava to kill many nascent souls. Those nascent souls that came into contact with the golden lava were burned to ashes without exception. At that thought, Su Zimo left the ancient temple and leaped up, activating the Mingwang prayer beads to form a barrier of light that passed through the thick fog and arrived above the Dragon Burial Valley. Right now, his body was casually created using dermic powers. Although he could move freely, it would disperse after a few blows if he were to fight someone. Su Zimo sped in the direction of the Great Qian ruins. Before long, he set foot on this land once more. Countless otherworldly soldiers were still lingering in the ruins. When they sensed Su Zimo's aura, they surged over crazily. However, they stopped in their tracks the moment they approached. Although the otherworldly soldiers did not have any intelligence, they could sense the aura of the Mingwang prayer beads and did not dare to advance, retreating gradually. He saved a lot of trouble with a treasure like the Mingwang prayer beads. Revisiting this old place, Su Zimo advanced and found the location of the underground palace based on his memories. In the battle for the birth of the vermilion fruit back then, paragons of the North region gathered and countless were buried here. Even after more than 100 years, this place was still stained with blood. It was clear how tragic the battle was back then. The surroundings were silent, desolate, and terrifying. Ever since that battle back then, very few cultivators had set foot in this place. The underground palace had long collapsed and was reduced to ruins. Standing on the ruins, it was difficult for Su Zimo to find the hidden path that was buried deeply. He frowned slightly and searched the ruins repeatedly. All of a sudden, he heard the sound of flowing water in an inaudible manner. Su Zimo was invigorated and walked towards the sound. Before long, he found the source of the sound of flowing water. He released his spirit consciousness slowly and delved deeper into the ruins. Soon, Su Zimo's eyes lit up. Beneath the ruins, he discovered the spirit pool he had seen previously. Even though more than 100 years had passed and it was buried by the ruins, the spirit pool had yet to dry up with spring water rich in spirit chi flowing outwards. Delighted, Su Zimo followed the spirit pool and found the secret passage from before. He pondered for a moment and did not move the ruins above the spirit pool openly. Instead, he dispersed his dermic powers body. The black-haired essence spirit transformed into a stream of light and created a tunnel as thick as a wrist in the ruins before entering the ground. Although the underground palace had collapsed back then, it did not bury the spirit pool. Instead, there was a space left. Su Zimo found the secret passage and leaped down without hesitation. Before long, he arrived deep underground. Reconstructing his dermic powers body, Su Zimo walked forward. Not long after, his eyes lit up and his vision turned scarlet. Waves of heat surged over. When Su Zimo first arrived at this place, he was still at the Golden Core realm and could not even withstand the temperature outside. He even had to use protection talismans. But now, he had already entered the Void Reversion realm. Although he had lost his physical body, the dermic powers body that he had casually conjured could withstand the heat of the lava. Meandering along the stone wall, Su Zimo turned a corner and saw a relatively larger piece of land in the lava ocean. Back then, Little Fox's mother's corpse was there. Later on, he heard from Little Fox that before she left, she pushed her mother's corpse into the lava so that it would be buried here. Su Zimo continued forward. The underground cave meandered upwards along the lava, and the temperature rose continuously. Gradually, Su Zimo noticed a faint golden color floating on the surface of the lava not far away. He was almost there. After a few more turns, Su Zimo stopped in his tracks. Before him was a massive volcano. Golden lava surged at the mouth of the volcano, creating waves that gave off a shuddering aura and a scorching heat. Su Zimo frowned slightly and stopped in his tracks. Strange. Even though the temperature of the golden lava was high, it was extremely easy for him to avoid taking damage from it given his current cultivation realm. However, for some reason, he felt his heart skip a beat as he stood before the volcano. Su Zimo rose slowly and arrived near the mouth of the volcano. He looked down at the surging lava with a bright gaze. He stared for a long time but could not find anything. However, that sense of trepidation gradually disappeared as well, and Su Zimo decided to temper his bones and body here. Opening his storage bag, Su Zimo looked at the many top-grade spirit materials inside and paused in his actions. He sighed internally, lost in his thoughts. Even if he managed to refine his body with the best spirit materials, his body would definitely not be able to compare to the physical body that cultivated the mystic classic of the 12 demon kings of the great wilderness, drank dragon blood and possessed the divine phoenix bone. The combat strength of his true body of the dragon race would not decrease. However, on this side, his combat strength would be greatly reduced even after his body's reconstruction. Even his destiny dermic weapon, the creation green lotus, was shattered. Su Zimo sighed again as he looked at the green lotus stems and shattered lotus leaves in his storage bag. Gradually, a sliver of light shone in Su Zimo's eyes. A bold and crazy thought flashed through his mind. Initially, he wanted to use the many spirit materials given to him by Master Extreme Fire to temper his body. However, even the best spirit materials could not compare to the creation green lotus. Even the shattered stems and leaves were 100 times stronger than top-grade spirit materials. Su Zimo's gaze turned fervent as he took out the many connate dermic weapons that he snatched from the hands of Di'in and the other titular disciples. The stem would become the bones and the leaves would become the skin. If he added these connate dermic weapons as well, once his physical body was reconstructed, its toughness would be comparable to connate Tao Lord dermic weapons. Green Lotus True Body. If the Green Lotus True Body was completed, his combat strength would not decrease at all. That thought invigorated Su Zimo. Initially, he was a little sad that the creation Green Lotus was destroyed. Such a supreme treasure had died before it could grow. But now, if he was able to successfully temper his bones and body based on that idea, he would be able to unleash the full potential of the creation Green Lotus. Furthermore, the creation Green Lotus was not completely destroyed. At the very least, the 54 green lotus seeds were undamaged and emitted a resplendent glow. They could still release a killing technique that targeted the essence spirit like the green lotus sword. More importantly, the creation green lotus was his destiny dermic weapon. If he used the stem as the bone and the lotus leaves as the skin, his compatibility with this physical body would reach 100% without any rejection. Once this body was reconstructed successfully, it could inherit his Tao techniques perfectly. At that thought, Su Zimo's heart burned. Now that he thought about it, this calamity was definitely a blessing and not a curse for him. If he succeeded in creating the Green Lotus True Body and joined forces with his true body of the dragon race, his combat strength would double. Su Zimo took a deep breath of air and prepared to begin forging his bones and body. He gathered all the lotus stems together and burned them with the golden lava in the volcano. If the lotus stem was not broken, the temperature of the golden lava would not have been able to melt it. However, now that the lotus stem had shattered into pieces and lost the power of the creation green lotus, it was gradually melting under the burning of the golden lava. Even so, it took a full day for the lotus stems to melt completely, forming a green liquid. Su Zimo rested for a moment and began to forge his bones with the green liquid. There were more than 200 bones in a human's body, and they were all different in size. Forging every single bone was an extremely complicated and long process. Back then, even with Extreme Fire's attainments in weapon refinement, it took an entire 3 days to create that skeleton. Su Zimo recalled and forged at the same time. His speed was extremely slow, and he did not dare to rush at all. 3 days passed. Even after expending a lot of effort, he could only create half a skeleton. However, Su Zimo's eyes shone brighter and brighter. He consumed some elixirs and rested for a while before continuing to refine. Another 7 days passed before Su Zimo stopped. In front of him stood a flawless green skeleton that was crystal clear like jade. It could be said to be a work of the gods. Every single bone had a series of patterns that seemed natural, like blooming lotuses. This skeleton was already perfect enough. However, that was not enough. Su Zimo took out the many connate dermic weapons in his storage bag. Diyin's Chaos Essence Bell and Dragon Battling Truncheon. Dao Bing Malevolent Earth's Bone Spear. Dao Bing Glass's Rainbow Glazed Pagoda. Monk Formless Wooden Fish and Mallet. Dao Bing Heavenly Dipper's Saber. Dao Bing Zephyr Thunder's Zephyr Thunder Hammer. These connate dermic weapons were the destiny dermic weapons of the titular disciples. Although all the titular disciples were dead, their essence spirit imprints were still on their destiny dermic weapons. If Su Zimo wanted to take them for himself, he had to erase the essence spirit imprints on them. However, that would require an extremely long time. For example, some of the destiny dermic weapons had been refined by the titular disciples for thousands of years. It was completely unrealistic for them to be erased in a short period of time. Su Zimo made up his mind and decided to smelt all the connate dermic weapons into the Green Lotus skeleton. The Green Lotus skeleton that was formed would be tougher and unshakable than those connate dermic weapons. Throughout history, there were extremely few cultivators who had tempered their bones and bodies. To be able to forge bones to such an extent, Su Zimo was the first person in history to achieve such a feat. For the sake of the skeleton, he had used the lotus root as the foundation and infused it with many connate dermic weapons passed down from the ancient supersections. The quality of this skeleton could be imagined. He placed all the connate dermic weapons together and refined them continuously with the golden lava. The first to melt was Dao Bing Heavenly Dipper's Saber. Under the burning of the lava, the essence spirit imprints of many titular disciples dissipated rapidly. The saber was burned red and gradually broke into a few pieces, turning into dark golden liquid. Immediately after, Malevolent Earthsex Bone Spear, Monk Formless Wooden Fish and Mallet, the Zephyr Thunder Hammer, Rainbow Glazed Pagoda and Dragon Battling Truncheon melted one after another. Only the Chaos Essence Bell remained unaffected. Su Zimo narrowed his eyes and stared at the Chaos Essence Bell for a moment. From the looks of it, the Chaos Essence Bell was the strongest among the connate dermic weapons. Back when he fought with Diyin, this Chaos Essence Bell was also the reason why more than half of the Creation Green Lotus's power was contained. If this Chaos Essence Bell can't be melted, I'll put it away after the Essence Spirit imprint on it is erased and use it as a dermic weapon. That was what Su Zimo hoped. All of a sudden, a change happened. Clang. Without any warning, the Chaos Essence Bell shuddered and let out a long, reverberating sound that shook one's mind. Against the sound of the bell, Su Zimo's dermic power body cracked and almost dissipated. Junior, you deserve death for destroying Chaos Essence Sec's legacy dermic weapon. An old voice sounded from the Chaos Essence Bell with endless killing intent. Right after, a phantom appeared. An old man in Chaos Essence Sec's robes stood in the cave, looking down at Su Zimo with a cold gaze and exuding a tremendous might. Against that pressure, Su Zimo could not move at all. Even with the support of the Mingwang prayer beads, it was useless. Su Zimo's body trembled slightly. He could tell that this was not the true body of a Chaos Essence Sect expert. That was merely a remnant consciousness from the Chaos Essence Bell. It was the remnant consciousness of an ancient expert from Chaos Essence Sect. After the golden lava refined Diyin's essence spirit imprint, it alarmed the remnant consciousness. Although it was only a remnant consciousness, it was enough to kill Su Zimo. Even if Su Zimo's body was still present, he would not be able to escape, let alone the fact that he was only left with an essence spirit. The difference between them was way too great. This was truly an unexpected disaster. Su Zimo had not expected that merely refining an ownerless dermic weapon would cause such a disaster. If he was above the Great Chen ruins, the commotion here might have alerted Monk Yuan Bei and the red-headed ghost. However, this was the depths of the Great Chen ruins. Even if Monk Yuan Bei and the red-headed ghost sensed it, it would be too late. In a flash, all sorts of thoughts crossed Su Zimo's mind, but he felt a sense of helplessness. Seems like I'm destined to meet with such a calamity. In the end, I couldn't avoid it. Su Zimo sighed. In reality, the moment the bell sounded, it alerted another existence in the cave. In the mouth of the volcano, within the golden lava, there was an almost transparent coffin floating. A peerless beauty laid in the coffin. She had a graceful figure and her hands were clasped in front of her chest. She was naked from head to toe and her skin was smooth like jade, looking like a fairy from the 9 heavens. The moment the bell rang, the woman's long eyelashes fluttered. A pair of beautiful eyes suddenly opened. Immediately after, the transparent coffin rose slowly and floated towards the mouth of the volcano. The juniors of Chaos Essence Sect are already so weak that they can't even protect legacy dermic weapons. The phantom in midair harumphed with a cold gaze. He was merely a remnant consciousness after all, and did not notice that a coffin had already floated up from the volcano that spewed golden lava behind him. Even if the Chaos Essence Bell becomes an ownerless object and is buried in this cave, it can't fall into the hands of outsiders. With an indifferent expression, the phantom said slowly, "Die, Junior." The phantom reached out with a gigantic hand and grabbed towards Suzimo. All of a sudden, a loud bang sounded from the cave. Even the disheartened Suzimo was shocked. Boom! It was as though something had exploded. Immediately after, a huge wave of golden lava surged down like a tsunami and drowned the phantom in midair. Buzz! Buzz! The might of the phantom was terrifying, but it was devoured by the gigantic wave formed by the lava. In the blink of an eye, it disintegrated completely. Suzimo was shocked as he watched the lava wave surge towards him, about to drown him in an instant. Suddenly, as though it was controlled by some sort of power, the lava wave suddenly stopped in midair before dissipating slowly. Right after, Suzimo's eyes widened. Right in front of him, a transparent coffin floated up from the mouth of the volcano. The lid of the coffin had already shattered and was scattered all over the ground. Within the coffin, a peerlessly beautiful woman sat up slowly. Her figure was graceful and flawless. The peerlessly beautiful woman had a lazy expression as though she had just woken up. She caressed her forehead gently and her black hair cascaded down her shoulders like a waterfall. She exuded an alluring charm and was breathtakingly beautiful. The woman's beautiful eyes were slightly dazed as she frowned slightly. Even such a small action possessed indescribable beauty. For a moment, Suzimo forgot to breathe. Up till this point of his cultivation, he had encountered countless women. Xianxia, who was noble and dignified, Demoness Ji, who was like a quirky concubine, Lung Ro, who was cold and refined. All of them were top beauties in the world. However, compared to the woman before him, they were slightly inferior. Even Demoness Ji's bewitchment techniques seemed inferior in front of this woman. The existence of this woman was enough to topple the world. The lava wave earlier on was clearly released by this peerless beauty. Suzimo should have expressed his gratitude immediately after being rescued. However, the manner of this woman's sudden appearance was way too shocking, causing him to freeze on the spot in a daze. Instantly, countless doubts surfaced in his mind. Who was this woman? Why was she here? When did she arrive here? What was her cultivation? Suddenly, a thought flashed through Suzimo's mind. He recalled that he should have seen this woman before. To be precise, he had vaguely seen her before. It was more than 100 years ago when he first arrived at the underground palace of the Great Chen ruins and was searching for the spirit pool above. A flowering crabapple blossomed in the middle of the pool. The spring water gushed and a misty fog spread. In its haziness, he seemed to have caught sight of a woman on the crabapple blossom. She had a graceful, beautiful body with a lazy and charming posture. When he closed his eyes and focused his gaze once more, there was nothing left on the crabapple blossom. Now that he recalled it, the woman on the crabapple blossom looked exactly the same as the peerless beauty before him. Could the woman before him be an existence from 10,000 years ago? That thought flashed through Suzimo's mind and he could not help but be shocked. Right then, the woman sighed faintly. Has 10,000 years passed? The woman's voice was sweet as well. A ridiculous thought rose in Suzimo's mind. It was as though he was already blessed to be able to listen to this woman speak. At the same time, that sigh confirmed Suzimo's guess. The woman slowly stood up from the coffin. Instinctively, Suzimo averted his gaze. She was so beautiful that he felt that it was blasphemy to look at her directly. With light steps, she arrived before Suzimo. A faint fragrance wafted over and Su Zimo did not dare to raise his head. He merely stared at the woman's smooth, fair feet and lamented in silence that he had sinned. Just as he was about to remind her, the woman's voice sounded once more. "You came here more than 100 years ago." "Ah!" Stunned for a moment, Su Zimo nodded. "Yes, I vaguely remember that you saved a little fox." The woman continued and exhaled. "Yes," Su Zimo replied. "Where is she? Why isn't she by your side and taken care of by you?" the woman asked. Although Su Zimo did not raise his head to look, her tone revealed a hint of displeasure. "Little fox is safe and sound in Thousand Demon Valley," Su Zimo smiled bitterly. "If she's by my side, she might have already met with misfortune." His body was crippled and Solitary Cloud was severely injured as well. If Little Fox were to follow him, she would truly have a slim chance of survival. "Yes," the woman pondered for a moment before leaving Su Zimo. "Senior." Su Zimo raised his head and shouted hurriedly when he saw that the woman was still oblivious. "Yes." The woman turned slightly, revealing half of her perfect side profile. "Senior, you're—" Su Zimo hesitated for a moment and did not know what to say. The woman was stunned for a moment but came to a swift realization. "Damn it!" she hollered softly and her figure flashed. Suddenly, she appeared in front of Su Zimo and extended 2 fingers, piercing towards his eyes. She wanted to gouge his eyes out. It was too fast. Su Zimo could not react at all. His vision blurred and a peerless face had already arrived before him. A look of shame and anger flashed through the depths of the woman's eyes as she extended her finger and hovered motionlessly in front of his eyes. Pausing for a moment, the woman retracted her finger slowly, perhaps because she realized that Su Zimo only had a dermic power body without any eyes or because she thought of something. "I'll leave those eyes on you first," the woman said coldly. "I'll dig them out after you reconstruct your body." With that said, the woman put on her robes and took light steps, disappearing before Su Zimo in the blink of an eye, leaving behind a faint fragrance. Although the woman had already left, Su Zimo still stood on the spot, lost in his thoughts for a long time. Why was Little Fox the first person this woman asked after waking up? What was her relationship with Little Fox? Or rather, what was her relationship with Little Fox's mother, the fire fox who died here? Suddenly, Su Zimo recalled something. Back when he carried Little Fox and leaped into the bottom of the Dragon Burial Valley, the first time he met Monk Yuan Bei, the latter said something to him. "That little fox. Take good care of her. Don't let her suffer." At that time, Su Zimo could tell that the old monk hesitated, as though he had something to say. However, when he wanted to ask, the old monk had already changed the topic and the matter was carried over. Now that he thought about it, the old monk should know about the relationship between this woman and the little fox. There was a high chance that what he did not say back then was related to this woman. The reason why this woman saved him was most likely because of Little Fox. If she saw that Little Fox had suffered or was living a bad life, this woman might really come back to settle things with him. Su Zimo shook his head and put those thoughts aside for the time being, continuing to temper his bones. Without the power imprint of the remnant consciousness, the Chaos Essence Bell gradually melted under the heat of the golden lava and fused with the solution of the other connate dermic weapons. Su Zimo applied the solution to the jade green skeleton at the side bit by bit. The skeleton gradually gained a layer of dark gold color and a metallic texture appeared, making it even more indestructible. After 3 days, Su Zimo's many connate dermic weapons had already fused with the green lotus skeleton. He melted the lotus leaves once more and enveloped the green lotus skeleton, forming a layer of skin. Success. Although he had yet to nurture his bloodline and organs, Su Zimo could already sense a mysterious connection between him and the skeleton before him. Su Zimo brought the skeleton with him and returned above. He poured all the spirit herbs and elixirs in his storage bag into the spirit pool. Instantly, rich life force burst forth from the spirit pool, and many spirit materials rose and fell within, turning into surging life force that fused into the water. Without any hesitation, Su Zimo placed the green lotus skeleton within. The black-haired essence spirit entered its glabella and took over the consciousness, sinking into the bottom of the spirit pool. An endless stream of life force surged into the green lotus skeleton. At the same time, Su Zimo channeled dermic powers with his essence spirit and the skeleton vibrated continuously. Initially, it was only the sound of bones shuddering. However, as time passed by, the sound of water flowing could be heard from within the skeleton. Splash! His marrow flowed and blood was swapped. Gradually, pink membranes that were as thin as cicada wings appeared on the green-gold skeleton. Time passed by slowly and flesh began to grow on the membrane, gradually filling up. The outline of Su Zimo's face gradually became clearer. The embryonic form of his organs had already been formed within his body. At the bottom of the spirit pool, a green-gold skeleton laid motionlessly. However, the life force within the skeleton was getting stronger. The entire spirit pool almost formed a vortex. The skeleton was like a black hole that devoured all vitality. At that moment, no one in the cultivation world knew that beneath the ruins of Tianhuang mainland's north region, the number one monster incarnate that had caused countless paragons to tremble in fear was experiencing a rebirth. Both true bodies were undergoing a rebirth. A month later, under the cover of the Great Qian ruins, there were no ripples in the spirit pool and it was filled with withered leaves and spirit herbs. The spirit pool had not dried up for 10,000 years and was filled with spirit qi. However, after just a month, there was no longer any spirit qi in the spirit pool and it was a dead cesspool. All of a sudden, ripples appeared on the initially calm water surface. A figure rose slowly and became clearer. Swoosh! The sound of water echoed as a figure broke out of the water and stood in midair. It was a perfect body with a slender, streamlined figure. The skin was tender like a newborn baby. The man's black hair hung down and he had a clean, fair face. He had delicate features and his eyes were deep and bright. It was Su Zimo who was reborn. Su Zimo lowered his head and looked at his body with a hint of joy in his eyes. Although the bloodline and strength of his green lotus true body was far inferior to his dragon true body, it was sufficiently tough and unshakable. A grade 6 creation green lotus could fight against a Khanate Dao Lord dermic weapon. Right now, the skeleton formed from the lotus stem and many Khanate dermic weapons was almost equivalent to a Khanate Dao Lord dermic weapon. Furthermore, his skin was created with the leaves of the creation green lotus. Even if he stood motionlessly on the spot, a void reversion dermic weapon would not be able to penetrate his body. It was even more impossible to injure his tendons and bones. Su Zimo put on his green robes once more and tore through the ruins towards Dragon Burial Valley. He intended to enter seclusion at the bottom of the Dragon Burial Valley for a period of time. He had almost no rest after the consecutive battles. It was time for him to stop fighting and let things settle down. Now that he was at the Void Reversion realm, he had fused his immortal cultivation techniques, the Purple Thunder Manual and Green Thunder Manual, obtaining the complete Great Void Spirit Refinement section. After cultivating this immortal cultivation technique, his combat strength would increase once more. After browsing through the Void Reversion Sutras of Daming Monastery and Fahua Monastery at the bottom of the Dragon Burial Valley, his combat strength would increase further. There were also top-tier dermic arts like the Heaven-Slaying Sword Art. There were many things he had to cultivate in this seclusion. In the entire cultivation world, almost everyone thought that Su Zimo, who had lost his body, the creation Green Lotus and Divine Phoenix Bone, would definitely fall from grace and lose his glory. He might not even be a match for ordinary paragons of the Void Reversion realm, let alone titular disciples. However, no one knew that the day Su Zimo came out of seclusion would be the day the number one monster incarnate of history returned. Even if he were to face many more titular disciples, he was still strong enough to suppress all of them. Arriving at the edge of Dragon Burial Valley, Su Zimo leaped down. This ravine was filled with many terrifying powers. However, this time round, Su Zimo did not circulate any dermic weapons and allowed the mixed powers to surge through his body. The Green Lotus true body was completely unharmed. Boom! In the blink of an eye, Su Zimo had already fallen to the bottom. He was about to return to the ancient temple when he paused and frowned. There were many legends about the Dragon Burial Valley. The most terrifying thing was that a conjoint body mighty figure entered and did not manage to come out alive. Initially, Su Zimo thought that those cultivators were killed by the terrifying and chaotic energy field of power above. But now he gradually realized that something was amiss. The power above could not even rattle his green lotus true body. How could it kill a conjoint body mighty figure? Who killed the fallen conjoint body mighty figure in the legends? Who killed the cultivators who fell in the Dragon Burial Valley in the legends? Was it Monk Yuan Bei or the red-headed ghost? Although the two of them did have the ability, it seemed like they had no reason to kill anyone. Su Zimo turned around slowly and looked at the valley behind him. He suddenly recalled something. Back when he first arrived at the bottom of the Dragon Burial Valley, he wanted to see what was at the bottom of the valley and followed the cliff into the depths of the valley. The valley meandered, and before long, he saw a pile of corpses. Later on, he was haunted by evil ghosts and almost died. Thankfully, Mingzhen arrived in time and saved him. After that, he had not been to the end of the valley. Now that this question flashed through his mind, Su Zimo pondered for a moment before continuing along the craggy stone wall towards the depths of the valley. Before long, he saw the scene from before once more. Corpses were strewn everywhere. In fact, some of their bodies were perfectly preserved for 10,000 years without rotting. A few drops of fresh blood were splattered on the walls around him. Back then, the energy contained within those few drops of blood nearly killed Su Zimo. But now, when Su Zimo's gaze landed on the few drops of blood, he only felt a slight discomfort before he adapted to it. He paused for a moment before continuing forward. All of a sudden, a gust of cold wind blew. A woman with disheveled hair and white robes that were stained with blood appeared behind him. Her eyes were blind and she stuck out her scarlet tongue. More than 100 years ago, his cultivation was crippled and he was almost killed by this evil ghost. But now that he was at the void reversion realm with the title of Tao Being, he was considered an expert in the cultivation world. How could he be injured by a mere evil ghost? Humph! Su Zimo did not even turn back as he hollered, "How dare you show yourself? I'll help you reincarnate today." Whoosh! The Mingwang prayer beads on his left wrist shone brightly and enveloped the white-robed female ghost instantly. Endless golden light pierced through the white-robed female ghost's body like sharp swords, creating holes. Blood flowed out of the white-robed female ghost. The malevolent chi and the evil ghosts condensed here had flesh and blood. Ah! The white-robed female ghost let out tragic cries and struggled within the golden light before returning to silence. A soul wisp reincarnated and dissipated into the world. Stepping on the corpses, Su Zimo continued forward. After this short exchange, there were no more evil ghosts that dared to come out. Before long, Su Zimo stopped in his tracks. He was already at the end of the valley ahead. Along the way, there were corpses everywhere. He did not know how many cultivators were buried here in that battle back then. The aura was murderous. Su Zimo's gaze shifted to a gigantic pit not far away. It was nothing much for a gigantic pit to appear within the white bones. However, the pit looked strange. The soil on the surface of the pit was slightly moist, as though it was soaked in blood and was dark red. It was as though the gigantic pit was initially filled with fresh blood. However, as time passed by, the fresh blood had dried up, leaving behind such a deep pit. Suddenly, a vague thought flashed through Su Zimo's mind. However, when he wanted to capture it, the thought disappeared. There were no other oddities in the vicinity. Su Zimo shook his head and turned to leave. Before long, he returned to the ancient temple. He headed straight for the cemetery in the backyard of the main hall. Coincidentally, Monk Yuan Bei was there as well, chanting sutras silently to purify the souls in the cemetery. When he saw Su Zimo's return after reconstructing his body, Monk Yuan Bei smiled and nodded. "Tsk. This body is truly not bad." The red-headed ghost's voice sounded from the depths of the cemetery. Such a praise from the red-headed ghost was proof of how strong the green lotus true body was. Su Zimo hesitated for a moment and decided to reveal the encounter with the woman at the bottom of the Great Chen ruins. Master, do you know who that woman is? If I'm not wrong, she should be consort Yu of the great Qin Empire back then. Monk Yuanbei sighed gently. She's probably the only person left from the great Qin Empire. Consort Yu? Su Zimo muttered softly. When he thought about that woman, she possessed fair, cold skin that was indeed breathtaking like jade. Monk Yuanbei said, Consort Yu was originally immortal, but she was extremely beautiful and had a fairy-like appearance that could topple countries and cities. When the emperor of the great Qin Empire met her, he was shocked and invited her into the palace to be conferred the title of Consort Yu. From then on, all the concubines paled in comparison to her. Although she was conferred as a consort, he did not dare to offend her at all and treated her with respect. He hoped that one day, Consort Yu would fall in love with him. The great Qin Empire was vast and was considered the largest faction in the North region back then. Within its territory, there were 2 Buddhist monasteries, Daming Monastery and Fahua Monastery. The emperor of Great Qin could be considered as the person with the most authority back then. Even so, he could not obtain the heart of Consort Yu. Monk Yuanbei said, Consort Yu resided deep in the palace and was unwilling to fight with the other concubines, so she was alone the entire time. Afraid that she might be bored, the emperor of Great Qin captured a spirit fox to accompany her. The mention of that had Su Zimo's heart skipping a beat. As though he could read Su Zimo's mind, Monk Yuanbei nodded. The fire fox that died beneath the great Qin ruins was the spirit fox that accompanied Consort Yu. Consort Yu had an extremely close relationship with the spirit fox, and Little Fox was the latter's child. That was why I reminded you not to let Little Fox suffer. Suddenly, Su Zimo was enlightened. Back when the spirit fox died and Consort Yu woke up, she felt guilty towards the latter and shifted that guilt onto Little Fox. In her heart, Little Fox probably became her only kin. Su Zimo asked, Since Consort Yu is immortal, how is she so strong? Monk Yuanbei said, Before entering the palace, Consort Yu was immortal. After entering the palace, she had the chance to come into contact with many cultivation dermic formulations before realizing that she had a spirit root and was extremely talented. She advanced to the conjoint body realm in just 2,000 years. Pest! Su Zimo took a deep breath. Conjoint body realm cultivators had a lifespan of 20,000 years. To be able to step into the conjoint body realm in 2,000 years was a terrifying cultivation speed. Pondering for a moment, Su Zimo asked, When Consort Yu's cultivation advanced to that stage, it was even more unlikely for her to accede to the Emperor of Great Qin, right? Monk Yuanbei nodded but shook his head. I'm sure Consort Yu was touched by the fact that he waited for her for 2,000 years. Monk Yuanbei said, Otherwise, given her cultivation and strength, even the Emperor of Great Qin might not have been able to stop her if she wanted to leave. What happened later on? Su Zimo asked. Monk Yuanbei was silent for a moment as a look of sadness flashed through his eyes. Later on, the Emperor of Great Qin did something that incurred the wrath of the heavens and the hatred of humans, causing Consort Yu to give up on him entirely. That incident led to the catastrophe 10,000 years ago and the subsequent destruction of the Great Qin Empire. What? Su Zimo could not help but ask. Monk Yuanbei said in a low voice, The Emperor of Great Qin was the reason why the Great Qin Empire was able to dominate the North region. However, as his power expanded, the Emperor's ambitions grew as well. Towards the later stages, Emperor of Great Qin was already showing signs of turning into a fiend. 10,000 years ago, under the suggestion of the Empire's advisor, he wanted to refine the blood of the 10,000 races as a sacrifice to the heavens. It was a massive deal to sacrifice the blood of the 10,000 races. Su Zimo was shocked. It was a heinous, atrocious crime. Naturally, the 2 Buddhist monasteries, Daming Monastery and Fahua Monastery, objected to it. However, at that time, the Emperor of Great Qin was obstinate and arrogant. He could not listen to anything and insisted on the sacrifice to the heavens. Monk Yuanbei said, Given the authority of the Emperor of Great Qin back then, there wouldn't be much of an obstruction even if he wanted to obtain the blood of the 10,000 races in the North region. However, he was still unsatisfied. Although he gathered the blood of the 10,000 races, he lacked the blood from the supreme among them. When he heard that, Su Zimo gradually came to a realization. The supreme of the 10,000 races was naturally the dragon race. The sound of heavy chains echoed from the depths of the cemetery. Even after 10,000 years, the red-headed ghost still could not calm down upon hearing this matter. Monk Yuan Bei sighed. Back then, that divine dragon was in its childhood stage and was playful. He snuck out of the Dragon Bone Valley and arrived at the habitat of humans. Back in the North region, apart from the Dragon Bone Valley and a few other places, the entire world was the territory of the king. The moment the young dragon left the Dragon Bone Valley, he was already targeted by the Great Qian Empire. Right then, a tall figure stood up from the depths of the cemetery and walked slowly towards Su Zimo and Monk Yuan Bei with a pained expression. The red-headed ghost grit his teeth. Yenner lost his mother when he was young, but he had a pure heart and lacked the bloodthirsty nature of the dragon race. At that time, there was a great drought in the western border of the Great Qian Empire, and the families there had no harvests at all. They were starved to death, but no one in the empire paid attention to them. Yenner could not bear it and secretly cast a dermic art to send down rain showers to save countless lives. At that point, the red-headed ghost's eyes turned red as he said hatefully. However, his actions only served to agitate the Dog Emperor even more. He felt that his authority was being challenged and captured Yenner into the palace. The red-headed ghost shuddered and could not continue. Given Emperor of Great Qian's authority back then, one could imagine how much torment this young dragon would suffer in the palace. Monk Yuan Bei continued. At that time, even the citizens of the Great Qian Empire went into a frenzy, thinking that their emperor could reign over the 10,000 races and rule over Tianhuang mainland. In the palace, no one dared to go against the emperor's authority. Consort Yu was the only one who stood out. She had never pleaded for anything from the emperor of Great Qian. However, at that moment, she beseeched him to let the young dragon and the 10,000 races off. Su Zimo could guess the outcome even without Monk Yuan Bei saying it. The emperor of Great Qian did not agree. That young dragon also died within the palace. It was also because of this that the red-headed ghost caused the capital to be ruined into ashes overnight with countless lives lost. Su Zimo glanced sideways and his heart skipped a beat. Unknowingly, the red-headed ghost who was always laughing and scolding was already in tears. No matter how many people he killed, his child would never return. Nobody could understand his pain. When Su Zimo heard of this matter for the first time, he abhorred the evil dragon that destroyed the Great Qian Empire, 2 Buddhist monasteries and countless lives. Even later on, when he guessed that the red-headed ghost was that evil dragon, he did not have a good impression of the latter. It was only now that he realized that the red-headed ghost was to be pitted as well. The final bit of resentment he had towards the red-headed ghost had vanished as well. If Xiaoning were to suffer such a situation, he would probably do something even crazier than the red-headed ghost. The originator of this calamity was not the red-headed ghost to begin with, but the Emperor of Great Qian. He ruled over the North region and was arrogant and domineering. He thought that he could suppress the 10,000 races and even trample the dragon race beneath his feet. However, he did not expect to provoke a terrifying existence that he could not withstand. The arrogance and conceitedness of the Emperor of Great Qian implicated the citizens of the capital, and countless living beings were buried with him. Monk Yuan Bei thought for a moment and said, "After that, Consort Yu gave up completely and sealed herself in the glass coffin. She sank into the depths of the ground and fell into a long slumber with only that fire fox to accompany her underground. 10,000 years of companionship was way too lonely. Finally, the fire fox could not take it anymore and sneaked out. When it returned, it was already pregnant. Su Zimo already knew what happened after that without Monk Yuan Bei saying it. The fire fox's motive might have been simple. She merely wanted to give birth to a child to accompany her, or perhaps to continue protecting Consort Yu. Unfortunately, when she ran out that time, she exposed her tracks and was targeted by the crocodile demon. Su Zimo had not expected that the woman who walked out of the volcano would be involved in the secret of the catastrophe that happened 10,000 years ago. After a long silence, Su Zimo asked. Why were Daming Monastery and Fahua Monastery? Our two Buddhist monasteries have an undeniable responsibility for this matter as well. Monk Yuan Bei replied. The Emperor of Great Qin wanted to offer the blood of the 10,000 races as a sacrifice to the heavens and even captured a young dragon into the palace alive. The patriarchs of our two Buddhist monasteries were in seclusion and did not appear. By the time the red-headed ghost appeared and destroyed the capital, it was already too late for us to stop it. It was easy to imagine that the battlefield at that time would definitely be a scene of misery with blood flowing everywhere. No matter the reason, the two Buddhist monasteries would definitely stop the red-headed ghost from killing. On the other hand, the red-headed ghost had lost his beloved son and his rationality. Anyone who tried to stop him would definitely be slaughtered by him. At this point, this catastrophe was inevitable. Su Zimo furrowed his brows slightly. For some reason, he had an indescribable feeling in his heart. It seemed like everyone in the catastrophe was innocent. It was the same for the red-headed ghost, his child, Daming Monastery, Fahua Monastery, and the Great Qin Empire. Even the Emperor of Great Qin might have been innocent. Every single person and faction was like a puppet with an invisible thread behind them manipulated by someone. Su Zimo still had many questions. For example, why wasn't the red-headed ghost dead? Why was he imprisoned here? Furthermore, it was a symbolic imprisonment and the chains on his body were merely decorations. Why did the entire cultivation world think that the red-headed ghost was dead? What did this have to do with the patriarch of the D clan? Furthermore, for the past 10,000 years, who was the one who killed the cultivators who entered the bottom of the Dragon Burial Valley? Were they all just legends? Su Zimo did not believe that. For the past 10,000 years, there must have been many cultivators who could not help but enter the bottom of the Dragon Burial Valley out of curiosity and greed. However, more than 100 years ago, when Su Zimo jumped down, there were only 3 people at the bottom of the valley: Monk Yuan Bei, the red-headed ghost, and Ming Zhen. If those people were already dead, how did Ming Zhen survive? Su Zimo felt that there was an extremely crucial lead that was missed out. Su Zimo frowned deeply, but his thoughts were getting more and more chaotic. I have a question that may be somewhat bold. But why aren't you dead? Su Zimo looked at the red-headed ghost and asked softly in a slightly apologetic manner. The red-headed ghost caused the destruction of the Great Qin Empire and massacred countless living beings, while destroying Daming Monastery and Fahua Monastery as well. Even if he was taking revenge for his beloved son, such a heinous crime was unforgivable. How could he have survived the catastrophe 10,000 years ago? The strength of the red-headed ghost was indeed terrifying. With his strength alone, he could annihilate the flourishing Great Qin Empire overnight and even destroy 2 super sects. However, based on the situation back then, the red-headed ghost should have been suppressed. How could he still be alive under such circumstances? Monk Yuan Bei looked at the red-headed ghost. After this short period of time, the red-headed ghost seemed to have calmed down. The red-headed ghost had a proud expression as he said slowly, "At that time, none of the experts of the Great Qin Empire, Daming Monastery or Fahua Monastery were my match. Even a Mahayana patriarch was no match for me." Back then, Yan Beichen had mentioned this to Su Zimo. Yan Beichen had once said that the combat strength of an ancestral dragon was comparable to the emperor of the human race. It was clear that he was not lying. After a huge battle, emperors of the human race were finally alerted and the Dharma Emperor of Fahua Monastery rushed over. At the mention of the Dharma Emperor, the red-headed ghost retracted the pride in his eyes and said with a solemn expression, "Back then, no one could stop me, not even emperors of the human race. I fought a huge battle with the Dharma Emperor and both of us were severely injured. It was an internecine outcome." After a slight pause, he frowned slightly with a cold harumph. "When I was at my weakest, the patriarch of the D clan appeared and ambushed me while I was severely injured. It was easy to imagine how much danger he faced after he was severely injured in the battle against the Dharma Emperor and ambushed by a Mahayana patriarch thereafter. It was no wonder why the red-headed ghost hated Chaos Essence sect and the D bloodline. More than a month ago, not only did he severely injure the D clan's half-martial ancestor, He even killed that conjoint body mighty figure of Chaos Essence sect. However, from the perspective of Daming Monastery and Fahua Monastery, the patriarch of the D clan's actions could be considered as helping them. That was the reason why monk Yuan Bei did not stop Di'in from coming to the Dragon Burial Valley to read the mystic Dermic Lotus Sutra more than 100 years ago. The red-headed ghost continued. I fought here consecutively and turned the world upside down. I fought against the Dharma Emperor and was severely injured. Later on, I was severely injured by the patriarch of the D clan and would have died. Everyone who witnessed that thought that I was dead for sure. However, no one expected that the Dharma Emperor would hide the truth from all the cultivators and made a decision for me to survive. At the mention of that, the red-headed ghost's eyes were filled with endless emotions and respect. Given his haughty nature, it was truly rare to see a hint of respect in his eyes. The red-headed ghost said, to be precise, the Dharma Emperor sacrificed himself to let me live. Monk Yuan Bei sighed. The Dharma Emperor was in his later years and did not have much lifespan left. Therefore, he sacrificed himself and released supreme dermic powers to save the red-headed ghost and forcefully extend the latter's life. Why? Su Zimo asked instinctively. The red-headed ghost's expression dimmed as he lowered his head. I asked the same question back then. I still remember every single word that the Dharma Emperor replied. Su Zimo listened intently. Patron Longran, you're not to blame for this catastrophe. You're also a victim. The reason why I saved you is because I hope that the dragon race won't start a war with the cultivation world of the North region because of this. I hope that this matter will come to an end and that there won't be any more killing in the North region. Su Zimo was stunned and his eyes were filled with endless shock. He turned around and looked into the depths of the cemetery at the little mound that the red-headed ghost often guarded. A wooden board erected by the little mound had the words Dharma Emperor written on it. In Su Zimo's eyes, the wooden board suddenly appeared so sacred and tall, emitting a Buddha light that could purify the world. That was the true compassion of the Buddhist monasteries. That was the true magnanimity of an emperor of the human race. Even though the red-headed ghost committed such a heinous crime, as an emperor of the Buddhist monasteries, he still chose to forgive. He even sacrificed himself to avoid a greater catastrophe. Monk Yuan Bei said, although the Dharma Emperor was in his later years, he had 10,000 years of lifespan remaining. Yet, he said that even if he took the final step forward, he might not have been able to withstand the might of the heavenly tribulation. As such, he might as well end his life earlier and save countless lives along with it. Even though he was in his later years, he still had a lifespan of 10,000 years. However, the Dharma Emperor gave up his 10,000 years of lifespan to save the red-headed ghost in exchange for peace in the North region. Monk Yuan Bei said, the Dharma Emperor was right. After the news of the red-headed ghost's death spread, the dragon race army arrived and wanted to massacre the cultivation world of the North region. However, they were persuaded to retreat by the red-headed ghost. From then on, the red-headed ghost stayed in the Dragon Burial Valley and accompanied the tombs in the cemetery with chains around his body, repenting sincerely. Su Zimo sighed internally. The Dharma Emperor had not only saved the red-headed ghost's life, he had also saved his killing intent. If not for the Dharma Emperor's choice, the red-headed ghost would have died and the dragon race army would have descended, clashing with the entire cultivation world of the North region to take revenge. At that time, it would most likely not be a catastrophe for the Great Qian Empire but for the entire North region. Su Zimo could deeply sense that there was a powerful mastermind behind all of this. If not for the Dharma Emperor, the catastrophe of the North region might even develop into a catastrophe in the entire Tianhuang mainland. At that time, everything would be irreversible. Who was the mastermind? D clan's patriarch? If not for the Dharma Emperor, the red-headed ghost would have been killed by the ambush from the patriarch of the D clan. The consequences would have been unimaginable. However, Su Zimo had a vague feeling that while the patriarch of the D clan may have played an important role in this, he was not the true mastermind that manipulated the entire catastrophe. Someone else had instigated this entire catastrophe. After pondering for a long time, Su Zimo suddenly asked, Master, for the past 10,000 years, countless cultivators have entered the bottom of the Dragon Burial Valley and died. Do you know about it? I did not initially. Monk Yuanbei shook his head. Su Zimo's heart skipped a beat as he understood the meaning behind Monk Yuanbei's words. Monk Yuanbei continued, ever since that female patron descended to this place more than 100 years ago, I realized that apart from me and the red-headed ghost, there's another terrifying existence hidden at the bottom of the Dragon Burial Valley. At that point, Su Zimo suddenly felt chills run down his spine. The female patron Monk Yuanbei spoke of was obviously Dai Yu. However, who was that terrifying existence other than Monk Yuanbei and the red-headed ghost? That terrifying existence is hidden extremely secretly deep in a pool of blood beneath the Dragon Burial Valley. Even the red-headed ghost and I could not sense it. Monk Yuanbei said, that female patron was the one who captured him. Even after spending 10,000 years at the bottom of the Dragon Burial Valley, Monk Yuanbei and the red-headed ghost did not know that there was a third person. Who was it? Su Zimo asked. I don't know. I only saw a blood-colored human face appear above the pool of blood the moment the female patron attacked. Monk Yuanbei said. When he heard that, Su Zimo's heart skipped a beat and his expression changed. The blood-colored human face. Su Zimo's first thought was of the blood-colored human face that appeared in the thousand-year blood sea in Thousand Demon Valley. No wonder he felt a sense of déjà vu when he saw the blood-colored pit at the bottom of the Dragon Burial Valley. That was because the blood-colored pit was originally a blood lake. However, 100 years later, the blood lake dried up. Su Zimo still had a lingering fear when he recalled what he experienced in the thousand-year blood sea back in Thousand Demon Valley. The situation back then was extremely dangerous, or rather, sinister. The 7 high-level fiend demons that were equivalent to Dharma-characteristic Tao lords of the human race were killed easily by the bubbles that floated out from the bottom of the lake. Coincidentally, despite the massive amount of bubbles, none of it landed on him. Although he could not be sure, he could vaguely guess that the bubbles were most likely created by the blood-colored human face, hidden in the depths of the blood sea. However, at that time, Su Zimo did not understand why the blood-colored human face wanted to save him. Now, he thought of a possibility. Could it be because Dai Yu did not kill the owner of the blood face but instead let him off? Therefore, the reason why the owner of the blood face saved Su Zimo might be because the former could sense that he was related to Dai Yu? Su Zimo asked, was the owner of the blood face released? Of course not. Monk Yuanbei shook his head. That female patron only left behind this sentence. To think that there's an evil being like you in this mainland that cultivates by devouring bloodlines, you deserve to die. Thereafter, the owner of the blood face was killed? Su Zimo asked. Monk Yuanbei nodded. With that, the possibility that Su Zimo thought of earlier on was overturned. If the owner of the blood face was dead, who was the blood-colored human face back in Thousand Demon Valley? Why did that blood-colored human face help him? What was the connection between the two blood-colored human faces? If not for the female patron, we wouldn't have realized that such a terrifying existence was hidden beside us. Monk Yuanbei sighed softly. It was only at this moment that Su Zimo finally understood why Monk Yuanbei helped him instead of trying to settle scores with him despite the fact that Dai Yu snatched away the utmost treasure of the Buddhist monasteries, the Siraka flower, to implant on him. It was not because Monk Yuanbei was fearful of Dai Yu. It was because Dai Yu's attack was equivalent to saving Monk Yuanbei and the red-headed ghost. The red-headed ghost said, it's also because of what the red-robed woman said after her attack that we realized that the catastrophe 10,000 years ago was not a coincidence. The owner of the blood face should be the mastermind behind the catastrophe. He was the one hiding in the dark manipulating us like puppets. Su Zimo said in a low voice, there's a high chance that the owner of the blood face was the advisor of the Great Qian Empire. Yes. Monk Yuanbei replied. After that catastrophe, the advisor disappeared and no one knew where he was. He was the one who instigated the Emperor of Great Qian to cause this catastrophe. Due to that catastrophe, the Great Qian Empire was destroyed and the Emperor of Great Qian died. The red-headed ghost lost his beloved son and nearly died. As a result, he restricted himself to the bottom of the Dragon Burial Valley to repent. The two super sects of Daming Monastery and Fahua Monastery were annihilated as well. In the entire catastrophe, the only beneficiary was the owner of the blood face who cultivated by devouring bloodlines at the bottom of the Dragon Burial Valley. The strange blood-colored human face flashed through Su Zimo's mind once more. It was as though the blood-colored human face was smiling at him. It's just an illusion. Su Zimo shook his head forcefully. What's wrong? Sensing the change in Su Zimo's expression, Monk Yuanbei asked concernedly with a pale face. Su Zimo said slowly, I've seen this blood-colored human face before. The expressions of the red-headed ghost and Monk Yuanbei changed. Taking a deep breath of air, Su Zimo gave a rough account of the matter in the Thousand-Year Blood Sea in Thousand Demon Valley. Monk Yuanbei and the red-headed ghost exchanged glances and revealed shocked expressions as well. The red-headed ghost narrowed his eyes and said sternly, I heard that a huge battle broke out in Thousand Demon Valley about 30,000 years ago. That battle was extremely tragic. It was said that not only the demons of Thousand Demon Valley, even the demons of the other 8 regions were implicated. Even emperors of the demon race died in it. That battle was known as the Thousand Demon Tribulation. Monk Yuanbei nodded. I've heard about it as well. Su Zimo opened his mouth slightly with a shocked expression. In that case, the bones that he saw when the heaven-slaying sword art was born should be the bones left behind from the Thousand Demon Tribulation 30,000 years ago. A blood-colored human face appeared among the corpses after the catastrophe of Great Qian 10,000 years ago. A blood-colored human face appeared as well near the endless carcasses after the Thousand Demon Tribulation 30,000 years ago. Could it have been a mere coincidence? In the backyard of the hall, the 3 of them fell silent. There was only a gentle breeze with a hint of sinister coldness. If I'm not wrong, the owner of this blood face should have been cultivating the Blood Refinement Fiend Sutra. Monk Yuanbei said, only a fiend technique of that level will devour bloodlines for its cultivation. Su Zimo nodded. He had cultivated the Blood Refinement Fiend Sutra before and knew how terrifying that fiend technique was. Even with his Tao heart's determination, he would feel a bloodthirsty desire every time he released it. The feeling of absorbing energy was way too comfortable and one could sink into it step by step without realizing it. That was the reason why Su Zimo did not release the Blood Refinement Fiend Sutra after realizing that. Even in the Tao inheritance ground where his life was hanging by a thread, he did not release it. Su Zimo had a feeling that he would be doomed the moment he became dependent on the Blood Refinement Fiend Sutra. He had to kill that sense of dependence. Monk Yuanbei shook his head gently and sighed. To think that even after Tao Lord Blood Fiend died tens of thousands of years ago, the fiend technique he created is still passed down and has such a huge impact on the future. In Su Zimo's mind, he could not help but recall the stone coffin that he saw floating in a pool of blood when he, Demoness G and the fiend heirs headed underground. He recalled the skeleton that crawled out from the stone coffin. Tao Lord Blood Fiend might not be dead yet. Su Zimo's expression was grim as he said in a deep voice. Or rather, he has already come back to life and returned. Su Zimo recounted what he had seen deep underground and his speculation. I've heard you mention this before. However, the battle between Monk Daming and Tao Lord Blood Fiend happened more than 40,000 years ago. How can Tao Lord Blood Fiend live for so long? Was he relying on that single Mingwang prayer bead? Monk Yuanbei frowned. There are still many unexplainable points to your speculation, the red-headed ghost added. For example, why were there so many chains wrapped around that stone coffin? If they could set up so many preparations, why did they not kill him directly? Su Zimo nodded. He could not explain those questions either. Su Zimo still had many questions in his mind after that exchange. However, at the very least, some of his doubts were resolved. The identity of the woman beneath the ruins. Furthermore, he finally knew who was the one who killed the cultivators, and even conjoint body mighty figure, who entered the bottom of the Dragon Burial Valley to investigate for the past 10,000 years. The methods of that great Qian advisor were truly terrifying. Not only could he hide from the senses of Monk Yuanbei and the red-headed ghost, He could even kill in silence right under their noses. Of course, what delighted Su Zimo more was that he understood more about Dai Yu. Dai Yu did not stay at the bottom of the Dragon Burial Valley for long. However, what she did had a huge impact on the three of them. There was no need to elaborate on her impact on Su Zimo. If Dai Yu had not stepped in, Monk Yuan Bei and the red-headed ghost might not have been able to escape from the great Qian advisor's schemes. Both of them would have been kept in the dark. The appearance of the great Qian advisor made the two of them realize that they were merely chess pieces that were manipulated in the catastrophe. Dai Yu's attack was equivalent to releasing both of them at the same time. It was also after Dai Yu killed the great Qian advisor that Ming Zhen could be saved by Monk Yuan Bei and brought to the bottom of the Dragon Burial Valley. Otherwise, Ming Zhen would have been killed in silence by the great Qian advisor before Monk Yuan Bei even noticed his presence. "Lad, what are your plans next?" the red-headed ghost asked. Su Zimo replied, "I'll be cultivating at the bottom of the valley for a period of time." The red-headed ghost nodded and said, "Yes, that's good as well. Don't worry. I've severely injured that D-clan's half-martial ancestor. It's already good enough that he survived. There's no way he can take revenge on you?" Monk Yuan Bei said, "These sects and factions might not dare to lay their hands on you openly, but you have to be careful." "Got it," Su Zimo nodded. From this day forth, he would cultivate at the bottom of the Dragon Burial Valley wholeheartedly. He went through the insights gained from the consecutive battles with many titular disciples, cultivated the Great Void Spirit Refinement section, chanted sutras and paid respects to Buddha as he accumulated and consolidated his experience. At the same time, in the Dragon Bone Valley, an entire month passed and Su Zimo woke up slowly in the cave of the primordial divine spring. Ever since he started cultivating, he had never had such a peaceful, comfortable, and relaxed sleep. He was truly too tired. Su Zimo opened his eyes slowly and looked at the surging golden spring water beside him. He gradually snapped out of his stupor as he sensed the boundless vitality that surrounded his body. He finally realized where he was. Solitary Cloud was not by his side. He must have recovered from his injuries and left first. Splash! Su Zimo stood up and looked down at his body. His body was completely intact. There were no injuries at all. The primordial divine spring was indeed powerful. Even his body that was devoid of life could be restored to its original state. Su Zimo could clearly sense that every single move he made could release an incomparably terrifying power. With a single thought, he channeled his bloodline. Splash! The sound of a tsunami came from his body. This true body of the dragon race was even stronger than before. Su Zimo was slightly stunned, as though he had realized something. In his consciousness, the injuries on the scarlet-haired Yin spirit had already healed. Not only that, he was shocked to discover that the Yin impurities on his essence spirit had vanished completely and were refined silently. There was an additional trace of pure Yang Qi on the essence spirit. The Yang spirit. Su Zimo's eyes were filled with immense joy. In that 1 month, he merely slept in the primordial divine spring, and his cultivation had already crossed a major realm to advance to the Yang spirit realm. According to the mystic classic of the 12 demon kings of the great wilderness, the Yang spirit realm corresponded to the void reversion realm. In other words, his true body of the dragon race had already entered the void reversion realm. To leap a major cultivation realm after a single sleep sounded like a fantasy. However, in reality, it was merely a matter of everything arriving at its course. Firstly, the scarlet-haired Yin spirit was already at its peak. If not for the fact that he was suppressed in the Tao inheritance ground, he would have broken through before the black-haired essence spirit. Secondly, Su Zimo slept in the primordial divine spring. Thanks to the nourishment of the primordial divine spring, the scarlet-haired Yin spirit's injuries were healed and its boundless life force pushed forward. Naturally, it refined all the impurities in the essence spirit and entered the void reversion realm. Other cultivators would require a lot of preparation if they wanted to cross a major cultivation realm. Furthermore, there was a high chance of failure. However, given Su Zimo's Tao heart, it was impossible for him to fail his breakthrough in the primordial divine spring even if he was unconscious. The moment he woke up, Not only did his true body of the dragon race recover, he had even entered the void reversion realm. Su Zimo was elated. He released his spirit consciousness slowly and pushed it to its limits. 500 kilometers. The moment he entered the void reversion realm, the range of his spirit consciousness had already exceeded 500 kilometers. A normal early-stage void reversion Dao being's spirit consciousness could only extend up to 50 kilometers. At the perfected void reversion realm, one could be considered as a paragon if they could reach 40 kilometers. However, the scarlet-haired in spirit consciousness had already surpassed 500 kilometers. Have you heard? 2 outsiders joined the Illumination Dragon lineage a month ago. I heard that one of them is a WIRM and the other one isn't considered a dragon either. I heard that his bloodline isn't pure, and he seems to be a son accepted by an old elder of the Illumination Dragon lineage. Ever since that incident 10,000 years ago, the Illumination Dragon lineage has been getting worse. They're now even taking in WRMS and dragons with impure bloodlines. After spreading his spirit consciousness, Su Zimo could naturally hear the gossip happening outside the cave. Humph, what's the use of taking them in? They will be tortured for as long as they stay in the dragon race. They won't be able to live for long if they don't recognize their circumstances. That's right. I heard that the WRM was thrown to the side of the mixed dragon lineage and was beaten up all day. He's covered in injuries and won't be able to last much longer. At that point, Su Zimo frowned and his expression turned cold. The reason why he brought Solitary Cloud here was to obtain an opportunity for the latter, not to let him suffer. By the way, that long MO with the impure bloodline seems to be still soaking in the primordial divine spring. It's been a month, right? Fuck. I've been in the Dragon Bone Valley for so long, but I've never been to the primordial divine spring. How can a bastard with an impure bloodline like him enter? When he comes out, I'll definitely teach him a lesson. We won't even get our turn. The brothers from the Illumination Dragon lineage can't wait any longer, and have been waiting for this long MO to return. Do you think that long MO is hiding in the primordial divine spring the entire time and doesn't dare to come out because he knows he's going to be walloped? Real hard. It's highly possible. Just as the few dragons were discussing, a voice sounded from behind them. Everyone, may I check with you the directions to the mixed dragon lineage region? The few dragons turned back and saw a scarlet-haired man standing on them. He had refined features and asked expressionlessly, "Over there." A dragon pointed instinctively. "Thank you." The scarlet-haired man expressed his thanks and turned to leave. Before long, he disappeared from everyone's sight. That person didn't look familiar at all, right? Scarlet hair. He should be from the Illumination Dragon lineage. But I haven't seen him before. Could it be Long Mo? It must be him. Let's go take a look. Many dragons followed hurriedly. Within the main hall of the Illumination Dragon lineage, 3 elders of the Illumination Dragon lineage were sitting inside when an old man walked in. It was Elder 4. There's news from the primordial divine spring that Long Mo has just woken up and his injuries have healed. Furthermore, he's already at the void reversion realm, Elder 4 said in a deep voice. I heard that this lad has already headed to the mixed dragon lineage region. Where's Long Chio and the others? Elder 3 asked. Elder 4 said, they've already brought people over in an aggressive manner. They must have gone to kill Long Mo. The 4 elders exchanged glances. We'll find out soon enough whether he's a dragon or a worm, the Grand Elder said with a smile. The mixed dragon lineage had an extremely low status in the dragon race. Although they retained a spot in the Dragon Bone Valley, they occupied a small area. Furthermore, the dragons of the mixed dragon lineage had many restrictions in the Dragon Bone Valley. They could not go anywhere and were mostly slaves among the 5 dragon lineages. The lower the level, the more chaotic it was. Among the 5 lineages of the dragon race, fights between fellow clansmen could happen at any moment. This was even more common among the mixed dragon lineage. Although the area was small, there were many dragons with thin bloodlines living in it. Gradually, 4 major factions were formed: Rain, Cloud, Coiling, and Flood Dragon. Battles often broke out between the four factions. However, there were much fewer fights between the four factions these days. It was because an outsider had appeared in their territory. Most importantly, this outsider had no right to step foot on this land. Even the Flood Dragon lineage could not accept this person. He was a WIRM and was far from an actual Flood Dragon. Although there was only a single word difference between the two, it was like the difference between heaven and earth. However, many of the dragons here heard that not only did this outsider step foot into this place, he even enjoyed the primordial divine spring that none of them were qualified to enjoy. This made many dragons even more displeased. Over the past few days, every single void reversion of the dragon race, be it from the rain, cloud, coiling, or flood dragon lineages, would have someone teach that outsider a lesson and they would not get tired of it. Without strength, he was not qualified to live with them. A snake does not get to live together with dragons. That was the pride of the dragon race. In their eyes, the WRM was a snake. Dragon lairs were built around a towering mountain peak. Every dragon lair was extremely spacious and tall, allowing the dragons to reside and cultivate. At that moment, there were many dragons gathered in front of a dragon lair. There were almost 100 people from the cloud, coiling, rain, and flood dragon lineages. Whose turn is it to teach that person a lesson today? It's our flood dragon lineage's turn. I'll do it. A young man in white robes stood out. He had a strong physique and rubbed his palms together. With a smile on his face, he walked towards the dragon lair with a relaxed expression. Hey, be gentle. Don't kill him directly. There are still many people from our cloud dragon lineage waiting to train using him. Some dragons shouted as they laughed. Unknowingly, a scarlet-haired man had appeared in the crowd. He had refined features and a fair complexion. Hey! The scarlet-haired man patted the dragon on the shoulder and asked, if this WRM is cultivating in the dragon lair, you guys won't be able to get him to come out, right? Although dragons could fight and kill at will, there were restrictions as well. If any dragon were to stay in their lair and cultivate, the other dragons could not disturb them. The other dragons could only challenge a dragon after he left his lair. Fufu. The dragon laughed. Brother, you're talking about the rules of our dragon race. However, that thing inside is a WRM. What rights does he have to stay here? If he hides inside and doesn't come out, we'll naturally go in and drag him out. When he heard that, the scarlet-haired man was expressionless, but his gaze turned colder. When the dragon saw that this person looked unfamiliar, he wanted to ask. However, his aura weakened when he met with the person's gaze, and he swallowed the words that were about to come out of his mouth. It was a suppression that came from his bloodline. Someone from the Illumination dragon lineage? When the dragon noticed the scarlet-haired man's hair, he frowned slightly and thought to himself, something's not right. He looks like he's from the Illumination dragon lineage, but why does it feel like his bloodline is impure? Although he was puzzled, the dragon did not dare to ask. Standing beside the scarlet-haired man, he felt his heart palpitate as though a calamity was about to descend upon him at any moment. The scarlet-haired man was Su Zimo. When he heard about Solitary Cloud's situation, he was puzzled. It was normal if Solitary Cloud was not strong enough to defeat the dragons here, since he had yet to transform into a proper dragon after all. However, as long as he cultivated in his lair continuously, he would naturally have a high chance of transforming into a dragon in this environment where the dragon chi was rich. How could Solitary Cloud suffer so badly? Upon hearing the dragon's reply, Su Zimo finally understood that the dragons here did not give Solitary Cloud any chance to cultivate. Solitary Cloud was nothing but a plaything in their eyes. Solitary Cloud, get the hell out, the white-robed young man declared loudly. Don't think that you'll be safe just because you're hiding in the lair. You're a WRM and don't deserve to live here. Go in and drag him out. Many dragons in the crowd cheered. Just as the white-robed young man was about to barge in, a figure gradually appeared from the darkness of the lair. It became clearer and staggered. When the figure stood at the entrance of the lair, Su Zimo narrowed his eyes and his heart ached. It was Solitary Cloud. However, his appearance was almost indistinguishable. His cheeks were swollen and his facial features were contorted with wounds all over his body. Some of them had just formed scabs and his movements tugged at the wounds, causing fresh blood to flow out once more. Solitary Cloud looked wretched and miserable, covered in wounds. However, his eyes were filled with a hint of fearlessness, determination, and pride. "Is it your turn today?" The corner of Solitary Cloud's mouth twitched as though he wanted to laugh. The wounds on his face ruptured and fresh blood oozed out, looking somewhat menacing. "Come on." His voice was hoarse and unpleasant. He let out a low growl from the depths of his throat, as though he was letting out an unyielding roar to all the dragons. The white-robed young man said indifferently, "I'll pass on another message from the young master. As long as you agree to be the mount of our young master, our flood dragon lineage will naturally protect you." "Absolutely impossible," Solitary Cloud said word by word without hesitation. "Fufu," the white-robed young man sneered. "Solitary Cloud, you're just a WYRM. Our young master is giving you face by accepting you as a mount. Don't seek a rebuff. Your young master is not worthy." Solitary Cloud grinned. "You must have a death wish." The white-robed young man's expression darkened. In a flash, he appeared in front of Solitary Cloud and opened his gigantic palm to slap the latter's face. Solitary Cloud was in such a state that he could not even stand properly. He could not defend against that attack at all. All of a sudden, a breeze blew. A person appeared in front of Solitary Cloud. Piak. The white-robed young man's palm was held in that person's palm motionlessly. "Who did you say have a death wish?" The person looked at the white-robed young man calmly and asked. A series of exclamations sounded from the dragons. Nobody noticed how the scarlet-haired man appeared. The dragons were looking at the white-robed young man's palm, and just as it was about to land on Solitary Cloud's face, a figure had already appeared between the two of them. Furthermore, he grabbed the white-robed young man's wrist tightly. "It's that dragon from earlier on." Among the dragons, someone recognized that this was the scarlet-haired man he had conversed with earlier on. "The Illumination dragon lineage?" "I think so, but his bloodline isn't pure. It looks like he just broke through." A commotion broke out among the dragons. The white-robed young man's expression changed. Even he could not see clearly how the person appeared. Instinctively, he wanted to retract his arm. However, he realized that the person's palm was like a steel hoop that locked his wrist tightly, and he could not move at all. "Who are you?" the white-robed young man asked sternly. All of a sudden, his expression changed as he cried out in pain. Suddenly, he felt that the intruder's palm was gradually exerting more strength. A sharp pain came from his wrist and his bones were about to be crushed. "Answer my question. Who did you say have a death wish?" Zimo asked coldly. "Kill." The white-robed young man endured the pain and let out a dragon roar from the depths of his throat. Swinging his other arm, he smashed towards Zimo's head. Snap! Zimo channeled strength into his palm. The white-robed young man's wrist was snapped. Thereafter, he raised his palm gently, and it landed on the face of the white-robed young man, sending the latter flying dozens of feet away and tumbling in front of the group of dragons. The dragons were in an uproar. The white-robed young man's body was covered in dust and his wrist was snapped. Half of his face had been ripped apart as well. He coughed out large mouthfuls of blood and fainted. With a single slap, the intruder severely injured a void reversion flood dragon. "Who are you?" "I've seen all the void reversion dragons of the Illumination dragon lineage, but not you." Many dragons stood out and questioned Zimo loudly with sharp gazes and murderous intent. If they were in the cultivation world and saw the white-robed young man suffering such a serious injury, the spectating cultivators would definitely be wary. However, this was a common sight among the dragons. A scene as such could not suppress the group of dragons at all. "Master, you're here." Solitary Cloud looked at the back view in front of him and his heart lightened. Finally, he smiled and relaxed completely. He had only stayed in the primordial divine spring for less than 7 days. For the next 20 days, He endured the torture of the various dragons every day and did not have time to rest and cultivate at all. He was on the brink of a mental breakdown. If not for the fact that he missed Suzimo, he would have died long ago. At that moment, he relaxed completely when he saw Suzimo appear. Solitary Cloud knew that as long as Suzimo was here, even the 5 dragon lineages won't be able to hurt him, let alone the 4 dragon factions of the mixed dragon lineage. Suzimo's expression was indifferent in the face of the dragon's questions, and he ignored them completely. Turning around, he helped Solitary Cloud to the dragon's lair and sat down. Eat these elixirs. They'll help your injuries. Suzimo took out many bottles from his storage bag and placed them in Solitary Cloud's embrace. Suppressing the rage in his heart, he said softly, "Stay here and watch. I'll help you vent your anger." "All right." Solitary Cloud did not say much and nodded vigorously. "I know. You're the other outsider. You're Long Mo of the Illumination Dragon lineage." Right then, a young man of the Coiling Dragon lineage stood out from the group of dragons and pointed at Suzimo. "Your bloodline is impure and you're not worthy of being in the same group as us." "So that's Long Mo. I heard that he joined under the recommendation from an old clan leader of the Illumination Dragon lineage." "He's not qualified at all." "That's right. How can an impure Illumination Dragon enjoy the primordial divine spring?" "Long Mo, I want to challenge you," the young man of the Coiling Dragon lineage shouted with a murderous gaze. Turning around, Suzimo surveyed his surroundings and nodded. All right. Come at me together. I'll take you all." He single-handedly challenged more than 100 dragons. "Brazen. Insolent." The dragons sneered and scolded. The young man of the Coiling Dragon race sneered, "Fufu. Only one-on-one fights are allowed among dragons. You're trying to get us punished for violating the clan rules? Don't bother embarrassing yourself with such scheming methods." In the cultivation world, there were very few people of the same cultivation realm who dared to fight Suzimo alone. He was already used to fighting against many alone. To think that there would be such a rule in the dragon race. Of course, that was also the pride of the dragon race. "All right then." Suzimo nodded. "Next." The moment Suzimo said the word next, his figure flashed and he arrived before the young man of the Coiling Dragon lineage. Halfway through the word, Suzimo attacked. A punch landed heavily on the chest of the Coiling Dragon, whose eyes were filled with shock. Suzimo finished saying the word. By then, the young man from the Coiling Dragon lineage had already fallen far away. His chest was deeply caved in as he coughed out large mouthfuls of blood. "I'll do it." A young man from the Rain Dragon lineage stood out. Without another word, Suzimo strode forward and raised his palm. Opening his fingers, he crushed down towards the young man of the Rain Dragon lineage as though he could blot out the skies. An extremely tragic aura surged over. The young man from the Rain Dragon lineage felt suffocated by that aura. "It's too terrifying. It's impossible to defend against." That was the only thought in the young man's mind. Instinctively, he propped up his arms. Bang! Suzimo's palm landed on the arms of the Rain Dragon. Snap! Without any pause, the sound of bones cracking could be heard. The arms of the young man from the Rain Dragon lineage were snapped into two and his broken bones were exposed, stained with fresh blood. It was a shocking sight. The momentum of Suzimo's palm was not completely diminished and it landed on the head of the man, brushing against it gently. The young man from the Rain Dragon lineage fainted on the spot. Under the gazes of the dragons, Suzimo caused a Rain Dragon to faint just by pushing down and brushing his palm. Suzimo said indifferently, "Next. Kill." A young man from the Cloud Dragon lineage appeared and arrived before Suzimo. He reached out with both hands and his sharp nails dug towards Suzimo's face. Suzimo's expression was unchanged as he ignored the young man's incoming fingernails and merely extended his palm to suppress the latter. A ruthless glint flashed through the eyes of the young man from the Cloud Dragon lineage. His fingernails were incomparably sharp, comparable to divine weapons and could even penetrate divine stones. The fact that Long Mo was using his body to defend against his fingernails was akin to striking a stone with an egg. Crack, crack, crack. Before he could finish his thought, his fingernails had already been snapped by Su Zimo's palm. Ah! The 10 fingers were connected to the heart. The young man from the Cloud Dragon lineage let out a tragic cry. In a flash, he turned into a gigantic cloud on the spot and vanished into it. That was the secret skill of the Cloud Dragon lineage. After releasing the cloud, their true bodies hid within and fused with the cloud. It was difficult for the other party to detect their true bodies. Su Zimo did not retract his palm at all and plunged it into the cloud. Piak! A figure fell out of the clouds. It was the young man from the Cloud Dragon lineage. The flesh on his chest was blurry and his organs were shaken. He had fainted completely. Next, Su Zimo's voice sounded coldly. Isn't that way too easy? The dragons gradually realized that Long Mo's strength might be more terrifying than they had imagined. The secret skill of the Cloud Dragon lineage, Cloud Confusion, was merely a decoration in Long Mo's eyes. Su Zimo cultivated the mystic classic of the 12 demon kings of the great wilderness. It was no exaggeration to say that even the legacy cultivation techniques of the primordial 9 races could not compare to it. Although there were no visual techniques in the mystic classic of the 12 demon kings of the great wilderness, his eyesight was so strong that he could see through most illusions. Furthermore, apart from the fact that Su Zimo had cultivated the illumination dragon eye in this true body of the dragon race, he possessed the illumination stone in his right eye. Pitter-patter, pitter-patter. Without any warning, a dark cloud appeared above Su Zimo's head, and it rained heavily. Like needles and swords, the raindrops fell towards Su Zimo densely. A young man from the Rain Dragon lineage attacked. However, he did not fight Su Zimo in close combat. Instead, he stood not far away and released the secret skill of the Rain Dragon lineage. Humph! Raising his head, Su Zimo's eyes were clear as he faced the falling raindrops fearlessly. Suddenly, he shouted, "Disperse!" Boom! His voice was like thunder. The dark clouds hovering above Su Zimo's head dissipated with a loud bang, and the pouring rain seemed to have sensed something as well as it dodged in fear. Not a single raindrop landed on Su Zimo despite the heavy downpour. The dragons were shocked. Long Mo did not move at all and merely hollered. Yet, the secret skill of the Rain Dragon lineage vanished into thin air. What sort of powers were these? Was it a bloodline suppression? That was impossible. Even the 5 dragon lineages did not possess such a terrifying bloodline. Furthermore, Long Mo's bloodline was impure. How could there be such a phenomenon? The young man from the Rain Dragon lineage was stunned on the spot and his mind went blank. Su Zimo's expression was calm as usual. With one hand behind his back, he had already arrived in front of the other person as he extended his palm and pressed down. Bang! The body of the young man from the Rain Dragon lineage shuddered and his clothes were torn apart, revealing a gigantic palm print. He was sent flying and his tendons and bones were broken as he laid on the ground, unable to stand up. In reality, although Su Zimo was furious, he was still rational. His attacks were not fatal. Apart from the dragon blood battlefield, killing in fights in other regions of the dragon race were not allowed. However, Su Zimo's attacks were extremely heavy. Tendons and bones were ruptured at every turn. Even with the powerful bloodline of the dragon race, such injuries would take at least half a month to recover. For a moment, the dragons were stunned. However, Su Zimo did not stop. As though he was strolling idly, he walked towards the group of dragons and extended his palm once more, suppressing a young man of the coiling dragon race. This time round, Su Zimo was the one who took the initiative to attack. You! The young man from the coiling dragon race was enraged. Although he was stunned by Su Zimo's methods, he could not withstand such provocation. Suddenly, the young man from the coiling dragon lineage opened his mouth and spat out a black mist. The mist carried a strong stench and produced a hissing sound the moment it was exposed. The spirit chi in the void was corroded by the mist. The bloodline of the coiling dragon lineage contained poison and they were good at using it. However, he did not realize what sort of existence he was facing. Given the bloodline of the true body of the dragon race, the poison was not a threat to Su Zimo at all. Su Zimo traversed through the pitch-black mist. His palm did not pause at all as he suppressed the young man of the coiling dragon lineage and sent the latter flying. Poof! The young man of the coiling dragon race spat out a mouthful of black blood and fainted on the spot. Su Zimo charged into the group of dragons, and wherever he passed, flesh and blood splattered everywhere. All the dragons were sent flying, and none of them could stop him. More than 100 dragons were crippled by Su Zimo in the blink of an eye. If it was in the cultivation world outside, the remaining cultivators would have long dispersed after encountering such a situation. However, among the dragon race, even the 4 factions did not retreat despite their thin bloodlines. The outcome of not retreating was being suppressed by blood. With one hand behind his back, Su Zimo merely used a single move. He suppressed everyone with his palm. However, none of the 100-odd dragons could defend against that single move. Complete suppression. None of the dragons that crowded at Solitary Cloud's lair were innocent. All of them had bullied Solitary Cloud before. In the blink of an eye, more than 100 dragons were suppressed by Su Zimo. They either fainted completely or were left lying on the ground, letting out tragic cries from time to time. He crushed everything in his path. On the battlefield, blood chi surged. Apart from Su Zimo, the only one who could stand on the spot was a young man from the flood dragon lineage. Arriving before the person, Su Zimo looked at him expressionlessly with a calm gaze without saying anything. The two of them were extremely close. The young man from the flood dragon lineage was pale and his arms trembled slightly. He was drenched in sweat. Although he had the dignity of a dragon, it was impossible for him to be completely fearless in the face of such a situation. The two of them stood face to face, but the young man from the flood dragon lineage did not dare to raise his head to look ahead. Against Su Zimo's terrifying aura, that person lowered his head and could not move at all. He even had the urge to kneel on the ground. The person before him had evoked the fear in the depths of his soul and blood. At that moment, the commotion here had already alarmed many dragons of the mixed dragon lineage. In fact, there were even figures from the 5 dragon lineages not far away. Thump! Right in front of everyone, the young man from the flood dragon lineage suddenly knelt down. His body was trembling uncontrollably as though he was enduring immense fear and pressure. This scene caused an uproar among the dragons. It was one thing for him to suppress the dragons, but it was another thing for a flood dragon to be forced to kneel by someone with one hand behind his back. Pooey! A dragon spat out his saliva forcefully with a disdainful expression and sneered, "How embarrassing! Even if you can't win, you can't kneel. The dignity of the dragon race is not to be sullied. Humph, in my opinion, that flood dragon won't be able to survive in the future and will definitely be bullied to death by the other flood dragons." The young man from the flood dragon lineage felt bitter when he heard the voices of the dragons. If one did not stand opposite the scarlet-haired man, they would never be able to feel that terrifying pressure. He could not defend against it at all. The scarlet-haired man gave him a feeling that he was even more terrifying than the dragons of the 5 lineages. "Do you know why I didn't suppress you?" Su Zimo asked indifferently. And no. The young man from the flood dragon lineage's heart skipped a beat, and his voice paused for a moment. Su Zimo said, "Go back and have your young master of the flood dragon lineage come see me." Although his tone was calm, it was filled with unquestionable dominance. Yes. For some reason, the young man from the flood dragon lineage could only agree subconsciously. That person stood up as though he had been pardoned and did not even dare to turn around. He merely lowered his head and retreated slowly. After a few feet, he turned and left hurriedly. Not far away, a few illumination dragons stood with fiery red hair and wild expressions, watching everything calmly. Interesting. The leader of the group, a young man from the illumination dragon lineage, smirked and murmured. An illumination dragon behind him frowned slightly and said in a deep voice, "Brother Chiu, this long MO seems to be a little tricky to deal with." A look of disdain flashed through the eyes of the young man called Long Chiu as he remarked indifferently, Bullying some mixed dragons is nothing. That's right. Another illumination dragon sneered. Given the commotion here, the young masters of the 4 mixed dragon factions will definitely appear. If Long Mo can't even get past the 4 mixed dragon young masters, he's not worth Brother Chio's attention. On the other side, dragons from the horned and hornless dragon lineages had just arrived from the primordial divine spring. This Long Mo does have some capabilities. If that's all there is, it's nothing much. Although Su Zimo had suppressed more than 100 dragons along the way, his combat strength was nothing in the eyes of the 5 lineages. All dragons of the 5 lineages had such strength. However, these dragons did not know that the combat strength Su Zimo displayed earlier on was less than 30% of his true strength. The mixed dragons in the surroundings no longer advanced. If Su Zimo could suppress more than 100 dragons single-handedly, they would only be bullied if they went forward. On the battlefield, the dragons that were strewn all over the ground did not step forward either. More and more dragons gathered here. All the dragons knew that this matter would only end when the young master of the flood dragon lineage arrived. Su Zimo returned to Solitary Cloud's side and whispered, "Sorry that I was late." "Master, what are you saying?" Solitary Cloud laughed. "You don't know how excited I was when I walked out of the primordial divine spring and found out that I was in the Dragon Bone Valley. I won't regret it no matter how much I suffer here." "Yes," Su Zimo nodded. "In the dragon race, strength is everything. There's a limit to what I can help you with. If you want to survive here, you'll have to rely on yourself." The reason why Su Zimo attacked was not because Solitary Cloud lost in fights with dragons of the flood dragon lineage. It was normal for one to lose against a group of dragons because their skills were inferior. Su Zimo was furious that the dragons here did not give Solitary Cloud a chance to cultivate and become stronger. They did not even give him time to recover from his injuries. That was not fair. Since this place was unfair, he would create a fair environment for Solitary Cloud. "Don't worry, Master." Solitary Cloud's gaze was resolute. "As long as I'm given time to cultivate, I'll definitely be able to transform into a dragon." Pausing for a moment, Solitary Cloud's gaze landed on dragons of the 5 lineages not far away. With a grim expression, he whispered, "Master, the people from the 5 lineages are here. Things seem to have gotten a little out of hand." "It's fine." Su Zimo glanced sideways indifferently before retracting his gaze. As long as those dragons did not cause trouble for him, he could not be bothered. Time slowly passed. There were not only dragons from the mixed dragon lineage, many from the 5 lineages came as well. Countless gazes landed on Su Zimo with strong hostility. Anyone with a fragile heart would not be able to withstand being surrounded by dragons. Even though Solitary Cloud was sitting behind Su Zimo, he was still feeling uneasy. As a WIRM, he would feel immense pressure even if he was targeted by a single dragon, let alone a group of dragons. However, Su Zimo was composed and merely closed his eyes to regulate his breathing. Right then, a commotion broke out among the dragons. The group of dragons dispersed as another group of dragons in brocade robes strode in. The 4 people in the lead had sharp gazes and exuded a terrifying aura. "The 4 young masters are here. This is going to be interesting." The young master of the flood dragon lineage is considered to be at the perfected void reversion realm with half a foot into the Dharma characteristic realm. Long Mo's bloodline is impure, and I don't think he can last more than 10 moves. The dragons were invigorated and discussed fervently. Su Zimo opened his eyes and stood up slowly. "Which of you is the young master of the flood dragon lineage?" he asked indifferently with a cold expression as his gaze lingered on the 4 dragon young masters. A blue-robed young man in the middle stood out and grinned slightly, revealing a row of pearly white teeth. He gave off a ferocious aura and sneered, "I am." The other 3 young masters crossed their arms and watched coldly from the sidelines. "Oh." Su Zimo raised his brow and asked, "I heard that you want to make Solitary Cloud your mount?" "That's right. It's the honor of that WIRM to be able to be my mount." The young master of the flood dragon lineage sneered. "Why? Do you have a problem with that?" "Yes." Su Zimo nodded and said slowly, "He's my mount. If you want to subdue him, you'll have to ask for my opinion first." "Sure." The young master of the flood dragon lineage gripped his fists and twisted his neck. Sounds of bones cracking could be heard coming from his body as his eyes shone with a ferocious glint. "If you have any objections, I'll beat you until you have none." Boom! The bloodline of the young master of the flood dragon lineage surged and his feet stomped heavily on the ground. He burst forth with immense strength and charged towards Su Zimo. There was no need for nonsense between dragons. All of them were decisive in killing. Boom! Su Zimo's expression was calm. He merely took a single step forward and an even louder bang sounded. Plow heaven's stride. The ground shook. The surrounding dragons were caught off guard and swayed. With the plow heaven's stride, a torrential might burst forth from Su Zimo's body and suppressed the incoming young master of the flood dragon lineage. The flood dragon young master's expression changed. The moment he arrived in front of Su Zimo, he felt a terrifying might surge towards him and his heart shuddered. That man seems to have some tricks up his sleeves. The thought flashed through the flood dragon young master's mind and his vision darkened. Swoosh! An evil gust of wind blew past. Su Zimo extended his palm and spread his fingers, covering the skies and creating a large shadow that shrouded his head as it suppressed down. The aura was tragic. The flood dragon young master shuddered. He finally realized how the 100-odd dragons from before were defeated. The pressure was way too great. This was an absolute suppression of bloodline and strength. Ah! The flood dragon young master roared into the skies and let out a loud dragon roar, circulating his bloodline to its limits. He punched out with both fists towards Su Zimo's palm. Boom! The fists and palm collided with a loud bang. Su Zimo was motionless with a calm expression. After a brief moment, blood drained from the face of the flood dragon young master. Crack! 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 The sound of bones cracking could be heard from his arms. Poof! 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 The clothes on his arms were torn apart and the flesh on his arms exploded into blood mists under the suppression of the terrifying power. Bang! The flood dragon young master smashed onto the ground heavily, creating a huge pit. The dragons were shocked. Even the dragons of the 5 lineages frowned. One move. The flood dragon young master, who was half a step into Dharma characteristic realm, could not even defend against a single palm strike from Long Mo. There was no need for technique. This was an absolute bloodline suppression. To be fair, the bloodline that Su Zimo cultivated from the mystic classic of the 12 demon kings of the great wilderness was stronger than even the purest illumination dragon bloodline. The young master of the flood dragon lineage before him could not even match up to the bloodline of the illumination dragon lineage. How could he fight against Su Zimo? Su Zimo was able to suppress the young master of the flood dragon lineage with ease merely by relying on his physique. The young master of the flood dragon lineage's arms were broken and his flesh was mangled. He struggled to stand up and glared at Su Zimo fiercely. Although he lost, he would not admit defeat. The reason why he was able to become the young master of the flood dragon lineage was because he had fought his way up and had encountered even more tragic situations. This injury was nothing to him. Now that he was defeated, he would naturally cultivate even harder and work hard to become a member of the 5 dragon lineages. As long as the dragons of the mixed dragon lineage were strong enough, they had a chance to pass the test of the 5 dragon lineages to become one of them. Of course, this test was extremely dangerous. In the past 10,000 years, there were less than 10 mixed dragons that could pass this test and their lives were easily at risk. Good, good. The young master of the flood dragon lineage grit his teeth. Long Mo, you do have some tricks up your sleeves. I'll remember today's humiliation in my heart. I'll definitely challenge you in the future. Today's matter is not over yet. Su Zimo pointed in front of Solitary Cloud and said indifferently, "Come over and apologize." Ha 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 ha. Even though the young master of the flood dragon lineage was severely injured, he reared his head in laughter as though he had heard the greatest joke in the world. Apologize? The young master of the flood dragon lineage asked coldly with a mocking gaze. Long Mo, While I may have lost, it's impossible if you want me to bow my head. It's not up to you in front of me." When Su Zimo saw that the young master of the Flood Dragon lineage was still extremely arrogant, he could not help but snort coldly. Stepping forward, he reached out and grabbed the latter's neck, lifting him up. The young master of the Flood Dragon lineage had a strong physique, but Su Zimo carried him, as though he was carrying a chick, and turned to stand in front of Solitary Cloud. "Kneel down and apologize." Su Zimo's tone was calm but unquestionable. "Dream on." The young master of the Flood Dragon lineage spat out with a ferocious gaze without any fear. Bang! Bang! Su Zimo extended his toes and tapped gently on the young master's knees. The bones in both knees cracked instantly. "Ah!" The young master of the Flood Dragon lineage could not hold it in any longer and let out a tragic cry. His knees buckled and he knelt down. There was no pity in Su Zimo's eyes. Compared to Solitary Cloud's injuries, this was nothing. Thankfully, Solitary Cloud's life was not in danger. If anything happened to Solitary Cloud, Su Zimo would dare to kill even in the Dragonbone Valley. Su Zimo's expression was cold as he pushed down the head of the young master of the Flood Dragon lineage in front of everyone. The young master of the Flood Dragon lineage was flushed red. No matter how he channeled his bloodline, he could not withstand the pressure above him. He could only watch helplessly as his face approached the ground. Humiliation. It was an unprecedented humiliation. The young master of the Flood Dragon lineage was indignant. Su Zimo did not only want the young master of the Flood Dragon lineage to apologize. He intended for the dragons of the Mixed Dragon lineage to watch as well. If they fought fairly with Solitary Cloud, he would not care. However, if they tried to bully him in numbers, they would end up in the same state as the young master of the Flood Dragon lineage. "Long Mo, aren't you going a little overboard?" Right then, the young master of the Cloud Dragon lineage stood out and glared at Su Zimo. His eyes were filled with fighting spirit without any fear. The young master of the Flood Dragon lineage felt the power above his head lighten and could not help but feel ecstatic. Finally, someone stood out. Releasing his palm, Su Zimo turned around and nodded. "Since you've taken the initiative to stand out, it saves me the trouble of looking for you." Before he finished his sentence, Su Zimo's figure flashed and a series of afterimages appeared behind him. In the blink of an eye, he arrived before the young master of the Cloud Dragon lineage. "Kneel down too." Su Zimo hollered and reached out with his gigantic palm, grabbing towards the young master of the Cloud Dragon lineage. The Cloud Dragon young master's expression changed. When Su Zimo charged over, he realized that the difference in strength between the two of them was too great. They could not fight head-on. Swoosh! The Cloud Dragon young master spat out a gigantic cloud of mist and disappeared. Compared to the Cloud Dragon earlier on, the secret skill released by the Cloud Dragon young master was clearly much more brilliant. Surrounded by clouds, Su Zimo's spirit consciousness, vision and hearing were severely affected. The presence of the Cloud Dragon young master was erratic and he could avoid Su Zimo's senses. He was definitely not a nobody to become a young master of a lineage. Su Zimo had a calm expression. He had many methods that could dispel that secret skill. However, at that moment, he was motionless and even his eyes were closed. All of a sudden, Su Zimo opened his eyes and released two divine lights. Suddenly, he shifted horizontally and leaned in that direction. Bang! There was a dull sound of defeat. A figure fell out of the clouds with blood spewing from his mouth. Half of his body was smashed and he looked miserable. It was the Cloud Dragon young master. 2 moves. Even the Cloud Dragon young master who released his secret skill could only withstand 2 moves. Among Su Zimo's many techniques, the simplest and easiest was to rely on his spirit perception. The only way for the Cloud Dragon young master to avoid it was if he could hold himself back and not attack Su Zimo. Otherwise, as long as he made a move, Su Zimo would be the first to sense it. No matter how strong the secret skill was, his true body would be detected. The clouds dispersed and Su Zimo's figure appeared. He picked up the Cloud Dragon young master and threw him beside the Flood Dragon young master. The Flood Dragon young master was just feeling ecstatic when he discovered that the Cloud Dragon young master was tossed to his side as well. Bang! Bang! Su Zimo did the same and tapped the Cloud Dragon young master on his knees, making him kneel in front of Solitary Cloud. The two young masters had ugly expressions and their eyes were spewing fire. Under the watchful eyes of so many dragons, this was a humiliation for them. The expressions of the Coiling Dragon and Rain Dragon young masters were terrible as well. They had already vaguely realized something. However, given their status, there was no way they could retreat under such circumstances. They had not expected to provoke such a terrifying existence. Su Zimo turned around and walked towards the two young masters, saying calmly, "The two of you, kneel here as well." The expressions of the two young masters changed slightly. True enough, this Long Mo actually wanted the four young masters to kneel and apologize to Solitary Cloud. Long Mo, don't go overboard, the young master of the Coiling Dragon lineage said sternly. I should be the one saying that to you guys. Su Zimo strode forward and did not waste his breath on the young master of the Coiling Dragon lineage. He attacked right away and suppressed the latter. You! Before the young master of the Coiling Dragon lineage could react, he was severely injured by Su Zimo's punch and fell. The difference was too great. The young master of the Rain Dragon lineage was not spared either. He was severely injured after 2 breaths. In the blink of an eye, all 4 young masters were suppressed by Su Zimo. Su Zimo swept through the mixed dragon lineage domineeringly. Most of the dragons looked at Su Zimo with reverence in their eyes. In the dragon race, strength reigned supreme. In order to obtain the acknowledgement of the dragons, one had to rely on their strength. From this day forth, at least within the region of the mixed dragon lineage, most of the dragons would no longer dare to provoke him. Su Zimo carried the Cloud and Coiling Dragon young masters and arrived before Solitary Cloud. He kicked and smashed the knees of the 2 young masters, causing them to kneel down. Although the 4 young masters were defeated, they refused to bow down. In their eyes, Long Mo wouldn't be smug for long. They were sharp and had long noticed that dragons of the 5 lineages were here. Not far away, there were even people from the Illumination Dragon lineage watching the battle. They had long heard the news that many Illumination Dragons were waiting for Long Mo to leave the Primordial Divine Spring to teach him a lesson. The 4 young masters believed that, with their defeat, the Illumination Dragons who were watching the battle would definitely not stand by idly. At that time, it would be the end for Long Mo. The bloodline power of the Illumination Dragon lineage was much stronger than theirs and was definitely not something that Long Mo could compare with given his impure bloodline. Right then, a few Illumination Dragons who were watching from afar walked over. The 4 young masters were invigorated and felt as though their injuries had lessened. Piak, piak, piak. Not far away, the sound of clapping could be heard. Long Chio of the Illumination Dragon lineage strode over with a relaxed expression. The corners of his lips curled up slightly as he remarked in a mocking manner, "Long Mo, you sure are impressive. You've already swept through the mixed dragon lineage after a month in the Dragonbone Valley. Ha ha ha. His bloodline isn't pure, so I reckon he can only vent his anger on a few dragons." The few Illumination Dragons behind Long Chio roared with laughter. The dragon race had always been extremely hostile towards outsiders. Furthermore, this outsider's bloodline was impure, and he even enjoyed the primordial divine spring that many dragons were not qualified to enjoy. The reason why Su Zimo was so domineering was because there were no rules or etiquette in the dragon race. If he wanted to gain a foothold, he had to show absolute strength. Is there anything? Su Zimo was expressionless. When he saw that they were from the Illumination Dragon lineage, he was unwilling to bother them on account of his relationship with the red-headed ghost. Furthermore, the Illumination Dragon lineage did not do anything overboard to Solitary Cloud. It's not bad that you want to avenge your mount. Long Chio raised his chin and said coldly. But don't forget, this is the dragon race. Your mount is a WYRM. No matter how strong you are, you can't change his fate. Fate? Su Zimo sneered. He had never believed in fate. If he believed in fate, he wouldn't have been able to get to where he was today. He did not want to bother with the few illumination dragons, nor did he want to get into a conflict with them. Surveying his surroundings, Su Zimo looked at the dragons and said in a deep voice, "I'm not doing this for anything else. I just want to fight for a fair opportunity for Solitary Cloud. No matter what bloodline or lineage he is from, he has already obtained the recognition of the dragon race by coming here and obtaining a lair. I don't care if you guys fight against Solitary Cloud." After a brief pause, Su Zimo continued, "However, if he's cultivating in the lair, you guys can't disturb him. That's the bottom line. Anyone who dares to cross that bottom line will end up like this." With that, Su Zimo slapped the heads of the 4 young masters and smashed them onto the ground. Bang! They knelt and kowtowed. When they saw that, the expressions of Long Qiu and the others darkened. Su Zimo's disregard enraged them. "Long Mo, are you still in the mood to care about others?" Long Qiu's gaze was cold as he said slowly, "You're just a bastard with an impure bloodline. If you want to establish yourself in the Illumination Dragon lineage, you'll have to get through me first." Su Zimo furrowed his brows slightly. He gave in repeatedly, but the other party took advantage of it time and again. He did not want to have any conflict with anyone from the Illumination Dragon lineage because of the red-headed ghost and his bloodline. However, if Long Qiu continued to be oblivious, it wouldn't be Su Zimo's fault. "Bastard," Su Zimo nodded. "Don't blame me if you dare to speak to me like that." Boom! Su Zimo stomped his feet and the ground quaked. Long Qiu channeled his bloodline and his aura surged. He stood on the ground firm and motionless as he sneered, "Puny tricks!" Before he could finish his sentence, Su Zimo had already attacked. Swoosh! A gigantic palm descended and caused the air to explode. Shadows covered the skies and a suffocating aura surged forth. Long Qiu was watching from the side and was already prepared for Su Zimo's move. He raised his arms and his blood surged. The flesh on his arms expanded and his clothes tore. His 2 tough arms were muscular and exuded a scorching aura like 2 gigantic red iron rods. Herg! Exhaling, Long Qiu raised his arms and blocked Su Zimo's palm. Bang! Both sides collided head-on. Heatwave surged and spread rapidly in all directions. Su Zimo was motionless with his scarlet hair fluttering. However, Long Qiu's expression changed slightly and he staggered 3 steps back. He was actually the one disadvantaged in this first round of exchange between them. This time round, the dragons truly realized how terrifying Long Mo was. It was nothing much to be able to suppress the mixed dragon lineage. However, if he could fight against the dragons of the 5 lineages, it proved that he was indeed backed by immense strength. Long Qiu took 3 steps back and burst into laughter. "Long Mo, that's all you've got?" Long Qiu smiled. "Although I took 3 steps back, do you know that I only used 80% of my strength to defend against your palm strike? If I release my full strength, you'll definitely be defeated." "Oh!" Su Zimo raised his brow. He did not care how much strength Long Qiu used. He only knew that he had only used 30% of his strength in that palm strike. "Since that's the case, take another palm strike from me." Su Zimo strode forward and reached out with his palm once more to suppress the other party. Swoosh! An evil wind blew. Roar! Long Qiu reared his head and howled into the skies, letting out a resounding dragon roar that reverberated through the world. Immediately after, Long Qiu's body expanded and tore his clothes. His bloodline was pushed to its limits and scarlet dragon scales appeared on his body. Typically speaking, apart from the battles in the dragon blood battlefield, dragons were not allowed to revert to their full dragon forms in the other regions. But now, Long Qiu was not breaking the rules of the dragon race. His current state was similar to Su Zimo's dragonification in the past. It was only a half-dragon form. Among the dragon race, there were 2 phases of dragonification. The first was the half-dragon and the second was the full dragon form. Long Qiu sounded disdainful in his tone. However, he did not dare to be careless against Su Zimo. With just a single exchange, he had already transformed into his half-dragon form and was prepared to release all his strength to defend against Su Zimo's palm strike. A roar burst forth from the depths of Long Qiu's throat. He strode forward and raised his arms to defend against the incoming palm strike. Bang! There was a deafening sound. Both of them maintained that posture motionlessly, as though they were frozen. After a brief pause, a series of crackling sounds could be heard from within Long Qiu's body. It was as though all the bones in his body had collapsed. Eft! Long Qiu spat out a mouthful of blood. Under the immense pressure, blood seeped out from the gaps of his dragon scales. Su Zimo merely used 50% of his strength, but Long Qiu could not defend against it. Even if Su Zimo defeated more than 100 mixed dragons and suppressed the 4 young masters of the mixed dragon lineage, the dragons would only be slightly surprised but not shocked. The bloodline of the mixed dragon lineage was thin, and there was a huge difference in their combat strength compared to the 5 dragon lineages. But now, Long Qiu of the Illumination dragon lineage was suppressed so easily by Long Mo before them. That was what truly moved the dragons. The bloodline of the dragon race was terrifying and their physiques were strong. Most of them fought in melee combat. As for Su Zimo, he cultivated the mystic classic of the 12 demon kings of the great wilderness, and his melee combat strength was the most terrifying. Coupled with his dragon true body, he was invincible. Many cultivators in the cultivation world knew this. However, there were only a few people in the Dragon Bone Valley who knew of Su Zimo's background. These dragons had to be insane if they thought they could gain an advantage in melee combat. Up till now, Su Zimo had not even used his bloodline or any melee combat techniques. He merely relied on his physique to suppress and crush everything. You are courting death. Long Qiu struggled to stand up from the ground and glared at Su Zimo fiercely with a livid expression. He lost to an outsider right in front of everyone, and that caused him to feel utterly humiliated. Brother Qiu, are you all right? The few illumination dragons behind him could not help but ask with worried expressions. Scram! Long Qiu pushed everyone away and said coldly, I haven't lost yet. As long as Long Qiu did not admit defeat, he could continue fighting. However, the dragons could tell that Long Qiu's organs were already shaken. Even if he continued fighting, he would only be asking for trouble. Su Zimo's expression was indifferent. To be fair, Long Qiu's combat strength was definitely not weak. In the cultivation world, he could even be compared to the various titular disciples. However, it was nothing in Su Zimo's eyes. With the help of the primordial divine spring, his body recovered and he had entered the void reversion realm and obtained the pure yang spirit, causing his combat strength to increase tremendously. It was no exaggeration to say that he was invincible in melee combat. Long Qiu panted heavily and a huge stream of air spewed from his nose and mouth. It carried a scorching aura, and the rage in his heart burned even more furiously. Even the few illumination dragons not far away could sense it. Brother Qiu? One of the illumination dragons felt his heart sink as he vaguely realized something. He could not help but exclaim softly, wanting to remind Long Qiu to calm down. However, Long Qiu did not seem to have heard anything. The Illumination Dragon lineage possessed the fire attribute, and most of them were extremely hot-tempered and impatient. It was the same for Long Qiu. Initially, he already felt immensely humiliated after his defeat. However, Su Zimo's nonchalant attitude triggered him even more. Disdain. Long Qiu experienced underestimation like never before. He was a dragon. He would never allow an outsider with an impure bloodline to ride on his head. He would rather endure the punishment of the clan rules and retrieve his dignity by trampling on this outsider. The moment that thought appeared in his mind, it grew wildly and was unstoppable. Roar! Finally, Long Qiu could no longer hold it in and howled into the skies, letting out a loud dragon roar. Dragon scales grew on his face and his head changed, forming a pair of gigantic scarlet dragon horns that were towering. Crackle! A series of crackling sounds came from his body. His body expanded and elongated continuously. In the blink of an eye, Long Qiu had already vanished and transformed into a scarlet dragon that was dozens of feet long. Dragon scales grew densely on the gigantic dragon's body. Each was the size of a palm, and they looked like pieces of red-hot iron that emitted a scorching aura. Long Qiu shook his head and glared at Su Zimo, who was as tiny as an ant on the ground with his lantern-sized dragon eyes, exuding the tremendous might of the dragon race. This was the complete form of a dragon. Normally speaking, apart from the dragon blood battlefield, dragons were not allowed to release their complete forms in other regions of the Dragon Bone Valley. That was because when the complete dragon form was released, its strength would increase exponentially and its destructive power would be too terrifying. If it could not contain its power, there would be dragons that would die. As an equivalence to the mortal world, even if children were injured in a bare-handed fight, nothing serious would happen. However, if they wielded sharp sabers, the outcome would be unpredictable. Dragons were rare and difficult to breed. There was no way they would allow a complete dragon form to be released in private fights. That was a rule of the clan. Anyone that disobeyed it would be punished severely. But now that Long Qiu was defeated, the blow he received was too great and he had lost his rationality. Right now, there was only a single thought in his mind: to trample this puny outsider beneath his feet. The dragons were shocked and retreated one after another. Once a dragon started fighting in its complete form and its dozens of feet-long body were to move, there was a high chance that others would be drawn into the fight. It was still all right for dragons of the 5 lineages. However, for those of the mixed dragon lineage, if they were struck by a dozens of feet-long illumination dragon, they would be severely injured even if they did not die. The dragon might was as vast as an ocean and surged over. Even the dragons standing far away felt their hearts skip a beat. Many dragons from the mixed dragon lineage could not defend against this dragon might. However, on the battlefield, Su Zimo's expression was indifferent as usual as he stood there quietly. His eyes were as deep as the sea and his gaze was calm without any emotions. The man and dragon faced off. Gradually, the dragons had an illusion. Rather than Long Qiu looking down on Su Zimo, the opposite seemed to be true instead. Compared to Long Qiu's dragon body, Su Zimo looked incomparably tiny like gravel. However, for some reason, that was the illusion the dragons felt when they witnessed the scene. It was an invisible aura. Even in his complete dragon form, Long Qiu could not match Su Zimo's aura. A horned dragon shook his head slightly. Long Qiu lost. Nobody on the battlefield knew what Long Qiu was feeling right now. Under Su Zimo's gaze, he felt helpless. All he wanted to do was to bow down and take on his human form once more, lowering that haughty head of his. He felt an unimaginable pressure. It was as though doing something like that in front of Long Mo was considered as an act of rebellion against his superiors. Long Qiu hated that feeling. Deep in his heart, he was already starting to panic. He knew that if he did not attack now, he would have to bow down and admit defeat in front of Su Zimo merely because of the latter's gaze. Roar! Long Qiu mustered his courage and let out a deafening roar at Su Zimo. How noisy! Before the roar faded, Su Zimo hollered softly and arrived beneath Long Qiu in a flash. He reached out with his gigantic palm and grabbed Long Qiu's dragon tail. Swinging his arm, he smashed it against the ground. Boom! A deafening bang that shook the heavens and earth sounded. The hearts of the dragons skipped a beat. After the loud bang, there was silence. Dust and gravel flew everywhere on the ground. A moment later, the dust dispersed and in a ravine that was more than 100 feet long lay a badly injured illumination dragon. His eyes were tightly shut and he was completely unconscious. For an extremely long time, the vicinity of the battlefield was silent. The dragons looked at the figure not far away as complicated emotions surged in their hearts. This outsider had only stayed in the Dragon Bone Valley for a month and had yet to cultivate the various cultivation techniques of the dragon race. Furthermore, this outsider's bloodline was impure. However, it was precisely such an outsider who trampled on the dignity of the dragons in the Dragon Bone Valley. It was hard to imagine how long Mo would have grown if he had cultivated in the Dragon Bone Valley for more hundreds or even 1,000 years. A horned dragon glanced sideways and whispered to his clansmen beside him. Go back and tell the eldest mistress that Long Mo has already come out of seclusion. Furthermore, he's not weak and is a little tricky. Tell her to be careful. Got it. The clansman turned and left, heading towards the habitat of the horned dragon lineage. The remaining few illumination dragons exchanged glances and nodded tacitly before leaving in a hurry. On the battlefield, Su Zimo could not be bothered with Long Qiu, who was lying on the ground. He did not even know Long Qiu's name. Since this illumination dragon had released his complete dragon form, there would naturally be enforcers of the dragon race that would look for him and punish him severely. Su Zimo turned around and returned to Solitary Cloud's side. His gaze shifted as he looked at the 4 young masters of the mixed dragon lineage kneeling before him. The 4 young masters were still dumbfounded and could not recover from the shocking scene earlier on. Sensing Su Zimo's gaze, the 4 of them jolted awake and broke out in cold sweat. The reason why the 4 of them refused to submit earlier was partly because they were embarrassed. On the other hand, and most importantly, the 4 of them believed that there was definitely someone in the Illumination Dragon lineage who could suppress Long Mo. At that time, Long Mo might end up in a worse state than them, and it was uncertain who would be the laughingstock. However, they had not expected Long Qiu of the Illumination Dragon lineage to be suppressed by Long Mo as well. The Flood Dragon young master felt vexed when he recalled how they took the initiative to challenge this person earlier on. Apologize. Su Zimo did not say much and merely uttered a single word. However, the 4 of them felt immense pressure. They could vaguely sense that they would not be able to endure the consequences if this continued on. Sorry. The Flood Dragon young master lowered his head and whispered. Although his voice was soft, the dragons present had powerful hearing and could naturally hear it clearly. The other 3 young masters did not persist either and apologized one after another. Solitary Cloud clenched his fists with an emotional expression as he leaned against the cold wall with a burning heart. He was already overjoyed that Su Zimo could bring him to the Dragonbone Valley. He had no regrets even if he died here. What he did not expect was that he would receive the respect of the dragons here. However, this respect did not come from the hearts of the dragons. You guys can leave. Su Zimo waved his hand. The 4 young masters had their knees shattered, but they struggled to stand up still. Enduring the pain, they turned and staggered away. Everyone? Su Zimo surveyed his surroundings and said in a deep voice, although Solitary Cloud is my mount, I won't stand up for him for no reason. If he was defeated and injured because he fought with anyone outside the lair, it would be because he isn't skilled enough. He can't blame anyone for his lack of strength, and I won't interfere either. At that point, a commotion broke out among the dragons. Many dragons looked at Solitary Cloud with hostile gazes. This meant that as long as it was a fair fight, they could still teach Solitary Cloud a lesson. Su Zimo turned around and looked at Solitary Cloud without saying anything, his eyes filled with encouragement and trust. Although Su Zimo had saved Solitary Cloud by fighting here, Solitary Cloud would still have to rely on himself if he wanted to survive in the Dragonbone Valley. The opportunity was right before him. Su Zimo fought to create a fair environment for him. Whether or not Solitary Cloud could transform into a dragon or join the 5 lineages was up to himself. Whether or not Solitary Cloud could keep up with Su Zimo's footsteps depended on his destiny. Solitary Cloud understood the meaning in Su Zimo's eyes and nodded heavily. At that moment, his heart surged with boundless pride. Initially, his cultivation goal was to transform into a dragon and become a member of the dragon race. It was only now that he realized that if he could keep up with Su Zimo, his future would be the skies and stars. Even Tianhuang mainland could not limit him. The dragons gradually dispersed. Su Zimo sent Solitary Cloud back to the dragon lair and left as well. Solitary Cloud needed to cultivate, and so did he. In the mystic classic of the 12 demon kings of the great wilderness, the Yin and Yang spirit sections were related to the Dragon King Desolate Ocean. It was still fine for the Yin spirit section, and Su Zimo cultivated with no issues. However, the Yang spirit section was filled with a large number of ancient words, and he could not understand the meaning behind them. That was the reason why he could only barely comprehend the superficial knowledge of the Dermic art, Baron, in the Yang spirit section. It was neither strong nor weak. The power of Baron did not seem to have a realm restriction. Back when he was at the nascent soul realm, he could use Baron to affect Dharma characteristic Tao Lords. This was the terrifying aspect of Baron. However, the power of Baron was not exactly strong either. Even at the center of Baron, lifespan was diminished at 100 years of breath. The effects at the boundaries were even almost negligible. Void reversions had a lifespan of 5,000 years. Dharma characteristic Tao Lords had a lifespan of 10,000 years. Indeed, Baron was naturally a great threat to cultivators in their twilight years. Back then, the Dharma characteristic Tao Lord of Hellfire Hall died silently after being enveloped by Baron. However, for void reversions Tao beings or Dharma characteristic Tao Lords at their peaks, 100 years of lifespan was not considered much. As long as they were strong enough, they could definitely escape. Therefore, Su Zimo intended to make use of his opportunity to cultivate in the dragon race, to see if he could comprehend the secrets of Baron and unleash its true power. This was the only dermic art of the Yin and Yang spirit sections. The power of that dermic art was definitely not that weak. Apart from Baron, there was another essence spirit secret skill in the Yang spirit section. Su Zimo managed to comprehend a little of Baron. However, for the essence spirit secret skill, the ancient words were even more complicated and he could not understand them at all. According to the description in the Yang spirit section, the might of this essence spirit secret skill was even more terrifying. This essence spirit secret skill was also the essence of the entire Yang spirit section. The essence spirit secret skill was known as the reverse scale. Anyone who touched the reverse scale of a dragon would die. If he could comprehend the secret of the reverse scale in the dragon race, his combat strength would rise to another level. Su Zimo headed towards the habitat of the Illumination Dragon lineage with anticipation. At that moment, he did not know that the entire Illumination Dragon lineage habitat had already fallen into chaos on his way back. It was like a stone that caused 1,000 ripples and caused a huge uproar. To begin with, many Illumination Dragons disliked Su Zimo. But now that Su Zimo actually swept through the mixed dragon lineage and Long Qiu of the Illumination Dragon lineage, many Illumination Dragons were enraged. Su Zimo had yet to realize that another storm was awaiting him within the Illumination Dragon lineage. Long Qiu was defeated by that newcomer. This Long Mo has some tricks up his sleeves. It said that Long Qiu went against the clan rules and transformed into his complete dragon form. However, he was still suppressed by a single move. I don't believe it. How capable can an outsider with an impure bloodline and hasn't cultivated here be? At that moment, every young Illumination Dragon in the Illumination Dragon habitat was discussing this matter. Most of the Void Reversion Realm Illumination Dragons were eager to give it a shot. They had fought against one another countless times and were long sick of it. Now that an outsider had finally arrived, every single Illumination Dragon wanted to fight Su Zimo. I heard that even Long Yi has been alerted and is out of seclusion. Brother Yi is out of seclusion? An Illumination Dragon exclaimed. Before Brother Yi entered seclusion, he was already ranked 5th on the Hidden Dragon ranking. Now that he's out, it looks like he has a chance to advance to the next rank. This Long Mo is pretty decent to be able to attract the attention of a dragon on the Hidden Dragon ranking. Another Illumination Dragon suddenly said mysteriously, I heard that not only Brother Yi, there's also a dragon on the Hidden Dragon ranking who's prepared to cause trouble for Long Mo. Who? Many Illumination Dragons came over and asked curiously. Hee hee. The Illumination Dragon let out a strange laugh and said in a low voice, the only female dragon on the Hidden Dragon ranking. Pest! Upon hearing that, the surrounding Illumination Dragons gasped and their expressions changed. That tyrant dragon? Given the temper of that tyrant dragon, even if Long Mo doesn't die, he's bound to lose a layer of skin. Shoo! Keep it down. If she hears us calling her the tyrant dragon, she'll definitely come looking for trouble with us. Say, Long she is so beautiful, but why is her temper worse than us Illumination Dragons? I really wonder which dragon will be able to tame her. I heard that the number 1 of the Hidden Dragon ranking is pursuing her? You mean to say... Many Illumination Dragons exchanged glances with odd expressions. Right then, a commotion broke out in the distance and many illumination dragons headed over with unfriendly expressions. Long Mo is back, someone said. Along the way, Su Zimo pondered about his future plans in the dragon race. When he arrived at the illumination dragon habitat and saw the illumination dragons who were eager to fight, he realized that the battle earlier on was far from enough for him to secure a foothold in the Dragon Bone Valley. Rather, in the dragon race, one required thunderous methods that could subdue the group of dragons. Otherwise, there would be no decrease in such fights. On both sides of the road stood many illumination dragons. Every single one of them looked at Su Zimo with hostility and provocation. Su Zimo continued forward calmly. That's the outsider? He doesn't look anything special. Fufu. He has delicate features and a frail body. I can suppress him with a single finger. More and more illumination dragons gathered here. Before long, Su Zimo realized that he had entered the primordial divine spring the moment he arrived. He did not know the layout of the illumination dragon's habitat, nor did he know where his lair was. Excuse me, where is my lair? Su Zimo came before an illumination dragon and asked with a friendly smile. Although the illumination dragon was only at the nascent soul realm, he was not afraid of Su Zimo at all. He merely sneered and rolled his eyes, ignoring the latter completely. Su Zimo was not annoyed. After taking a few steps, he came before another illumination dragon and asked with a smile, "May I know where my lair is?" This illumination dragon was at the void reversion realm. This meant that the two of them had a chance of fighting. Do you want to know? The illumination dragon smirked and pointed at his nose, saying coldly, "Get past me first." The two of them were extremely close to one another. Su Zimo looked at the young illumination dragon before him quietly and shook his head gently with a soft sigh. "You're too weak." The moment he said that, Su Zimo suddenly reached out. His movement was as fast as lightning without any warning. The illumination dragon had not expected Su Zimo to be so decisive and attack first despite being surrounded by a group of dragons. While he was in a daze, Su Zimo's palm had already landed on the top of his head and rubbed it gently. A tremendous amount of energy surged into his consciousness and the illumination dragon's eyes rolled back. His body went limp and he fainted on the spot, falling in Su Zimo's footsteps. Long Mo, how dare you? A roar sounded from the dragons. You're not convinced? Su Zimo swept his gaze at him. The void reversion illumination dragon was not afraid at all. He leaped into the air and transformed into a half-dragon with sharp claws and fangs. In a fight between dragons, very few would take on their half-dragon form right away. This also meant that the illumination dragon was wary and was prepared to unleash his full strength. Boom! Stomping down, Su Zimo rose from the ground and threw a punch at the illumination dragon in midair. The illumination dragon's gaze was ferocious as he grabbed towards Su Zimo's fist with one hand, while his other dragon claw swiped towards Su Zimo's head. Su Zimo's eyes flashed with mockery and he did not dodge at all. Bang! Fist and palm collided. Crack, crack, crack. Immediately after, the sound of bones cracking could be heard in midair. The illumination dragon revealed a pained expression as he felt an incomparably terrifying power surge into his body. The first things to relent were his wrist and arm. Even with the protection of his dragon scales, the bones inside were already broken. Before his other dragon claw could touch Su Zimo's head, his entire body was sent flying by Su Zimo's punch. Even in midair, he spat out a mouthful of blood and fell to the ground, screaming. This time round, the dragons were stunned. Among them, some were strong while others were weak in combat. However, even the strongest expert would find it difficult to release such strength that could defeat an illumination dragon in his half-dragon form with a single punch. With that strength, he should have a chance to challenge the hidden dragon ranking, right? A weak voice sounded from the crowd. Hidden dragon ranking? Su Zimo furrowed his brows slightly. The name sounded familiar, as though he had seen it somewhere before. After pondering for a moment, a thought flashed through his mind. On the central square of the Dragon Bone Valley, He seemed to have seen two gigantic ranking lists on his way to the mixed dragon habitat after coming out of the primordial divine spring. One of them was the hidden dragon ranking. There were 10 names of the dragon race written on it, and they belonged to different lineages. Even without anyone's introduction, he could roughly guess that the dragons on the hidden dragon ranking were definitely the strongest and youngest ones from the 5 lineages. In reality, Su Zimo's guess was not wrong. The 10 spots on the hidden dragon ranking were the 10 strongest dragons at the void reversion realm. The other ranking was the heavenly dragon ranking, corresponding to the 10 strongest dragon race beings at the Dharma characteristic realm. The 2 ranking lists were extremely valuable. The rankings would change at any moment as well. As long as someone could defeat the dragons above, they would replace them. Unsurprisingly, the young master of the 5 lineages would be the number 1 of the heavenly dragon ranking. Su Zimo glanced at it once, and his deepest impression was that there were 5 dragons on the hidden dragon ranking that came from the blue dragon lineage. Furthermore, the number 1 of the hidden dragon ranking and heavenly dragon ranking were both blue dragons. This also confirmed what Long Yen had told him before. The blue dragon was the leader among the 5 lineages. To be honest, Su Zimo did not care about those useless titles at the moment. At the very least, the top of the Golden Core Phenomenon ranking would be rewarded handsomely. However, there was nothing for the Hidden Dragon ranking and Heavenly Dragon ranking. It would only attract the constant challenges of the other dragons. Su Zimo only wanted to cultivate peacefully among the dragons. After entering the Dharma characteristic realm, one would be baptized by the ancestral dragon divine pillar and awaken their innate divine powers. Chaos had already appeared on Tianhuang mainland, and many signs indicated that there might be a huge change in the future. He had to raise his strength as soon as possible so that he could survive the upcoming changes. However, the wind would not stop even if the tree wanted peace. Right now, it was impossible for him to stay out of it. Not far away, a man in scarlet brocade robes walked over slowly with an extraordinary aura. The moment he arrived, the surrounding illumination dragons dispersed instinctively to create a path. Although this illumination dragon was also at the void reversion realm, he clearly had a high status in the illumination dragon lineage and was extremely authoritative. Brother Yi is here. Let's see what Long Mo can do now. Many illumination dragons looked at Su Zimo with gloating expressions. The brocade-robed man approached and frowned as he looked at the illumination dragon with the severed arm shrieking on the ground as well as another unconscious dragon. He turned to Su Zimo. Su Zimo looked back with a calm expression. Unlike the other illumination dragons, the brocade-robed man did not show much hostility towards Su Zimo. Instead, he cupped his fists slightly and said in a deep voice, "I'm Long Yi." Su Zimo's heart skipped a beat. He had seen Long Ye's name before on the Hidden Dragon ranking, and he seemed to be ranked 5th. Su Zimo nodded and returned the greeting with cupped fists. "I've heard of you. It's normal for you to be ostracized by your clansmen when you've just arrived in the dragon race," Long Yi said indifferently. "I have some power within the dragon race. How about this? Apologize to these 2 clansmen and we'll forget about what happened today." Many illumination dragons protested when they heard that. "Brother Yi, that lad is way too arrogant." "That's right. He's only been here for a month and he already went to the mixed dragon region to show off. Upon his return, he injured 2 of our clansmen. We can't let this matter rest just like that. Brother Yi, destroy his arrogance so that he knows his place." Long Yi reached out and pressed down. The voices of the dragons gradually faded. Long Yi said, "Everyone, please give me some face. As long as he's willing to apologize sincerely, don't make things difficult for him today." Some of the illumination dragons no longer spoke but looked at Su Zimo with hostility, feeling indignant. Long Mo helped the 2 of them up and apologize. "We'll let this matter pass." Long Yi commanded Su Zimo as though it was an order. Suddenly, Su Zimo laughed. Although Long Yi seemed like he was helping him out, in reality, his request was unreasonable. There had never been a case of a victor apologizing to the loser in a fight between dragons. At the end of the day, Long Yi still did not view him as a dragon. Or rather, Long Yi was merely showing off his authority among the dragons while exerting dominance over an outsider like him. Why should I apologize? Su Zimo looked at Long Yi with a fake smile and asked instead. Long Yi turned his head slightly, as though he had just met Su Zimo for the first time. With a thud, his eyes burned with flames. How ungrateful! Brother Yi, he doesn't want any face. Teach him a lesson. There's no need to use a sledgehammer to crack a nut. Let me do it. Behind Long Yi, an illumination dragon could not hold it in any longer and charged out, prepared to fight Su Zimo. Long Yi extended his arm and stopped the illumination dragon. He glared at Su Zimo and said coldly, Long Imo, do you know who you're talking to? What's wrong? Su Zimo smiled gently. Is there a rule in the dragon race where the strong have to apologize to the weak? Long Yi smiled as well. However, everyone could sense a suppressed rage in his smile. You're just an outsider. I gave you this chance because I thought highly of you. Since you don't want it, don't blame me. The flames in Long Ye's eyes burned brighter. Seems like they were right. You truly don't know your place. Today, I'll teach you a principle. Open your eyes in the dragon race. Not everyone is somebody you can provoke. Before he finished his sentence, Long Yi strode forward and swung his arm, smashing it towards Su Zimo's head. Swoosh! The arm was like a steel whip as the wind howled in its wake. Su Zimo narrowed his eyes slightly. As the fifth on the hidden dragon ranking, Long Yi was indeed not weak. The power he released was already rather terrifying. Of course, that power was not enough to threaten him. Su Zimo punched back at Long Ye's fist. Bang! The two fists collided. Su Zimo was motionless and his expression was normal. However, Long Yi shuddered. He felt a sharp pain surge from his fist into his body. He nearly lost control and cried out in pain. It was only now that he realized that Su Zimo was stronger than he had imagined. Splash! Long Yi channeled his bloodline and the sound of a tsunami could be heard from his body. The power of his bloodline flowed through his limbs and bones and the pain from his fist dissipated by more than half instantly. Tsunami blood. Su Zimo had encountered a dragon who had cultivated his bloodline to the tsunami level so quickly. It was definitely not a fluke that Long Yi was able to be on the hidden dragon ranking. Come on! Long Ye's eyes shone brightly as he roared. I'll show you my true strength. He strode forward once more and charged towards Su Zimo. Bang! Boom! Boom! Standing on the spot, Su Zimo channeled his bloodline and the sound of a tsunami echoed from within his body. It was even more robust and majestic than the sound of Long Ye's bloodline. A commotion broke out among the dragons. Although they possessed the pure bloodline of the dragon race and were extremely strong, most of them had not cultivated to the tsunami blood realm. To think that this outsider with an impure bloodline would have cultivated to the tsunami blood realm. Boom! The two of them collided heavily like two ferocious beasts in human form. Flesh and blood collided while bones rubbed against each other. Blood chi surged and let out a terrifying sound. Right after, under countless gazes, a figure was sent flying. It was Long Yi, the fifth on the hidden dragon ranking. Long Yi crawled up from the ground swiftly. That bit of injury was negligible to him. However, this loss had completely enraged him. Roar! Long Yi roared at Su Zimo and charged forward once more. Bang! 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 The two of them clashed continuously without any technique and fought purely with strength. Long Yi fell and stood up time and again. With the circulation of dragon blood within his body, those external injuries did not affect him much. However, the scene before them left the dragons dumbfounded. Nobody expected Su Zimo to be able to fight against Long Yi. Less than that, nobody expected Long Yi to be the one completely disadvantaged. Long Mo's bloodline is impure, but his melee combat strength is indeed strong. However, melee combat is only a part of combat strength. Long Mo is still far from being able to defeat Brother Yi. That's right. As long as Brother Yi uses the secret skill of our Illumination Dragon lineage, victory will be decided immediately. Many Illumination Dragons discussed softly. The secret skill of the Illumination Dragon lineage was the Illumination Dragon Eye. This secret skill was extremely difficult to cultivate and dangerous. Even in the Illumination Dragon lineage, there were very few people who could cultivate it successfully. One's combat strength would at least double if they could cultivate the Illumination Dragon Eye. In melee combat, the sudden release of a visual technique, furthermore one that was this terrifying, was almost destructive. Even if the other party could defend against it, he would definitely exhaust his blood chi and be flustered, unable to defend against the next attack. Long Yi charged forward continuously but was beaten back by Su Zimo repeatedly. The rage in his heart was burning hotter and hotter. Roar! He reared his head and roared into the skies, letting out a loud dragon roar. A series of crackling sounds came from his body as it expanded. He had already transformed into his half-dragon form. The wounds on Long Ye's body were healing at a visible speed. By transforming into a half-dragon, his speed and strength would increase exponentially to an even more terrifying level. Su Zimo was still motionless and had no intention of transforming into a dragon. His scarlet hair danced like flames and his eyes were deep and shone with a bright light. Long Yi charged forward once more and threw a punch. Su Zimo was fearless and did not dodge. He strode forward and returned a punch. Boom! The fists collided with a loud bang. A massive air current burst forth and heat waves surged. Even though Long Yi had transformed into a half-dragon, he did not have the slightest advantage. Long Yi instantly realized that he was definitely not Long Mo's match in melee combat. However, there was no hint of panic in his eyes. Instead, his right eye shone with a blinding light that resembled a blazing sun. Suddenly, a beam of light shot towards Su Zimo's head. Illumination Dragon Eye! A series of cries sounded from the dragons. Many Illumination dragons were excited. That secret skill was the pride of the Illumination Dragon lineage. The release of the Illumination Dragon Eye meant that the outcome was decided. The reason why Long Yi could reach the 5th position on the Hidden Dragon ranking was not because of his melee combat strength, but because of his Dao visual technique. However, when the dragons saw what happened next, their expressions froze and they lost their voices instantly. Their eyes widened in disbelief. The moment Long Yi released the Illumination Dragon Eye, Su Zimo's right eye released a blazing beam as well. Furthermore, this beam of light had an additional layer of sharpness compared to Long Ye's beam of light, as though it could slice and tear everything. Illumination Dragon Eye? The dragons were dumbfounded. Long Mo was only an outsider and did not have the time or opportunity to cultivate in the dragon race. How could he know the Illumination Dragon Eye? Every single Illumination dragon knew how difficult it was to cultivate this secret skill. However, this outsider with an impure bloodline had successfully cultivated it. What was even more frightening was that this outsider's Illumination Dragon Eye seemed to be even more powerful than the one released by Long Yi. How was that possible? Boom! The sound produced by the clash of visual techniques was even more terrifying. The 2 pillars of light shattered. Long Yi shrieked. Blood oozed from his right eye. Although he was not blinded, it still looked extremely terrifying. None of the dragons knew that apart from the secret skill of the dragon race, the Illumination Dragon Eye, Su Zimo's right eye possessed the Illumination Stone. The Illumination Stone transformed into a set of flying swords and released the Illumination Sword formation. Long Ye's Illumination Dragon Eye was no match for the combination of the 2 powers. Of course, the might of Long Ye's visual technique was already rather terrifying. If this was in the cultivation world, even Dharma characteristic Dao Lords would have their eye sockets punctured by that attack. Long Mo, how dare you hurt me? Long Yi lunged forward once more with a ferocious expression. His glabella shone, and an incomparably powerful spirit consciousness attack burst forth. Essence spirit secret skills were not allowed in the habitat of the dragon race. That was because once essence spirit secret skills were released, it would be difficult to stop the attacks and dragons could easily die. The situation would become irreversible. However, spirit consciousness attacks were allowed in fights between dragons. That was Long Ye's final trump card. He did not believe that after cultivating for so many years to the perfected void reversion realm, the strength of his spirit consciousness could not compare to an outsider who had just entered the void reversion realm. However, he did not realize what sort of opponent he was facing at all. Although Su Zimo had just entered the void reversion realm, the cultivation technique he cultivated was left behind by Daiyu. Even if he had just entered the void reversion realm and cultivated his yang spirit, this was not someone that Long Yi could challenge. Get lost! When he saw Long Yi pouncing over once more, Su Zimo revealed a hint of impatience as well. He gathered his spirit consciousness and counterattacked. If Long Ye's spirit consciousness was like a raging river, the spirit consciousness that Su Zimo released was like a surging tsunami. Boom! The two spirit consciousnesses collided. Long Ye's expression changed and he grunted. Blood drained from his face and he felt a sharp pain in his mind, almost fainting. In that split second of distraction, Su Zimo had already closed in and punched his chest. Bang! A terrifying power surged into his body. Long Yi could clearly sense that his chest had shattered and his heart had paused for a moment. He felt the world spin around him as he was sent flying far away. Finally, he landed heavily on the ground, his entire body aching. He was defeated. He was dragged down from the hidden dragon ranking by an outsider just like that. Lying in the mud, Long Yi looked at the gray skies with a dim gaze. Up till this point of his cultivation, he had fought against his clansmen countless times and experienced many losses as well. However, the blow this time round was way too great. Brother Yi, are you all right? Many illumination dragons ran over with worried expressions. Their voices sounded extremely distant in his ears. Sigh. Long Yi sighed gently and closed his eyes. He felt conflicted, neither happy nor worried. It was sad to lose. However, he knew that from this day forth, the illumination dragon lineage was about to rise. Two illumination dragons carried Long Yi and ran to the back rapidly, preparing to find someone to treat the latter's injuries. The surrounding dragons did not disperse for a long time. Many illumination dragons looked at Su Zimo with reverence in their eyes. At that moment, no illumination dragon jumped out to accuse Su Zimo of being an outsider. There was no illumination dragon to berate him as a bastard with an impure bloodline either. As Long Yen had said, strength reigned supreme in the dragon race. If he wanted to gain the respect and recognition of the dragons here, he could only rely on his own fists. On the central square, the gigantic hidden dragon ranking changed. The fifth line of the hidden dragon ranking, Long Yi Illumination Dragon, suddenly moved down. Many dragons would gather in the central square every day. The changes on the hidden dragon ranking attracted the attention of many dragons. The fifth on the hidden dragon ranking has changed. Who defeated Long Yi? Could it be Long Shi? I heard that she just went to the illumination dragon habitat. Just as the dragons were discussing, for words appeared on the fifth row of the hidden dragon ranking. Long Mo, Illumination Dragon. Long Mo, the illumination dragon lineage? When did such an impressive person appear? Why haven't I heard of him before? Some people looked confused. Strange. Why does this Long Mo sound familiar? The dragons discussed fervently as they pointed at the hidden dragon ranking. Suddenly, a cry sounded from the dragons. I've got it. A dragon said, this Long Mo is the outsider who joined the illumination dragon lineage a month ago. Ah, it's him. I think he just caused a huge ruckus at the mixed dragon side. To think that he would have such combat strength to defeat Long Yi. I heard that the elders of the illumination dragon lineage intend to matchmake him with Long Shi. Long Shi has already charged over. Her nickname is Tyrant Dragon. How can she endure something like that? That Long Mo must be prepared to suffer. Someone gloated. Something's wrong. Right then, a dragon pointed to the hidden dragon ranking and said, Long Shi is ranked 8th on the hidden dragon ranking. That seems to be beneath Long Mo. It was only now that the dragons realized that the hidden dragon ranking had changed. Long Mo's combat strength was even stronger than Long Shi. If that was the case, the consequences of Long Shi charging over would be The dragons exchanged glances and ran towards the illumination dragon habitat tacitly. After defeating Long Yi, Su Zimo looked at the respectful gazes of the dragons and finally relaxed. This turned out well. It was better than having to fight them one by one. Suppressing the fifth on the hidden dragon ranking could be considered as a permanent solution and save him a lot of trouble. He was about to look for a random dragon and ask where his dragon lair was when he felt a commotion behind him. "Where's Long Mo?" A loud voice sounded, causing Su Zimo's eardrums to hurt. Normally speaking, the illumination dragon was of the fire attribute and its habitat had an extremely high temperature. However, at this moment the surrounding temperature had plummeted. When the surrounding dragons saw who it was, their expressions changed and they retreated instinctively. Frowning, Su Zimo turned around. Not far away, a few dragons charged over with huge strides in an aggressive manner. Their leader was a young woman dressed in tight white robes that accentuated her tall figure perfectly. The woman's face was fair and her features were well defined. Combined together, she gave off a unique sense of beauty. However, the twin peaks on her chest were majestic and strikingly glorious. "Who is Long Mo? Stand out." When she arrived, the woman suddenly opened her mouth and roared. The woman was definitely a beauty. However, her voice was truly frightening. At the very least, when Su Zimo was unprepared for it, he jolted. At that moment, the dragons were scattered all around and Su Zimo stood in the middle of the space, looking extremely out of place. The woman shifted her gaze and caught sight of Su Zimo right away. She arrived before him in 3 strides. She was half a head taller than Su Zimo. "Tell me where Long Mo is." Upon closer inspection, the woman's eyes were deep and shone brightly like 2 sapphires. Su Zimo was secretly troubled. The dragon before him clearly did not belong to the illumination dragon lineage. Listening to the discussions around him, it seemed like the woman was from the hornless dragon lineage. He had just arrived at the Dragon Bone Valley and came out of the primordial divine spring. He truly did not know how he got involved with this woman from the hornless dragon lineage. Su Zimo could tell that the woman was hostile. However, he still smiled gently. "I'm Long Mo." "You are." The woman was stunned. A hint of shock flashed through her gem-like eyes and she looked a little dazed. It did not match her fierce expression earlier on. However, the woman reacted very quickly. Clenching her fists, she twisted her neck and said through gritted teeth, "All right. How dare you?" Su Zimo was confused. He had no idea what he had done to render that remark. Could Long Yi be the Tao companion of this beauty from the hornless dragon race? If this was Long Ye's wife, the reason why she came knocking was because he had beaten up her husband? "You're Long Ye's Tao companion?" Su Zimo tried asking. Poof! A stifled laughter sounded from the dragons. "Long Mo is in trouble now. How dare you tease the tyrant dragon like that? How ferocious!" Many dragons revealed gloating expressions. "Stop pretending." The hornless dragon woman ground her pearly white teeth and her eyes seemed to have turned cold as she said icily, "How dare you propose marriage to me, you outsider with an impure bloodline? You must have a death wish. Propose?" Su Zimo was stunned. He had just come out of the primordial divine spring. How could he have proposed a marriage? Suddenly, the hornless dragon woman opened her mouth and spat out a white mist at Su Zimo. The surrounding temperature plummeted and a layer of frost even formed on the ground. Dragon breath. Every dragon was born with the ability. Of course, different dragon breaths had different strengths. The dragon breath of this hornless dragon woman was frost. While Su Zimo was distracted, the hornless dragon woman opened her mouth and exhaled. A fragrance wafted over. Immediately after, a layer of frost covered his head, scarlet hair, face, body and limbs. Thereafter, ice formed at a visible speed. In the blink of an eye, Su Zimo had already vanished and a human-shaped ice sculpture appeared on the spot. This is bad. If he's frozen by the tyrant dragon's breath, his organs will be severely injured. He will take at least half a month to recover. The dragons discussed without any sympathy. Humph! The hornless dragon tapped the ice sculpture before her gently and sneered, "Continue pretending. This is just a taste of the suffering you'll receive. Crack, crack, crack. Suddenly, a series of cracks sounded in the void. The hornless dragon woman was stunned. Right after, under countless gazes, a crack appeared on the human-shaped ice sculpture and expanded rapidly. In the blink of an eye, the entire ice sculpture was covered. Boom! There was a deafening sound. A figure walked out with surging blood chi and scarlet hair. He exuded a torrential aura and glared at the hornless dragon woman with a burning gaze. Pest! The dragons gasped. He was actually fine after being struck by the frost dragon breath of the hornless dragon woman. The hornless dragon woman reacted quickly. Her blood chi surged and she exuded a cold aura as she charged towards Su Zimo. Bang! Although the hornless dragon woman charged forward rapidly, she rebounded even swifter. She had just charged forward when she was punched back by Su Zimo. The hornless dragon woman rolled on the ground a few times before standing up. Panting slightly, she grit her teeth and said, "How dare you hit me?" Before she could finish her sentence, her vision blurred and a scarlet shadow flashed. She was sent flying once more and landed heavily on the ground with a bang. Roar! The hornless dragon woman was enraged and roared. A series of crackling sounds came from her body as her body expanded. The woman's clothes burst and silver-white dragon scales appeared on her body, lined tightly like sparkling snowflakes. As a female paragon of the dragon race, she had a fiery temperament. Coupled with her powerful combat strength, she ran amok in the Dragon Bone Valley, and almost no one dared to provoke her. She was about to break through to the Dharma characteristic realm, to think that she would be suppressed by an outsider. Furthermore, this outsider even dared to openly tease her. She did not care about the marriage. Her husband had to be an unprecedented five-clawed divine dragon, like the number one of the heavenly dragon ranking, Brother Long Tsong. How was this outsider worthy? Dragonification. Without hesitation, she transformed into her half-dragon form and prepared to tear the intruder apart. Su Zimo did not give Shi much time to react. He strode forward and reached out with his hand, slapping down heavily on her back. Under normal circumstances, that palm should have landed on Shi's back. However, after transforming into her half-dragon form, Shi's body expanded and elongated. Su Zimo's palm was no longer on Shi's back, but her peach-round butt. This change happened in an instant. By the time Su Zimo realized it, it was already too late and he retracted his strength hurriedly. Piak! Although Su Zimo had indeed retracted most of his strength, he could not help but slap Shi's butt with a crisp sound. Her flesh trembled. The entire battlefield fell silent instantly. Many dragons were dumbfounded. Heavens! What did Mo do? He's actually spanking the tyrant dragon. Spank? He was clearly fondling it. The dragons roared internally. She had just transformed into a half-dragon when she was struck by this. Instantly, her entire body stiffened and her fair face flushed red. Su Zimo sighed internally with a helpless expression. He could even hear Shi grinding her teeth. This was a huge misunderstanding. There was no possibility of an explanation. There was no way he could just tell her that he had spanked her on the butt by accident. Such an explanation would only cause this wild dragoness to go berserk. "I'm going to kill you." A few words escaped from the gaps of Shi's teeth. Her tone was cold and the surrounding temperature had already dropped to a freezing point. She had never suffered such humiliation before. Blood chi burst forth from Shi's body as she struggled to stand up and fight Su Zimo. Su Zimo was thinking about how to deal with the situation before him when he sensed Shi's actions. Before he could retract his palm, he instinctively pressed down. Piak! Shi had just stood up when that hateful palm landed on her butt again. Thump! This time round, she was pinned on the spot and could not move at all. The dragons were in an uproar. Mo had touched it again. "You!" Shi looked embarrassed. Su Zimo cursed internally. He moved his palm and slapped the back of Shi's head, knocking her unconscious. No matter what, he had to knock out the dragoness first. Long Shi's blood qi gradually calmed down. The silver-white scales on her body gradually faded as well. Her clothes were already torn. With the fading of her dragon scales, her fair skin that shone with a charming luster were naturally revealed. A slender and perfect body was about to be exposed to the dragons. Gulp, gulp. Sounds of gulping could be heard from the dragons. Countless dragons widened their eyes in anticipation. All of a sudden, a set of clothes covered and concealed her perfect body. Ugh! A sigh sounded from the dragons at the same time, looking rather spectacular. It was Su Zimo who took out his clothes in time to cover Long Shi, whose naked body was almost seen by everybody. The dragons glared at him in anger. Although the dragons were pissed about this, they could not bring themselves to say it. Su Zimo stood up and looked at the few hornless dragons not far away. He cupped his fists. I'm sorry. I was a little rude earlier on. There must be some misunderstanding here. Please help me take care of this, lady. The few hornless dragons were slightly stunned. They were all dragons and had never heard anyone speak in such a polite manner. When a hornless dragon heard Su Zimo's interesting words, he was the first to react and pursed his lips into a smile. Actually, logically speaking, what you did can't be considered rude. That's right. That's right. Another hornless dragon smiled. It's nothing much for you guys to touch one another given your relationship. However, don't do it in front of so many people next time. Hee hee. The other few hornless dragons chuckled as well. Nobody noticed that the blush on Long Shi's face deepened further as she laid motionlessly on the ground. Su Zimo rubbed his forehead gently. There was no way he could explain this anymore. We'll be leaving now. The few hornless dragons helped Long Shi up and waved goodbye to Su Zimo. Their attitudes much better than before. Su Zimo was still confused, not understanding how he got involved with this hornless dragon woman. He pondered for a moment and still had no clue. As such, he was prepared to cast this matter aside for the time being and cultivate first. The moment he turned around, a dragon approached him and even gave him a thumbs up. Brother Mo, my name is Long Can. You can call me Akan. The illumination dragon named Long Can was extremely friendly. Brother Mo, I know where your dragon lair is. I'll take you there. All right. Su Zimo froze momentarily before nodding. Prior to this, he asked consecutively, but none of the dragons bothered with him. But now, before he could ask, a dragon had already stood out. In the dragon race, strength reigned supreme indeed. Su Zimo thought that he had obtained the acknowledgement of the dragons because he defeated Long Yi, who was ranked 5th on the hidden dragon ranking. However, in reality, the true reason why he obtained the acknowledgement of the dragons was because he touched Long Shi's butt. Furthermore, he did it twice. In the eyes of the dragons, this was much more impressive than the hidden dragon ranking. As Su Zimo followed Long Can, many dragons around him looked at him with admiration. Some of them even took the initiative to greet and give him a thumbs up. Who was that hornless dragon earlier on? How is she related to me? After a moment, Su Zimo could not help but ask. Brother Mo, you really don't know? Long Can asked. When he saw Su Zimo shake his head, Long Can explained. Sister, she was initially engaged to Brother Yen before she was born. However, after she grew up, her temper was too explosive and the two of them no longer fancied one another. At that time, they caused a huge ruckus and ended on bad terms. As such, the matter was left unsettled. Long Yen naturally referred to the child of the red-headed ghost. Long Can continued, Brother Mo, the reason why you came to our illumination dragon lineage is to replace Brother Yen. As such, the few elders went over to the hornless dragon lineage and proposed the marriage. Given Sister Shi's pride, she naturally wouldn't agree to it. That's why she charged over to teach you a lesson. To think that, hee. At that point, Long Can winked at Su Zimo and smiled. Brother Mo, if you can subdue Sister Shi, the illumination dragon lineage will definitely acknowledge you as their young master. Sister, she might have a bad temper, but she's not a bad person. Long Can even put in a good word for Long Shi. When he heard that, Su Zimo realized the reason behind things. He clenched his fists and gritted his teeth. Those old fogies. Initially, this trouble had nothing to do with him. It was the elders of the Illumination dragon lineage who provoked the tyrant dragon by proposing marriage. This matter was probably not over yet. Su Zimo did not intend to think about it anymore. As long as he returned to his dragon lair, she wouldn't be able to barge in even if she came knocking again. He asked in a low voice, "By the way, where are the cultivation techniques of the Illumination dragon lineage? I intend to take a look. Follow me." Can led Su Zimo forward and arrived before a grand hall. After passing through the check by the two guards at the entrance of the hall, the two of them entered. The hall was not big and there were not many cultivation techniques and secret manuals inside. There weren't even as many as Ethereal Peak. For a race like the Dragon race, even if they did not cultivate any cultivation techniques, their strength would only increase with age. Cultivation techniques were only supplementary to the Dragon race. Su Zimo was not interested in the cultivation techniques of the Dragon race either. Even the top cultivation techniques of the Dragon race could not compare to the mystic classic of the 12 demon kings of the Great Wilderness. His only motive for coming here was to crack the mysteries of the Barondermic art in the Yang Spirit section and the Essence Spirit secret skill. Su Zimo casually flipped through a few ancient books and his eyes lit up. Bingo! It was just as he had guessed. The ancient and strange symbols in the Barondermic art and Essence Spirit secret skill were actually words of the Dragon race. Since Su Zimo did not understand the Dragon race language, he naturally could not understand the secret behind them. After confirming that, he copied some of the most basic ancient books in the hall and tried to learn the Dragon race language as soon as possible to cultivate Baron and the Essence Spirit secret skill. Su Zimo left the main hall and bid farewell to Can before returning to his dragon lair to cultivate in seclusion. At the same time, the two battles at the Illumination Dragon habitat spread through the entire Dragon Bone Valley at the fastest speed. Long Yi was ranked 5th on the Hidden Dragon ranking. Normally, his defeat should have been the focus. However, in the following period of time, the dragons discussed the battle between Su Zimo and Long Shi. Almost no one cared if Long Yi was ranked 5th or 6th on the Hidden Dragon ranking. The Blue Dragon habitat. What? A blue dragon frowned slightly and said coldly with rage surging in his eyes. Someone dared to bully Long Shi? Brother Long Yang. I heard that it's the new Long Mo. Not only did he bully Sister Shi, he even spanked her. Another blue dragon whispered. The blue dragon named Long Yang had a slender figure and long green hair. He had a gentle face and exquisite features. Although he was a man, he was even more beautiful than women. If Long Yang were to change into female clothes, he might even draw attention away from Long Shi. He truly doesn't know his limits. Long Yang stood up slowly and walked outside. A gentle look flashed through his eyes as he said in a low voice, "I have to go comfort Sister Long Shi. She's impatient by nature and might explode from anger." Before long, Long Yang arrived at the Hornless Dragon lineage's area. The moment he arrived outside Long Shi's residence, he heard a series of low growls. Before long, a few hornless dragons walked out with wretched expressions. They were scolded badly by the enraged Long Shi. "Sister Long Shi, it's me." Long Yang stood outside the cave and said gently, "I heard that someone bullied you. I'm here to see you." Thud, thud, thud. A series of heavy footsteps sounded. Before long, Long Shi's figure appeared in the cave. A bright, bedazzling smile appeared on Long Yang's face. Long Shi glared at Long Yang with bloodshot eyes and gritted her teeth. "Get lost, you sissy." The smile on Long Yang's face froze. There were many hornless dragons roaming around nearby. When they heard that, the hornless dragons grinned and were secretly alarmed. Although Long Yang was a man, he was even more feminine and beautiful than women. Coupled with his gentle voice, many people had bullied him since he was young and called him a sissy. However, later on, no one dared to say those words in front of Long Yang anymore. As Long Yang grew up and endured the humiliation, he cultivated continuously and fought with others. Although he was getting more beautiful, his strength was also getting stronger. Right now, he was already number 1 on the Hidden Dragon ranking. In the Dragon Bone Valley, apart from Long Shi, almost all Void Reversion dragons were taught a lesson by him. This was how Long Shi was like. If it was any other dragon, they would definitely be skinned alive if they dared to say those words. Long Yang was silent for a moment before smiling suddenly. Sister Long Shi, I know that you're angry. However, don't worry. I'll teach that Long Mo a lesson for you. I don't need you. Long Shi harumphed coldly. This is my own matter. I'll deal with it myself. Long Yang, you're even prettier than me. Why are you always pestering me? Don't bother me anymore. Long Shi cursed angrily and turned to enter the cave. Long Yang was not annoyed. He lowered his head slightly and smiled gently, murmuring in a soft voice, Sister Long Shi, don't be angry. I'll bring Long Mo's head to see you and let you vent your anger. Although Long Yang was smiling, there was a sinister killing intent in his eyes. An outsider with an impure bloodline. Even if he's killed, it's nothing much. He sneered coldly and shook his head before turning to leave. Naturally, Su Zimo, who was cultivating in his own dragon lair, did not know that he had inexplicably made a mortal enemy after just a month in the dragon race. Furthermore, he had yet to meet this person. Or rather, even if he knew, he wouldn't care. At that moment, Su Zimo was completely immersed in the Yang spirit section. When he truly learned the words of the dragon race and looked at the barren dermic art and essence spirit secret skill again, he truly understood the profoundness of that dermic art. He had just truly experienced the terror of the Yang spirit section. Initially, when Su Zimo released the barren dermic art, it was a huge area with him as the center like a swamp. Be it friend or foe, all living beings in the swamp would be corroded by the barren dermic art. But now, a ball of gray mist appeared in Su Zimo's palm, rolling and changing with a strange aura. The mist seemed to contain the secrets of heaven and earth and the supreme truths of the great Tao. This was the true barren. It was unbounded and could be changed at will. In the past, even at the center of barren, the reduction in lifespan was only 100 years a breath. At the edge of barren, the lifespan reduction was even slower and almost negligible. But now, any living being that came into contact with the mist in Su Zimo's palm would have their lifespans reduced at the rate of 500 years per breath. After comprehending the secret of barren, it became 5 times stronger than before. This was a qualitative leap. A void reversion had a lifespan of 5,000 years. 500 years in a single breath meant that even void reversions with 5,000 years of lifespan would not be able to last more than 10 breaths under the envelopment of barren. Su Zimo waved his hand and the fog dissipated. After comprehending the dragon race's language, the power of barren increased tremendously, and that was secondary. The true gain was still the essence of the Yang spirit section, the essence spirit secret skill. Half a year later, Dragon Bone Valley, Illumination Dragon Habitat. In a dark and warm cave, 2 beams of light suddenly lit up like 2 burning flames. Under the illumination of the 2 flames, the outline of a figure gradually became clearer. It was Su Zimo, who had been in seclusion for half a year. He heaved a sigh of relief, and the flames in his eyes gradually retracted before turning invisible. The entire cave abode returned to darkness once more. He had gained a lot in the past 6 months. It was not only his comprehension of the barren dermic art and essence spirit secret skill. Even his illumination dragon eye had changed. Initially, there was an illumination stone in his right eye. However, after half a year of cultivation, the illumination stone had already disappeared. To be precise, it was fused into his right eye. Be it the illumination sword formation or the illumination dragon eye, they were secret skills comprehended through the illumination stone. But now, the 2 secret skills had fused together in Su Zimo's body. The visual technique could no longer be considered as the illumination dragon eye. The power released by the visual technique did not only possess the heat of the illumination dragon eye, it also had the sharpness of the illumination sword formation. The visual technique had become the true illumination eye. Su Zimo stood up slowly. For the past 6 months, he could feel the changes in his body. Without the restriction of the black-haired essence spirit, he was almost no different from any other dragon. He cultivated the mystic classic of the 12 demon kings of the great wilderness day and night, and his strength rose daily. This was the strength of a dragon. As long as he continued to grow, the power within his body would continue to rise. Coupled with the augmentation of the mystic classic of the 12 demon kings of the great wilderness, Su Zimo's cultivation speed was even faster, and he had almost no bottlenecks at the void reversion realm. Su Zimo wanted to reach the peak of void reversion as soon as possible. At the peak of the void reversion realm, one could receive the baptism of the ancestral dragon divine pillar and enter the Dharma characteristic realm to comprehend the innate divine powers of the dragon race. He would be able to truly protect himself using this true body of the dragon race once he advanced to the Dharma characteristic realm. Of course, there was something else that Su Zimo anticipated within his heart. In his memories, everything from the mystic classic of the 12 demon kings of the great wilderness ended at the Yang spirit section without any words thereafter. However, he had a feeling that things were not that simple. The mystic classic of the 12 demon kings of the great wilderness originally had 12 demon kings. However, even with the divine dragon included, there were only 8 demon kings revealed in his bloodline phenomenon. In that case, there should still be 4 demon kings that had yet to appear. He wanted to enter the Dharma characteristic realm as soon as possible and see if there was anything left in the mystic classic of the 12 demon kings of the great wilderness. Su Zimo stood up. After half a year of seclusion, he intended to check on Solitary Cloud. The moment he left his lair, he saw many dragons lingering outside. Apart from illumination dragons, there were also some blue, horned, hornless, and winged dragons. "He's out! He's out! Hurry and inform Brother Yang. Keep watch here. I'll go right now." When some of the dragons saw Su Zimo leave the lair, they exclaimed softly. Some of them turned and left, disappearing quickly. Su Zimo did not mind and walked towards the habitat of the mixed dragon lineage. Before long, he caught sight of Solitary Cloud. Solitary Cloud had changed even more after half a year. After Solitary Cloud's heart was shattered by Di'in, he had a new heart reconstructed in the primordial divine spring. In reality, the heart was no different from a dragon's heart. Half a year ago, he was bullied by many mixed dragons and did not have time to cultivate. Because of that, the dragon heart could not show its strength either. But now, after half a year of cultivation, his aura had changed drastically and was extremely similar to a dragon's. At the very least, Solitary Cloud no longer felt any pressure in front of flood dragons, rain dragons, and other mixed dragons. Dragon blood was already flowing through his body. He was only missing an opportunity to transform into a dragon. Su Zimo was delighted to see Solitary Cloud undergo such a change. After chatting for a while, Su Zimo stood up and bid farewell. Before long, a group of dragons walked over. The leader of the dragons had a head full of black hair and was extremely beautiful. He was even more beautiful than the long Shi that Su Zimo had seen before. However, the dragon's gaze was somewhat sinister as he glared at Su Zimo coldly with an unfriendly expression. "Here comes trouble," Su Zimo sighed internally. He did not know how this dragoness was related to Long Shi, if she was the latter's elder or younger sister. "You're Long Mo?" The green-robed blue dragon in the lead blocked Su Zimo's path and asked coldly. Su Zimo nodded. Compared to Long Shi, this female dragon looked much more normal. Her voice was pleasant and she did not have a loud voice like Long Shi. "I'm Long Yang," the green-robed blue dragon said indifferently before pausing, as though he was waiting for Su Zimo to reveal some fear and reverence. Long Yang, number 1 on the hidden dragon ranking. No one in the dragon race would be indifferent to that name. Half a year ago, Su Zimo had chanced upon the hidden dragon ranking. However, for the past half a year, he had been focused on researching the dragon race's language and had long forgotten about the hidden dragon ranking. When he heard the name Long Yang, he was stunned for a moment and was a little lost. Su Zimo pondered for a moment before cupping his fists. "Greetings, Miss Long Yang." The moment he said that, the entire place fell silent. The dragons gathered around him widened their mouths and gasped, looking at Su Zimo as though he was a dead man. Although Long Yang was beautiful, he was a man. Everyone in the dragon race knew that this was a taboo for him. In the past, there was a dragon who mocked him in his face and was forced to enter the dragon blood battlefield by him. At the risk of being severely injured, he killed that dragon directly. Ever since then, No one in the dragon race dared to trigger this taboo. But now, Su Zimo's casual remark was equivalent to touching Long Yang's reverse scale. Long Yang's expression turned cold instantly. When Su Zimo saw the reactions of the surrounding dragons, he realized that he might have said something wrong. However, he could not figure out the reason behind it. Since it was a woman before him, Su Zimo did not wish to be entangled with her. He cupped his fists once more and said sincerely, "Miss Long Yang, this is my first time here. If I have somehow offended you, please forgive me." Although he was sincere, his words were extremely piercing to Long Yang. "Cut the crap and head to the dragon blood battlefield." Long Yang grit his teeth. "I'll take your life today." Su Zimo frowned. Even now, he was still confused. This was his first time meeting Long Yang. How did it escalate to the point of the dragon blood battlefield? According to Uncle Yen, they could fight to the death in the dragon blood battlefield. Even if they died, no one would interfere. Long Yang glared at Su Zimo coldly before turning to leave, heading straight for the dragon blood battlefield. In the dragon race, unless one was in their own dragon lair, they had no right to refuse a challenge. Su Zimo pondered for a moment and could not figure it out. However, he still followed with a calm expression. He had experienced too many life and death battles. The dragons were excited and headed towards the dragon blood battlefield. Passing by the central square, Su Zimo looked up and finally saw Long Yang's name on the first row of the hidden dragon ranking. Number 1 of the hidden dragon ranking. Su Zimo smiled gently and murmured, "That's good as well. Once and for all, there shouldn't be any more trouble after this battle." Sister Shi. A hornless dragon ran in front of Long Shi and panted slightly. Long Yang went to look for Long Mo, and the two of them are going to fight to the death in the dragon blood battlefield. Ah! Long Shi's expression changed slightly as she frowned deeply in deep thought. Sister Shi, this can be considered a good thing. It's Long Mo's fault for bullying you previously, the hornless dragon said in a testing manner. What do you know? Long Shi stomped her feet and turned to run over. The news of Long Yang and Long Mo entering the dragon blood battlefield spread rapidly throughout the entire Dragon Bone Valley. Almost all the dragons that were not in seclusion ran over to watch the battle. Who do you guys think will win this battle? That goes without saying. Long Yang is number 1 on the hidden dragon ranking, while Long Mo is number 5. Furthermore, I heard that he only just entered the void reversion realm. That's right. Rather than asking who will win, it's better to ask how long Long Mo can last. I heard that Long Mo was the one who had a death wish and triggered Long Yang's taboo. Before Long Yang and Long Mo arrived, many dragons were already gathered around the battlefield in a clamor. Before long, the dragons dispersed. Long Yang walked over slowly with a dark expression and ascended the blood-stained dragon blood battlefield. Su Zimo followed behind indifferently. The battlefield was vast and reeked of blood. The two of them were in a face-off. Long Yang, get down. I don't need you to stand up for me. Suddenly, a loud roar sounded from beneath the battlefield. Long Shi appeared and shouted at Long Yang. Long Yang glanced sideways and shook his head. Sister Long Shi, this has nothing to do with you. Long Mo is the one who has a death wish. Long Yang, you... Long Shi was speechless. Under normal circumstances, in theory, she should be happy that Long Yang was standing out to help her teach Long Mo a lesson. Even if Long Mo died, it would have nothing to do with her. However, for some reason, she did not wish for a life and death battle between the two of them. More and more dragons were gathering here. Long Yang said indifferently, "If you have any last wishes, you can say them. I'll complete them for you." Su Zimo burst into laughter and shook his head. "I don't have any last wishes. It's fine as long as you don't disappoint me. I haven't had a chance to stretch my muscles properly since coming here." Arrogant. Those words sounded extremely arrogant to the dragons. A series of boos sounded from the dragons. Many dragons sneered. However, Long Yang did not laugh. He suddenly realized that Long Mo was way too calm. Long Yang retracted his contempt and narrowed his eyes. Suddenly, he exerted strength with both feet and transformed into a green beam of light. charging towards Su Zimo in the blink of an eye. Clang! Clang! Long Yang extended his palm and bent his fingers slightly, flicking out sharp fingernails that shone with a cold glint. A powerful suction force burst forth from the palm and enveloped Su Zimo entirely. Eh? Su Zimo was surprised. Long Yang's move was an extremely brilliant melee combat technique. Most dragons relied on their physical bodies to fight in close combat. But now, not only did Long Yang reveal his powerful physique and terrifying burst power, he even released this brilliant melee combat technique. Instantly, he took the advantage. Unhurriedly, Su Zimo twisted his palm into a saber and slashed towards the void not far away. Ha ha! What's that? Long Mo is already flustered. The dragons below burst into laughter when they saw Su Zimo's move. However, the laughter of the dragons stopped right after. As Su Zimo's palm descended, a gigantic ocean vortex appeared on the battlefield and a series of terrifying explosions sounded, as though it could engulf all living beings within and drown them completely. Vortex stance. Using his palm as a saber, he released the saber intent of the Sea Calming Manual. Long Yang's expression changed slightly. The suction force that burst forth from his palm dissipated instantly against the terrifying vortex, and his body swayed unsteadily. Splash! Long Yang roared and released his blood chi, causing the sound of a tsunami to echo from his body. Tsunami blood. It was as though a tsunami had formed within Long Yang's body as well, matching the vortex that surrounded him. Instantly, his figure stabilized. Swoosh! Long Yang's palm continued grabbing towards Su Zimo's face. Su Zimo lamented internally. Up till this point of his cultivation, he had only encountered 2 cultivators in the cultivation world who had cultivated to the realm of tsunami blood. To think that the 2 dragons he had encountered in less than a year after arriving in the dragon race would have reached this realm. Without hesitation, Su Zimo released his blood chi as well. Bang! Boom! Boom! The sound of a tsunami could be heard. Su Zimo strode forward and punched Long Yang's palm fiercely. Bang! Suddenly, the 2 immense forces collided and their blood chi corroded. It was as though 2 gigantic tsunamis had crashed, causing a loud bang. Long Yang's expression changed slightly as he retreated. Su Zimo took a step back as well. This was the first dragon that could force him to take a step back in the Dragon Bone Valley. All right. Su Zimo burst into laughter and strode forward once more, charging towards Long Yang. Long Yang frowned. This collision caused his aura to pause and he could not advance any further. However, Long Mo did not seem to be affected at all. In reality, Su Zimo cultivated the title manual and his blood chi surged endlessly like a tsunami wave after wave. There was almost no pause at all. With the help of tidal might, his strength continued to rise. Su Zimo punched out once more with a ferocious might. Long Yang did not evade or dodge. His blood chi burst forth as he countered with a punch. Boom! The 2 fists collided. Su Zimo took another step back. However, Long Yang staggered 3 steps back. Before he could catch his breath, a figure flashed before him and Su Zimo charged forward once more with another punch. Boom! Long Yang retreated once more after receiving the blow. Bang! 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 Su Zimo advanced continuously and rained down punches one after another. His strength rose continuously like a peerless war god with a torrential aura. His attacks were as dense as rain, but they were extremely ferocious and did not give Long Yang any chance to catch his breath. Long Yang could only retreat repeatedly in the face of the attack. His expression turned ugly. He did not even have the strength to retaliate against such an attack. It was impossible for him to retreat, let alone retaliate. Right now, he was completely caught up in Su Zimo's attacks. He could not push forward. However, he could not retreat either. He could only defend continuously until his energy was depleted. This was a vicious cycle, or rather, he would not be able to last till then. A faint taste of blood had already appeared in Long Yang's mouth after the series of head-on collisions. His teeth had already loosened from the shock. The surroundings of the battlefield were dead silent. The dragons were dumbfounded. The scene before them had completely exceeded their expectations. The number one of the hidden dragon ranking, Long Yang from the blue dragon lineage, was suppressed by an outsider with an impure bloodline. She opened her mouth slightly with disbelief in her eyes. She had experienced Su Zimo's strength before. However, she had not expected that Su Zimo would be able to fight against Long Yang. Long Yang was a blue dragon with a powerful bloodline and was ranked first on the hidden dragon ranking. His combat strength was more than double hers. How could this outsider with an impure bloodline suppress Long Yang? Could it be that this outsider's bloodline was even more powerful and noble than the bloodline of the blue dragon? That was impossible. She quickly rejected that thought. The primordial 9 races dominated the ancient world. Within the 9 races, the dragon race's bloodline was superior to all. But how did this person do it? He had only just entered the void reversion realm. What would things be like if he was at greater mastery of the void reversion realm and at his peak? She was all too familiar with the dragons in the Dragon Bone Valley, and there was nothing new about them. However, she knew nothing about Su Zimo. Suddenly, she felt an intense curiosity towards Su Zimo. Seems like he has to undergo dragonification. Yes, if this continues, Long Yang will probably be suppressed to death by Long Mo. Transforming into a half-dragon is enough to reverse the situation, the dragons discussed softly. Although Su Zimo had the upper hand on the battlefield, this fight was nothing much in a battle between dragons. It was far from the point of victory, let alone life and death. Roar! Under the suffocating pressure of Su Zimo, Long Yang finally could not take it anymore and let out a dragon roar. A series of crackling sounds came from his body and his figure expanded, bursting through his clothes. Green scales appeared on Long Yang's body with a cold glint. His body rose to a height of 10 feet. His entire body was covered by green scales and was airtight without any openings. His thighs were strong and his feet grew sharp claws that dug deep into the stone platform. Those dragon claws could release even more terrifying power. Long Yang's movement speed had increased significantly. Bang! After transforming into his half-dragon form, Long Yang finally defended against Su Zimo's punch without retreating at all. Long Mo. This battle has just begun. Long Yang sneered and exerted strength with his feet, turning into a green beam of light that charged towards Su Zimo. Good timing. Su Zimo's eyes lit up and he did not take a single step back. With a boom, he activated the Plow Heaven Stride and closed in on the incoming Long Yang. Boom! The two figures collided with a loud bang. The entire void shuddered. Both of them fell out. It was an even split. Pest! This time round, the dragon's expressions changed slightly. After Long Yang transformed into a half-dragon, his strength, speed, stamina, burst power, and even his defense had an obvious increase. Even so, Long Yang did not gain the upper hand. At that moment, Su Zimo had already pushed his blood chi to its limits. Apart from the fact that he did not use his bloodline phenomenon, he had already released his full strength. His bloodline surged within his body like a tsunami with a terrifying might. Standing on the spot, Su Zimo's scarlet hair danced wildly like a burning flame. With a scorching gaze, he roared with laughter. Awesome! Again! Boom! In a flash, Su Zimo disappeared from the spot. When he reappeared, he was already in front of Long Yang. Bang! The fists collided and the two of them exchanged another blow. This time round, neither of them retreated. The two of them were extremely close as they glared at each other. Relying on their strong physiques, they endured the power that surged into their bodies. There was a momentary pause. All of a sudden, the two of them attacked at the same time, exchanging blows with speed as afterimages of their fists danced. Bang! 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 In the short span of 10 breaths, the two of them exchanged at least 100 blows. The clash of momentum caused flesh and blood to splatter everywhere. It was a shocking sight. Melee combat was the most dangerous. Those 10 breaths were a perfect example of that. No one could guarantee that they would be safe at this distance. Both of them were injured. The only thing they could do was to avoid any fatal damage as much as possible. Although the exchange between the two of them seemed short, in reality, it was a competition of strength, speed, and even stamina. In Long Yang's opinion, he would definitely be able to last till the end with his endless stamina and strong defense after transforming into a half-dragon. However, after 10 breaths, Su Zimo's eyes shone brightly, and he fought even more bravely. Long Yang could clearly see the wounds on Su Zimo's body. Although they had not healed, they had already stopped bleeding. What terrifying regeneration powers! Long Yang vaguely realized that if this continued, victory would be unpredictable. Boom! After another clash, Long Yang retreated and panted slightly as he widened the distance between them. The two figures stood still once more. A commotion broke out among the dragons. Both of them were already injured. Su Zimo's scarlet robes were almost torn, and there were many wounds on his body. However, they were not fatal, and the wounds were not deep either. Long Yang looked extremely wretched as well. Dozens of dragon scales on his body were struck off, and a few wounds were mangled. Long Yang took a deep breath of air and said sternly, "You're very strong, and you've already far surpassed my expectations. I've decided to not hold back and give you enough respect. I'll use my strongest methods to kill you here." Su Zimo smiled fearlessly. He was truly satisfied with this battle. Back in the Dao inheritance ground, this body and bloodline could not be used. After that, his body was crippled by the D clan's half-martial ancestor. Ever since he arrived at the Dao inheritance ground, Su Zimo had been suppressing a ball of frustration. Now that it was finally released, he felt extremely refreshed and satisfied. No matter how Long Yang threatened him, Su Zimo did not take it to heart. Although he was slightly injured as well, the situation was still under his control. "Come, let me see what other tricks you have up your sleeves." Su Zimo smiled gently, and his blood chi burst forth. He charged forward once more, leaving a series of afterimages behind him. Carrying an apocalyptic aura, he arrived before Long Yang instantly. Boom! He threw out a punch. This was a punch released when one's blood chi was pushed and accumulated to its limits, as though it could reduce all obstacles in front of it to dust. This was also the most terrifying punch that Su Zimo had released since the start of the battle. At the same time, his right eye shone with a bedazzling light that contained an extremely sharp edge like a blazing sun. Visual technique. Boom! A blinding beam of light shot out, as though it could penetrate, burn and tear everything apart. This was the illumination eye that was even more terrifying than the illumination dragon eye. The combination of two ultimate powers was perfect and flawless. In fact, Long Yang could smell the aura of death, and his expression changed. Long Yang did not have time to think as his blood chi surged and his bones underwent a transformation. His initially 10 feet tall body expanded rapidly and elongated. A slender body soared into the skies and spiraled upwards. A complete dragon form. His body was dozens of feet long and was covered in green scales. With 4 claws under its abdomen and horns on his head, his malevolent dragon head swayed and he rose into the air, shuttling through the clouds. It was almost a perfect dragon body. The moment Long Yang transformed into his dragon form, the light of the illumination eye descended and landed on the dragon's body. Buzz! The dragon body soared into the skies, and the light beam left a massive wound on it, causing blood to flow. More than 10 dragon scales fell and were already charred, filled with sword scars. The dragons were in an uproar when they saw that. Although the threat of a visual technique was not great, it had the advantage of being instantaneous and unexpected. The power of the visual technique itself was far inferior to many dermic arts. Even a powerful visual technique like the Illumination Dragon eye could not penetrate the defense of a blue dragon's scales and hurt the latter's body. But now, Su Zimo's visual technique almost penetrated Long Yang's dragon body. It was easy to imagine that if Long Yang had not conjured his complete dragon form in time, he would have been half dead. Bang! The blue dragon swiped its tail and collided against Su Zimo's fist. Su Zimo's body shuddered and he was sent flying. Long Yang's strength was terrifyingly strong in his blue dragon complete form. Su Zimo could not endure it with just his true body of the dragon race and bloodline. The fight between the two of them seemed back and forth. However, in reality, it was Long Yang who suffered a huge loss. He did not make a single sound, but his dragon eyes revealed intense pain. The wounds caused by the illumination eye on his body had a huge impact on him, and they had yet to recover. The blue dragon lineage possessed the most terrifying regeneration capabilities. The searing power of the illumination dragon eye alone could not stop his body from regenerating. However, there was a sharp edge mixed with the wounds that was tearing his flesh apart continuously. It was on par with his regeneration ability. Long Yang shuttled through the clouds while dragon blood dripped from his body continuously. Every single movement caused intense pain to shoot through his wounds. The skies were filled with a shuddering pressure after he transformed into a blue dragon. This was a pressure unique to the dragon race. Any race with inferior bloodlines would be affected by the pressure. The lesser the bloodline, the greater the impact. Su Zimo raised his head and looked at it. His eyes shone brightly, but it was as though he could not sense it at all. Boom! Within the clouds, a malevolent and frightening dragon head suddenly extended and opened its mouth, spitting out a gigantic torrent towards Su Zimo. The torrent descended and formed a bottomless ocean on the battlefield. As a WYRM solitary cloud knew similar dermic arts. However, WYRMs could only reign freely in lakes and swamps at most. As for the dragon race, they were the true dominators who could overturn rivers and oceans. Against that power, Su Zimo was as insignificant as an ant and was engulfed by the tsunami almost instantly. This dermic art was no different from the real ocean. In the face of the power of heaven and earth, any power would be vulnerable. Long Yang circled in midair and released his massive spirit consciousness. His eyes shone brightly as he stared at the surface of the sea, as though he was searching for something. A moment later, he heaved a sigh of relief when there was no movement on the surface of the sea. Roar! Long Yang exclaimed excitedly. Is it over? The same thought flashed through the minds of the dragons as they gazed at the battlefield. To be fair, none of the void reversion dragons in the Dragon Bone Valley could defend against Long Yang's dermic art. However, Long Mo was different. Even when they saw Long Mo being drowned, the dragons still felt uneasy. It seemed like Long Mo would not die so easily. All of a sudden, the initially calm surface of the sea seemed to be stirred by a pair of invisible hands as it began to spin. It was getting faster and faster. A moment later, a gigantic vortex formed in the middle of the ocean. In the center of the vortex, a massive purgatory filled with blood chi floated up slowly with a series of ghastly wails. Break! Su Zimo's voice sounded in the purgatory. The purgatory shattered. A towering corpse mountain appeared and dyed the entire ocean red. Standing on the corpse mountain, Su Zimo was like a god of death in hell that could not be ignored. The combination of the Azura Saber and Sea Calming Manual allowed Su Zimo to escape. Swoosh! Long Yang was enraged and panted heavily, looking down at Su Zimo. All of a sudden, he swooped down and opened his mouth, letting out a terrifying roar from the depths of his throat that shook the world. The roar of a blue dragon. The dragons of the 5 lineages were born able to release this sound domain technique innately. Most human cultivators won't be able to endure the roars of flood and rain dragons, let alone dragons of the 5 lineages. The power of the dragon roar of the 5 lineages was even more terrifying. Even pure-blooded ferocious beasts with weaker strength could be killed instantly. Among the 5 lineages, the blue dragon's roar was the strongest. That was because the strength of the dragon roar was closely related to one's bloodline. Since the blue dragon possessed the strongest bloodline, the power of their dragon roar was naturally the strongest. Su Zimo's expression changed. The moment the dragon roar sounded, he felt a sharp pain in his ears. How strong was his body? He cultivated the mystic classic of the 12 demon kings of the great wilderness, and most of the sound domain secret skills did not affect him much. However, before the roar of the blue dragon could fully erupt, his ears already felt pain. Su Zimo immediately realized that he could not defend against the roar of the blue dragon if he remained in this state. If he took it head-on, his eardrums would be pierced. Even his essence spirit could be shaken. Crackle. Suddenly, the sound of Su Zimo's bones moving echoed from his body. Xing. His clothes were torn and his body expanded. Scarlet scales grew on his body like red-hot iron plates, emitting a scorching aura. Dragonification. Half-dragon form. In the eyes of the dragons, Long Yang could not suppress Su Zimo right away even after transforming into his complete dragon form. That was not right. However, what the dragons did not know was that up till this point of Su Zimo's cultivation, the only living being that could force him to this point was the god race leader of the past. Even against Diin, Su Zimo did not have to undergo dragonification. After transforming into his half-dragon form, Su Zimo's strength, speed and defense increased as well. The piercing pain in his ears had already dissipated by a lot. However, that was not enough. The roar of the blue dragon had already erupted completely. Su Zimo's eyes lit up and his blood chi surged. A lifelike phantom of a divine dragon appeared behind him and spiraled upwards. The man and dragon glared at Long Yang, who was charging over, emitting a shuddering aura and a domineering might. For some reason, Long Yang felt a sense of fear when he was glared at by the man and dragon and instinctively stopped in his tracks. What is that? Bloodline phenomenon? Long Mo has actually cultivated a bloodline phenomenon. The dragons were shocked. In the Dragonbone Valley, there were at least 20 dragons that had cultivated to the tsunami blood realm. However, there was only one person who could cultivate a bloodline phenomenon. It was the only 5-clawed divine dragon of the blue dragon lineage and the current number 1 of the heavenly dragon ranking. The young master of the blue dragon lineage, Long Tsong. One could imagine how shocked the dragons were now that they saw the bloodline phenomenon on another dragon. Although Long Mo cultivated a bloodline phenomenon, his phenomenon doesn't seem as strong as Long Tsong's. The difference is way too great and can't be compared at all. Long Tsong's bloodline phenomenon is enough to suppress a divine dragon like Long Mo. The dragons were right and wrong. That divine dragon phantom was indeed Su Zimo's bloodline phenomenon. However, it was only one of the 8 demon kings. Su Zimo did not reveal the full phenomenon. Firstly, Long Yang had not forced him to that point. Secondly, the appearance of 8 demon kings was way too shocking. Furthermore, a blood-colored butterfly would appear after the 8 demon kings. A dragon said in a deep voice, "That may be the case, but even the weakest bloodline phenomenon is extremely powerful and cannot be underestimated." Long Mo has already taken on his half-dragon form. If he were to take on his full dragon form, Long Yang would most likely be doomed. Impossible! Another dragon shook his head. Long Mo's bloodline is impure. Transforming into a half-dragon is his limit. The dragon was right. Right now, Su Zimo could only take on a half-dragon form at most, and he could not even take on a complete dragon form for some unknown reason. However, even in his half-dragon form, it was enough for him to sweep through everything. The power of the blue dragon's roar was completely released. Standing on the spot, Su Zimo suddenly opened his mouth with a burning gaze. The divine dragon behind him opened its mouth at the same time as well. The actions of the man and dragon were synchronized without any difference. Suddenly, a roar that shook the world exploded. Heaven and earth shook and the weather changed. Roar! It clashed head-on with a dragon roar. The power released by the 2 dragon roars collided in midair. The entire world seemed to have gone silent. Instantly, complete silence ensued. That loud bang had extinguished all sound. However, every single dragon felt their hearts tremble. Yes! Long Yang's body shuddered, and he suddenly grunted with a pale expression. The dragons were moved. Everyone knew that the blue dragon's roar was the strongest sound domain power of the 5 dragon lineages. However, Long Yang was the one disadvantaged after the collision of the 2 dragon roars. What did that mean? Could it be that Long Mo's bloodline was even stronger than the bloodline of the blue dragon? Disbelief appeared on the dragons' faces. All of a sudden, Su Zimo rose from the ground and took advantage of the moment when Long Yang's body shuddered. Leaping up, He pushed aside the clouds and rode on Long Yang's neck. Long Yang was enraged. Being ridden on the neck was an immense humiliation for the dragon race. No one could ride above him. The dignity of the dragon race could not be trampled. Su Zimo did not care. His legs were strong and he gripped Long Yang's neck tightly. Raising his fist, he smashed down on Long Yang's head. Bang! There was a deafening sound. Long Yang lamented. Su Zimo's punch was enough to turn divine weapons into dust. However, it did not manage to knock Long Yang's head open. It was clear how strong the blue dragon's physique was. However, Long Yang's head was also mangled by the punch. Roar! Long Yang roared furiously with bloodshot eyes. His entire body rumbled continuously and burst forth with a twisted power. Even though Su Zimo's legs were clamped tightly around Long Yang's neck, he was almost flung into the air. Su Zimo reached out hurriedly and gripped Long Yang's dragon horns tightly to steady himself. However, Long Yang's body did not show any signs of stopping as he rolled, shuttled, circled and spun in midair. As for Su Zimo, he exerted strength in both his hands and legs and could only stabilize himself. However, he could not free himself to continue attacking. Both parties were in a strange stalemate. Of course, if nothing went wrong, such a stalemate would consume a lot of Long Yang's stamina. If this continued, his defeat was inevitable. Humph! Long Mo made a huge mistake. That's right. The horn of a blue dragon contains many offensive dermic formulation techniques and the essence of one's strength. Long Mo must have a death wish for grabbing a blue dragon's horn. The dragons watched coldly from the sidelines and naturally saw everything more clearly. While they were discussing, Long Yang's dragon horn suddenly turned red like a burning iron rod, and the temperature rose continuously. Su Zimo focused his gaze. This should have been a dermic formulation of the Illumination Dragon lineage, but Long Yang was able to control it with ease. Normally, if anyone else were to continue holding the horns of the blue dragon, their palms would be burned to ashes. If they let go, they would naturally be flung down. However, the one riding on Long Yang's neck was Su Zimo. This counterattack was of no threat to him at all. Firstly, his right hand was the divine phoenix bone. Even if his flesh was burned to ashes, the bones of his right hand would not be damaged. Secondly, Su Zimo would not hold on to the dragon horns foolishly. He had a trump card as well. All right, I'll let you try the power of Baron. Sneering coldly, Su Zimo's eyes lit up and he conjured hand seals secretly. Suddenly, 2 balls of gray mist appeared in his palms. The 2 gray mists wrapped around the scarlet dragon horns and isolated the high temperature. Su Zimo was still gripping the horn of the blue dragon tightly with his palm intact. This Long Mo actually has a way to deal with it as well. There is truly always someone stronger. I'm afraid it's hard to say who will win between the two of them. What sort of dermic art is that gray mist? It doesn't seem to have much power no matter how I look at it. Many dragons frowned slightly with confusion in their eyes. On the surface, the power of Baron was merely to isolate the heat of the blue dragon horns. However, in reality, Baron had already taken effect on Long Yang. Long Yang's lifespan was decreasing at a rate of 500 years with a single breath. In the blink of an eye, Long Yang's lifespan had been reduced by more than 5,000 years after 10 breaths. Normally speaking, void reversions only had a lifespan of 5,000 years. As for the dragon race, they were one of the primordial 9 races and once ruled over the primordial era. Their bloodline was strong and they were different from humans. Although the reproduction rate of the dragon race was extremely low, they had a long lifespan. Even without cultivating, they had a lifespan of tens of thousands or even 100,000 years. As for human cultivators, they could only live for 100,000 years after reaching the Mahayana realm. That was the difference between them. Therefore, Long Yang, who possessed longevity, did not notice anything unusual after the descent of Baron. The first to realize that something was amiss was not Long Yang, but the many elders of the dragon race who were watching from the shadows. On the surface, this was a life and death battle between 2 dragons. However, It had already alarmed the elders of the 5 lineages. In a corner not far away from the dragon blood battlefield, 5 blurry figures stood, watching the battle silently as though they were in another dimension. Even if the dragons passed by this place, they would not be able to see them. The 5 figures were elders from the 5 lineages of the dragon race. From the Illumination Dragon, Elder 4 was the one who came to watch the battle. Does the Illumination Dragon lineage really intend to let this child be the young master? The Horned Dragon Elder frowned slightly and sounded doubtful. The Winged Dragon Elder shook his head as well. That lad's combat strength is not weak. However, his bloodline is impure and his potential is limited. He's not worth nurturing. Regarding the matter of elders of the Illumination Dragon lineage sending Su Zimo and Solitary Cloud into the primordial divine spring to recuperate, the other elders of the dragon race were still somewhat displeased. Elder 4 of the Illumination Dragon lineage merely smiled. Continue watching. As time passed, the elders gradually revealed a hint of surprise. To think that this lad's combat strength would reach such a level. This is somewhat beyond my expectations. His bloodline is impure and he can't transform into a complete dragon body. That's not a big problem. Once he cultivates to the perfected void reversion realm and receives the baptism of the ancestral dragon divine pillar, he should be able to transform. The elders of the 5 lineages commented and chatted. As the battle progressed, the elders' attitude towards Su Zimo changed as well. After 2 breaths of Baron, the hornless dragon elder smiled. Interesting. This lad actually possesses the power to weaken one's lifespan. 500 years in a single breath is enough to deal with lesser races. However, it's useless against us dragons. The elder of the blue dragon lineage had a relaxed expression and did not seem to mind. After 7 breaths, Illumination Dragon Elder 4 said with a grim expression, "Something's wrong." The other 4 elders exchanged glances and noticed something amiss as well. The Horned Dragon Elder narrowed his eyes and said sternly, "The power of this dermic art to reduce one's lifespan is irreversible." Although dermic arts that targeted longevity were extremely rare and precious, they were not completely non-existent. However, the power of those dermic arts could be recovered. Simply put, while the shaving of 500 years of lifespan would be present while the dermic art was released, the lifespan would recover upon the end of the dermic art. However, Baron was different. Shaving 500 years of lifespan was equivalent to losing 500 years. It was irreversible and irrecoverable. That was way too terrifying. Nobody would complain about having a long life. Imagine how terrifying it was for a high-spirited and elegant youth to have his lifespan cut by 70 years to become an old man on the brink of death. Even dragons with long lifespans could not remain indifferent after their lifespans were cut by thousands of years. As elders, they should not interfere in a life and death battle between the younger generation of the dragon race. However, Long Yang was the number 1 of the hidden dragon ranking. Furthermore, Su Zimo was an outsider with an impure bloodline who had joined the dragon race for less than half a year. They would naturally be biased towards the latter emotionally. The blue dragon elder frowned and his figure flashed as he walked out of the void. The other 4 followed hurriedly. "Old Shu, it's not good for you to interfere in the fight between juniors, right? The dragon race has never broken this rule before." Elder 4 of the Illumination Dragon lineage frowned. The blue dragon elder was hesitant as well. Right then, the expressions of the 5 dragon elders changed at the same time. They were initially in the void and could not sense it. It was only when they arrived outside that they could clearly sense the terror of Baron. The power of this dermic art ignores one's cultivation realm? The hornless dragon elder widened his eyes in disbelief. "I think so." The horned dragon elder's expression changed gradually as he nodded. This meant that if the dermic art descended on them, their lifespans would decrease at a rate of 500 years a breath as well. Of course, given their combat strength, they could kill Su Zimo within a single breath. Even so, that dermic art was enough to shock the world. The winged dragon elder said meaningfully, "Long Mo has truly given us too many surprises." At that moment, 10 breaths had passed since Su Zimo released the barren dermic art. A resolute look flashed through the eyes of the blue dragon elder as he prepared to strike. If this continued, even if Long Yang did not die, the blue dragon lineage would still lose a paragon if too much of the latter's lifespan was depleted. Suddenly, a change happened on the battlefield. Su Zimo, who initially had the upper hand, leaped down from Long Yang's body. He dispersed the gray fog with both hands and stood at the other end of the battlefield with a calm expression. He had stopped. Su Zimo, who initially had the upper hand, did not force a kill. He chose to stop at the right time. Although losing 5,000 years of lifespan was a significant loss for Long Yang, it was not fatal. This was a lesson and a warning. After Su Zimo stopped, the blue dragon elder who had just stepped out retraced his step as well and heaved a sigh of relief. In the dragon blood battlefield, Su Zimo looked at Long Yang with a calm gaze. The outcome of this battle was decided. Or rather, life and death were decided. If he continued to cast Baron, Long Yang would have no other choice but to die with his lifespan exhausted. He was not a bloodthirsty person to begin with and had no deep feud with Long Yang. There was no reason for him to kill the latter. Losing 5,000 years of lifespan was enough as a lesson. Long Yang hovered in midair motionlessly and glared at Su Zimo with a complicated expression. His eyes no longer carried the anger they had initially. He could naturally sense that Su Zimo had shown mercy. However, he would not admit defeat. He was more prideful than anyone in his bones. Long Mo, don't think that you can make me bow down and acknowledge defeat just because you stopped. Long Yang pursed his lips with a stubborn expression. Gritting his teeth, he said, I still have one more move. I haven't lost yet. The dragons were shocked and could sense Long Yang's determination to die. He was truly willing to fight to the death. Long Yang, stop. Long, she could not help but shout. Long Yang shook his head and looked at Su Zimo, saying slowly, Long Mo, take this. Essence Spirit Secret Skill, Blue Dragon's Fury. Before Long Yang could finish his sentence, green light burst forth from his glabella. A towering green divine dragon with a single horn broke out of his body. Opening its bloody mouth, it charged towards Su Zimo with a ferocious expression. The dragons felt their hearts clench. Essence Spirit Fight. Success or failure depended on this move. To the dragons, Su Zimo had joined the Dragon Bone Valley for less than a year and had yet to cultivate the dragon race's essence spirit secret skills. Against that move, Su Zimo was most likely doomed. However, on the battlefield, Su Zimo's expression was calm as he looked at the incoming green dragon. His glabella shone and his massive spirit consciousness compressed continuously. A palm-sized scarlet scale slowly floated out from his glabella. It looked very ordinary. Compared to Long Yang's blue dragon's fury, it was nothing special. It was only a dragon scale. It was the reverse scale of a dragon. The mystic classic of the 12 demon kings of the great wilderness, the essence spirit secret skill of the Yang spirit section. It was also the essence of the Yang spirit section. The reverse scale was a scale in the shape of a crescent beneath the neck of a dragon. Once touched, it would definitely incur the wrath of the dragon race. That was the reason why there was a saying throughout history, anyone who touched the reverse scale of a dragon would die. That statement was also the obscurity of the essence spirit secret skill. The scarlet reverse scale in midair did not have to enter Long Yang's consciousness to kill him if it came into contact with his essence spirit. As long as Long Yang's blue dragon's fury collided against the reverse scale, his essence spirit would be destroyed even if it was dozens of feet away. That was the terror of reverse scales. He could not touch that reverse scale at all. A single touch meant death. Throughout history, there had never been an essence spirit secret skill that possessed such domineering power. Although the dragons could not sense the descent of the reverse scale, Long Yang felt his scalp tingle and a chill run down his spine. A feeling surfaced in his heart. It was as though he would die the next moment. At the same time, the elders of the 5 lineages watching from afar were shocked as well. Given their cultivation realms, they could naturally sense the terrifying aura emanating from the reverse scale. The green divine dragon in midair looked majestic and powerful with a torrential aura. However, it was way too inferior compared to the reverse scale. The two essence spirit secret skills exploded and collided instantly. Even if the elders of the 5 lineages were to step in, it would be too late. Long Yang is finished. The same thought flashed through the minds of the elders of the 5 lineages. The blue dragon elder's eyes were filled with regret. He should have stepped in when Long Mo showed mercy earlier on. If he had stood out in time, this terrifying killing move would not have descended and Long Yang would not die either. Long Mo could not be blamed for this. In a life and death battle, it was only right for Long Mo to kill Long Yang. Furthermore, Long Mo had already stopped before this. Perhaps that's just Long Yang's fate. The blue dragon elder sighed internally. Although the fight between essence spirits sounded slow, it happened in an instant. In midair, the malevolent green divine dragon collided against the reverse scale, and its entire body froze in midair. Right after, in front of everyone, cracks appeared on the green dragon's body. The reverse scale was intact. Not far away, Long Yang's expression froze on his face. His gaze was dazed and gradually dimmed. Su Zimo furrowed his brows slightly. If he persisted, although his essence spirit would be shaken, Long Yang would definitely die. However, there was really no need for that. With a single thought, Su Zimo dispersed his reverse scale. In midair, the green divine dragon did not last long before it turned into specks of light that dissipated into the world. Long Yang closed his eyes and his massive body fell from midair. With a loud bang, he crashed onto the battlefield, causing dust to fly everywhere. Su Zimo sighed softly. Long Yang was not dead. However, his essence spirit was already filled with cracks. Thankfully, Su Zimo retracted his attack in time. If the reverse scale had existed for a moment longer, Long Yang might have been destroyed in both spirit and body. The elders of the 5 lineages heaved a sigh of relief when they sensed the changes. The blue dragon elder was delighted. On the battlefield, Long Yang's life force was almost negligible and could barely be sensed. The dragons did not know about Long Yang's situation and thought that he was dead. The dragons were in an uproar. Some were furious, some were shocked, some were sorrowful, and some were stunned on the spot. In the eyes of the dragons, Long Yang was already at the perfected void reversion realm. Even though a fight between essence spirits was dangerous, there was no way he would die. But now, he was lying motionlessly on the ground without any signs of life. Long Yang had died in battle. Many dragons charged into the battlefield. Some of the blue dragons had bloodshot eyes and sorrowful expressions. A blue dragon turned around and glared at Su Zimo, shouting, Long Mo, I'm challenging you to a life and death battle right here in the Dragon Blood battlefield. Let me. Long Mo, I challenge you. Another blue dragon stood out. What are you guys doing? Long Can of the Illumination Dragon lineage stood beside Su Zimo hurriedly and shouted. This was a life and death battle between the two of them. You can't blame Brother Mo. Fine, let's fight then. Do you think that the Illumination Dragon lineage is afraid of you guys? Another Illumination Dragon shouted. Everyone quiet down. Long she roared. However, her voice was quickly drowned in the noisy battlefield. Emotions were rife and a huge fight between the dragons was about to break out in the Dragon Blood battlefield in the blink of an eye. What are you guys doing? Right then, an authoritative voice suddenly sounded in midair and entered the ears of every dragon, containing a powerful might. The dragons were shocked and looked over. 5 figures stood in midair, emitting powerful auras with immense pressure. Under the suppression of this pressure, the hot blood of the dragons gradually calmed down. The elders of the 5 lineages descended. What's the ruckus? Are there no rules now? The blue dragon elder looked around with a sharp gaze. None of the dragons dared to meet his eyes. Elder, that outsider killed Brother Yang. Finally, a blue dragon could not help but lament with reddened eyes. Everything in the Dragon Blood battlefield is a life and death battle to begin with. If you're afraid of death, don't come here, the blue dragon elder said coldly. But the blue dragon was still indignant. He was of the same lineage as Longyang to begin with and was naturally extremely close to the latter. In his eyes, Su Zimo, someone of the Illumination Dragon lineage with an impure bloodline and had just arrived in the Dragon Bone Valley for less than a year, was just an outsider. No buts. The Blue Dragon Elder shook his head. This is a rule of the dragon race. It's unquestionable. After a brief pause, the Blue Dragon Elder looked deeply at Su Zimo and said slowly, "Furthermore, Longyang isn't dead yet." Everyone was stunned the moment his sentence was finished. Longyang was not dead? Under normal circumstances, even if his essence spirit did not die immediately after receiving such injuries, he would not be able to salvage it. However, the Dragon Bone Valley possessed the primordial divine spring that could revive the dead, as well as regenerate flesh and bones. The Blue Dragon Elder waved his sleeves and released a burst of dermic powers. Longyang's gigantic body transformed into a human. The gaze of the Blue Dragon Elder landed on Su Zimo and paused for a moment. He nodded to the latter before leaving with Longyang. Although the Blue Dragon Elder said nothing, the fact that he nodded his head was already rare. He was expressing gratitude to Su Zimo. The essence spirit fight earlier happened in an instant. Although the dragons did not know what happened exactly, the elders of the 5 lineages of the dragon race could sense it. If Su Zimo had not held back, Longyang would have died by now. This battle not only established Su Zimo's status among the younger generation of the dragon race, he had also truly obtained the recognition of many dragon elders. With the departure of the Blue Dragon Elder and Longyang, the dragons gradually dispersed as well. Before long she left. She even turned to look at Su Zimo with a complicated expression. Of course, there were still many dragons surrounding Su Zimo in the Dragon Blood battlefield that refused to leave. Most of them were Illumination dragons. This battle boosted the morale of the Illumination dragon lineage. Longyang's defeat meant that Su Zimo would become the new number 1 of the hidden dragon ranking. This was the first time in history that an Illumination dragon had ascended to the top of the hidden dragon ranking. Some of the Illumination dragons who did not acknowledge Su Zimo initially had no objections now, afraid that he would not join the Illumination dragon lineage. "You guys can leave first." Right then, the 4 dragon elders descended from midair and said to the surrounding dragons, "Long-mo, stay here." Illumination Dragon Elder 4 smiled at Su Zimo with a gentle expression. The dragons left. Su Zimo and the 4 dragon elders were the only ones left in the Dragon Blood battlefield. Long-mo, that dermic art you released earlier on, the one with the gray mist, what is it called? The Horned Dragon Elder asked. "Baron." Su Zimo did not choose to hide the truth. "Release it again and we'll take a look." The Winged Dragon Elder was curious. Or rather, he could not believe that the power of a Void Reversion Dragon's dermic art could affect an existence of their level. Su Zimo flipped his palm and a gray fog appeared. At this distance, the 4 dragon elders could feel it even more clearly. The Winged Dragon Elder extended a finger and tapped the gray fog gently. The moment his finger touched the gray fog, it retracted. "Pest!" He gasped and nodded at the other 3 dragon elders. True enough. The power of that dermic art could even affect them. Earlier on, the Winged Dragon Elder merely took a single touch and retracted it. At most, it was a 1/10 of a breath's time and he lost dozens of years of his lifespan. Furthermore, it was irreversible and irrecoverable. His lifespan of dozens of years was completely gone. "Hurry and put it away," the Winged Dragon Elder urged. For some reason, he felt his heart skip a beat as he looked at the gray fog. "Where did you learn this dermic art?" the Horned Dragon Elder asked. Su Zimo replied indifferently, "A friend taught me." "Can you impart this dermic art?" The eyes of the Horned Dragon Elder shone as he could not help but ask. Even though they had already become elders of the dragon race and were of noble status with torrential combat strength that could even fight against Mahayana patriarchs, they were still tempted when they saw such dermic arts. "Sorry, I can't." Su Zimo shook his head without hesitation. Dai had once told him that he could not impart the mystic classic of the 12 demon kings of the great wilderness to outsiders. Su Zimo had never forgotten Dai's words. A look of regret appeared on the faces of the horned and winged dragon elders. Only Illumination Dragon Elder 4 had a calm expression as he nodded towards Su Zimo, as though he understood the latter's intentions. The horned dragon elder retracted a momentary flash of heat in his eyes and said with a sullen expression, "Long Mo. As someone of the dragon race, you cultivate our cultivation techniques and enjoyed the use of the primordial divine spring. You should hand this dermic art over." Su Zimo frowned. He felt disgusted. This was clearly trying to blackmail him through goodwill. The primordial divine spring had indeed saved his life and revived his true body of the dragon race. However, he had also joined the dragon race. If they were to request anything from him because of this, he would only feel disgusted. Given Su Zimo's character, he would rather not have the true body of the dragon race than submit. There were some things that triggered his bottom line which he could not compromise. No way. This time round, Su Zimo rejected even more thoroughly and his tone turned colder. The horned dragon elder narrowed his eyes. A void reversion junior of the dragon race dared to reject him and speak to him in that tone? Furthermore, this junior was an outsider with an impure bloodline and an unknown identity. "Junior, say that again," the horned dragon elder said with a dark gaze. "Long Zhong, what are you doing?" Illumination Dragon Elder 4 pulled Su Zimo behind him. The gentleness on his face disappeared as he glared at the horned dragon elder with a sharp gaze. "This dermic art is extremely powerful. If he were to hand it over to us, the strength of our dragon race would increase. That's not overboard," the horned dragon elder called Long Zhong said indifferently. Illumination Dragon Elder 4 harumphed coldly. "If that child is willing, that's naturally for the best. However, if he's unwilling, no one can force him. Not you, me, or any other dragon." Su Zimo was touched when he heard that. No matter what, the elders of the Illumination Dragon lineage did not treat him as an outsider and were always protecting him. "Why are you so protective of him?" Long Zhong frowned slightly and asked in a deep voice. Illumination Dragon Elder sneered. "This has nothing to do with being protective. Long Zhong, don't you feel shameless forcing a junior to hand over his cultivation technique, given your age?" "You?" Long Zhong was speechless and his expression darkened completely. The hornless dragon elder was a middle-aged beauty. At that moment, she shook her head as well. "Long Zhong, you've truly gone overboard in this matter. Although I want to cultivate this dermic art as well, I won't force this child." "All right, everyone, stop arguing." The winged dragon elder stood out and tried to smooth things over. Long Zhong might have sounded tough because he was anxious. He has no ill intentions. "It better be," Illumination Dragon Elder 4 said. "The Illumination Dragon lineage has already decided that Long Mo will be the young master of the Illumination Dragon lineage and will be given the title of Illumination. Some old fogies should not have any designs on him." Humph! Long Zhong could not hold it in any longer. He flicked his sleeves and left, disappearing quickly. "It's fine. Ignore him." Illumination Dragon Elder 4 turned around and patted Su Zimo on the shoulder. "That fellow must be old and muddle-headed." "Thank you, Elder 4. Su Zimo bowed in thanks. This time round, it was all thanks to Illumination Dragon Elder 4 who helped him out. Otherwise, given his personality, there was a high chance that he would end up in a tragic state if he were to get into an argument with the horned dragon elder, and his true body of the dragon race would be crippled once more. "Right, that essence spirit secret skill of yours was also given to you by your friend?" the hornless dragon elder asked curiously. "Yes." Su Zimo nodded. "What's the name of the essence spirit secret skill?" the hornless dragon elder asked again. "Reverse scale." When they heard that word, the three elders were slightly stunned before realization flashed through their eyes. Reverse scale. Anyone who touches it will die," the winged dragon elder murmured and nodded. "No wonder it's so domineering." Illumination Dragon Elder 4 pondered for a moment before reminding. "Long Mo, that barren dermic art and reverse scale secret skill are way too, a little strong. Try not to use them if you fight with other dragons in the Dragon Bone Valley in the future." Dragon Bone Valley. Less than a month after the battle between Su Zimo and Long Yang, the elders of the Illumination Dragon lineage stepped in and conferred Su Zimo the title of the Young Master of the Illumination Dragon lineage, as well as the name Long Zhu. After another half a year, Su Zimo had completely integrated into Dragonbone Valley. Firstly, the battle half a year ago made him famous among the dragon race and gained the recognition of many of them, especially the Illumination Dragon lineage. Secondly, the young master of the Illumination Dragon lineage had a noble status far above the other dragons. Thirdly, Su Zimo had already become the number one of the hidden dragon ranking. Furthermore, Long Yang, who was already ranked second on the hidden dragon ranking, did not become hostile towards Su Zimo after his defeat. Instead, he became extremely close to the latter. Whenever someone wanted to challenge Su Zimo, Long Yang would take the initiative to stop them. For the past half a year, all the dragons that fought Long Yang were defeated. If they could not even defeat the second on the hidden dragon ranking, there was no way they could challenge the top of the hidden dragon ranking. Long Yang was not the only one. Long Shi of the hornless dragon race often ran towards the Illumination Dragon lineage as well. Furthermore, she had changed from her violent temper to become much gentler, causing the dragons to click their tongues in envy. However, Su Zimo still could not take it. Even if this body was the true body of the dragon race, he had no intention of becoming the Tao companion of a dragon. He was also unwilling to agree to the marriage alliance that the Illumination Dragon elders urged him to. He was so frustrated that he decided to enter seclusion. In the blink of an eye, 10 years had passed. Bottom of the Dragon Burial Valley. Early in the morning, the sun rose and shone on a black-haired cultivator in the ancient temple. Su Zimo opened his eyes slowly and exhaled deeply. 10 years ago, he had just entered the void reversion realm and reconstructed his body. 10 years later, he was already at the peak of the void reversion realm. That cultivation speed could be said to be rather terrifying. The higher one's cultivation realm was, the more difficult it was to raise it. Back in the nascent soul realm, Su Zimo spent a full 100 years to cultivate from early stage to peak mid-stage nascent soul realm. However, at the void reversion realm, this process only took 10 years. At the nascent soul realm, apart from his cultivation, Su Zimo had to nurture the creation green lotus continuously. But now, the creation green lotus had already vanished and there was only a bare lotus platform and 54 green lotus seeds left. There was no longer a need for an essence spirit to nurture them. Because of that, Su Zimo's cultivation speed increased tremendously. Secondly, when he was at the nascent soul realm, he cultivated the top cultivation techniques of the Immortal and Buddhist sections. At the void reversion realm, he cultivated the top cultivation techniques of the Immortal, Buddhist, and Fiend sects. The cultivation technique of the Fiend sects even came from a half-martial ancestor of the Fiend sections. There was no need for Su Zimo to comprehend the insights and understanding of the Tao Heart Fiend Seed Sutra personally. After devouring the memories of the half-martial ancestor of the Fiend sects, it was as though he was enlightened. He could comprehend the essence and profoundness of this Fiend technique right away. With that, he had already cultivated to the peak of the mid-stage void reversion realm after 10 years. He had been in this realm for a month now. Su Zimo could vaguely sense a bottleneck. If he continued to cultivate in seclusion at the bottom of the Dragon Burial Valley, he might not be able to break through this bottleneck even if he spent another 10 years or dozens of years. Furthermore, he was in deep thought, and now that he had returned to the North region, it was a good time to visit some of his old friends. After bidding farewell to Monk Yuan Bei and the red-headed ghost, Su Zimo left Dragon Burial Valley and headed towards the capital of Great Zhou. This time round, he no longer had to hide after returning to the North region. The impact of the battle at the Tao Inheritance Ground was immense. Later on, the D-clan half-martial ancestor was severely injured and a mighty figure of Chaos Essence sect died. The fact that a few conjoint body mighty figures of a few super sects were defeated in the Dragon Burial Valley had an even greater impact on the cultivation world. At the very least, none of the sects dared to target him under the guise of killing someone from an alien race. There was no Dharma characteristic Tao Lord or conjoint body mighty figure that would dare to attack him recklessly given their difference in major cultivation realms. This was excluding fights between peers of the same cultivation realm. Of course, in the eyes of many cultivators, Su Zimo had already fallen from grace. Without the divine phoenix bone, his body and the creation green lotus, Su Zimo was not even a paragon in the eyes of the cultivators. Even if he could return alive, he would fade into the masses and become insignificant. At that moment, no one realized that the monster incarnate that once caused countless paragons to tremble in fear had already been reborn. After entering the territory of Great Zhou, Su Zimo was in no hurry. He continued forward and surveyed the mountains and rivers. All these years, under Ji Yaoshua's governance, Great Zhou was even more prosperous than before. The country was strong and the citizens lived in peace. More than 100 years ago, the allied army of Great Shang, Great Xia and Great Yu invaded Great Zhou and was buried by Su Zimo in Songlang mountain range. After that battle, the fate of Great Zhou flourished. Su Zimo was happy for Ji Yaoshua as well. Although they were fated, they were not on the same path. As the Empress of Great Zhou, Ji Yaoshua naturally wanted to establish a strong dynasty and welcome a peaceful era. However, Su Zimo had to continue cultivating and pursue that illusory great Tao to catch up to Dai Yu. Even so, Ji Yaoshua held an extremely important position in Su Zimo's heart. He could not forget how Ji Yaoshua looked at him without any contempt before he condensed his qi. He could not forget the sky treasure badge given to him by Ji Yaoshua. More than that, he could not forget that 100 years ago, there was a woman who braved danger every year to come to Dragon Burial Valley to vent her emotions. If not for Ji Yaoshua, he would not even be able to see Su Hong for the last time. Su Hong was his older brother. Back then, Glass Palace chased after him. Nobody dared to get involved with him or take in Su Hong. Only Ji Yaoshua risked her life to bring Su Hong out and hid him in the capital of Great Zhou for 20 years. Su Zimo remembered all of that friendship. He might not end up with Ji Yaoshua in this lifetime. However, as long as he was alive, he would ensure her safety for the rest of her life. Before long, Su Zimo suddenly stopped in his tracks. Not far away, there was a layer of dark clouds in the skies. It was formed from extremely heavy grievances that lingered without dissipating. Su Zimo moved and rushed over. Before long, he arrived. It was a medium-sized village with about 40 families. At that moment, corpses were strewn everywhere in the village. Every single corpse was rotten and filled with poisonous boils. There was a huge hole in their abdomen and the blood that flowed had long dried up. All the corpses had widened eyes and died with grievances. Their deaths were tragic and shocking. All of the blood was black. Frowning slightly, Su Zimo released his spirit consciousness and enveloped the entire village. There were more than 100 people in the village. Be it men, women, old or young. All of them were dead without a single survivor. All of them died in similar states. Poison boils grew on their bodies and their blood turned black. There was a huge hole in their abdomens as though they were ripped apart by something. It did not seem like it was done by any demon beast. However, Su Zimo could not sense any aura left behind by cultivators from these mortals. These mortals died in a strange manner. Su Zimo's expression was dark. This was something that happened in the mortal world and had nothing to do with him. However, when he saw these unarmed mortals encounter such a calamity, he could not help but recall the calamity that the citizens of the country of Yen had suffered. This scene strengthened his determination to establish his Tao. 3 gigantic spirit vessels flew in the skies above the territory of Great Zhou. Each spirit vessel had close to 100 cultivators with powerful auras and exuded a mighty pressure. Among them, there were more than 10 void reversions on each spirit vessel and the rest were nascent souls. No matter where it was, this was a force that could not be ignored. The 3 spirit vessels were majestic and each of them had a gigantic flag with the words Great Xia, Great Shang and Great Yu written on it. On the spirit vessel in the middle, 3 cultivators stood side by side with a dignified and incomparably noble expression. It was clear that they were people who had been in power for a long time. If any cultivator in the capital of Great Zhou saw the 3 of them, they would definitely be shocked. These 3 cultivators were the emperors of Great Xia, Great Shang and Great Yu dynasties. The emperors of the three dynasties personally arrived in the territory of Great Zhou. This piece of land is truly not bad. It's filled with talents and blessings. Suddenly, a playful voice sounded from behind the three emperors. The three emperors shuddered and immediately moved to make way. A green-robed cultivator strode over. He was at the void reversion realm, and his lips curled into a sinister smile as he advanced to the bow of the ship slowly. Initially, the three emperors were dignified. However, when they saw this person, they lowered their heads slightly and greeted respectfully, "Master." Standing against the wind, the green-robed cultivator passed by a bustling city and looked down at the dense crowd of mortals beneath him. A ferocious glint flashed through his eyes as he gently removed his sleeves. Pieces of black light rained down on the ground. "Go, go!" The green-robed cultivator smiled gently and murmured, "I know you guys are hungry. Go and eat those ants and enjoy yourselves." In the city, the pedestrians walking on the streets felt their faces wet and touched instinctively. Their fingers were stained with a black liquid that resembled ink. "What's that? Is that black rain?" A pedestrian hurried by, wiping his cheeks and muttering. Nobody cared. Nobody noticed the three spirit vessels shuttling through the clouds above the city. On the spirit vessel, the three emperors looked at the black spots of light spilling from the green-robed young man's sleeves with a hint of fear in their eyes. "Master, don't worry. The territory of Great Zhou will be under your control soon." With a humble expression, the Emperor of Great Xia gave a somewhat obsequious laugh. The Emperor of Great Shang said in a low voice, "Master, the Patriarch of Great Zhou died after his lifespan was depleted. Without a Dharma-characteristic Tao Lord in the Great Zhou dynasty, the few of us are enough to occupy the capital of Great Zhou. However, I heard that the number one sect in the territory of Great Zhou, Ethereal Peak, has a Dharma-characteristic demon beast. This, Fufu," the green-robed young man chuckled. "What are you afraid of? That beast can't even protect itself. My master has already brought his men over." "Master is wise," the three emperors hurriedly flattered. "Fellow Taoist, don't worry. Elder son of the Dragon Tiger sect has already arrived in the capital of Great Zhou. Even if there's a Dharma-characteristic Tao Lord, he won't be a match for Elder Son." A strong void reversion stood out and looked at the green-robed young man respectfully. With a Tao Lord from one of the 10 upper sects of the North region, Dragon Tiger sect, nothing will go wrong. The green-robed young man's gaze landed on the Tao being of Dragon Tiger sect as he smiled and asked, "Tao being Red Tiger, how's the power of the golden silkworm?" When he heard that, Tao being Red Tiger's gaze suddenly turned fervent as he grinned. "It feels great. My combat strength has at least doubled. Thank you for granting me that. Ha ha." The green-robed young man raised his head and smiled, the mockery in his eyes fleeting. Su Zimo lingered in the village filled with corpses for a long time but did not find any clues. Those mortals died tragically and the black blood in their bodies seemed to be poisoned. However, there was a huge hole in the abdomen of those mortals, as though they were ripped apart by some demon beast. However, he did not discover any demonic chi around the village. Without any clue, Su Zimo set the corpses on fire to prevent a plague from spreading before continuing on towards the capital of Great Zhou. A day later, there was a city not far ahead with an aura of death surrounding it. A series of tragic wails could be heard from within the city. Frowning, Su Zimo sped forward and arrived above the city before long. When he looked down, he could not help but gasp. The city was strewn with corpses. Every single corpse had poisonous boils and a bloody hole in their abdomen that was oozing with black blood. They were exactly the same as the mortals who died in the village previously. There were hundreds of thousands of mortals and none were spared. Some of them were not dead and were still struggling on the spot. Their consciousnesses were already blurry, and they seemed to be enduring endless pain as they rolled and wailed on the ground. In a flash, Su Zimo arrived beside one of them. He scanned with his spirit consciousness and realized that there was a wisp of spirit chi in that person's body. This was also a chi refinement warrior, but his cultivation realm was low. If not for that wisp of spirit chi, he might not have been able to survive till now. Su Zimo hurriedly took out a few bottles of elixirs from his storage bag and stuffed them into the mouths of one of them without any explanation. Those elixirs were perfect-grade elixirs that could cure all poisons. However, the person's condition did not improve at all after consuming the elixirs. He continued screaming in pain. Su Zimo was helpless against such a situation as well. How could this be? Su Zimo swayed the person's body and asked in a deep voice, "What happened?" Perhaps the elixirs had some effect on him as he regained consciousness and murmured, "Black rain, black rain, black rain." Su Zimo frowned. Right then, he swept his gaze across the person's abdomen. His clothes were already torn and a fist-sized blood bubble protruded from his exposed abdomen. Immediately after, the blood bubble burst. A black thing that resembled a snake's head burrowed out. It was the length of an arm and had no nose, eyes, or ears. However, it had a menacing mouth that could tear flesh and was filled with sharp fangs. Scree! The demon beast shrieked and tore through the person's abdomen. As though it sensed something, it suddenly turned around, opened its mouth and charged towards Su Zimo with its scarlet tongue. Evil creature! A cold glint flashed through Su Zimo's eyes and a scarlet flame appeared on his fingertip, engulfing the black demon beast instantly. Enveloped by the immortal Tao fire, the demon beast turned into ashes instantly without a single sound. He had never seen such a demon beast before. In fact, he could not sense any demonic chi from the demon beast at all. Su Zimo's expression was dark. This was clearly not a natural disaster and was most likely a man-made disaster. The lives of these mortals had nothing to do with him. However, such inhumane and cruel methods still caused a strong killing intent to surge within him. Apart from Diin, he had not felt such killing intent for a long time. Su Zimo was silent as he looked at those who were still struggling and screaming. Although his combat strength was strong and he was once the most terrifying monster incarnate in Tianhuang mainland, he was helpless against this scene. These people could no longer be saved. The only thing he could do was to end their suffering. Poof! 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 Su Zimo flicked his finger gently and released dermic powers, killing the mortals who were in so much pain that they wanted to die. Thereafter, he released the immortal Tao fire and burned the entire city to ashes. Su Zimo moved and continued forward. Before long, his gaze shifted and he saw a group of cultivators speeding ahead, seemingly discussing something. "Have you heard? The patriarch of Great Zhou has passed away from old age." "Ah, the Dharma characteristic Tao Lord that established the Great Zhou dynasty. That's him. To think that he would live for so long before dying. I heard that if not for the patriarch presiding over the capital of Great Zhou would have been annexed by the other 3 dynasties." Su Zimo's ears quivered and he heard everything that the cultivators were discussing. He frowned slightly with a hint of doubt in his eyes. He had heard of the patriarch of the Great Zhou dynasty. Back then, Nian Qi and Little Crane Qing Qing were able to enter the intermediate ancient battlefield because the old immortal crane and the patriarch of Great Zhou worked together to open up the spatial node. This old ancestor was already in his twilight years and had yet to break through. It was only logical that his lifespan was exhausted. Su Zimo was puzzled. This should have been an extremely secretive matter. How did everyone know about it? If the 3 dynasties were to hear of this, it would be disadvantageous for Great Zhou. Su Zimo did not think further. A pair of dermic power wings appeared on his back and lightning coiled around his body. He turned into a bolt of purple lightning and overtook the cultivators instantly, disappearing into the void. The capital of Great Zhou. The palace was cold and empty. A woman in a pale yellow robe with long black hair that cascaded down like a waterfall had an extremely beautiful face. Although she was not wearing any makeup or pearls, she had a dignified aura. The woman rubbed her forehead gently and leaned against the back of the chair. Her eyes were closed and there was a deep fatigue between her brows as though she was taking a nap. A middle-aged man walked in from outside the hall and sighed gently as he looked at the sleeping woman. During this period of time, the patriarch had passed away and the pillar of the dynasty had collapsed. All the burden was on this woman. That was because she was the current empress of Great Zhou, Xianxia. Even a 7-foot-tall man like him could not withstand the pressure, let alone a weak woman. For some reason, news of the patriarch's death had spread over the past few days, causing the entire Great Zhou to be in turmoil. After hesitating for a long time, the middle-aged man said softly, "Empress, the kings have arrived at the capital to pay their respects." "Yes." Xianxia jolted awake from her dream and let out a long breath before nodding. "Uncle Mingzhe, it's been hard on you." "It's nothing." That middle-aged man was perfected Lord Mingzhe, who had once followed the emperor. Right now, he had already cultivated to the void reversion realm. Xianxia walked out. She was the one who wanted the kings to pay their respects. Since the news of the patriarch's death had already been leaked, she might as well take advantage of the situation and gather the kings of the Great Zhou vassal states here to teach them a lesson. The two of them headed towards the depths of the palace where the patriarch of Great Zhou was buried. The kings had arrived as well. Right then, a beautiful figure sped over with an extremely fast and anxious expression. It was the former commander of the White Hawk Guards and one of the current commanders of the Imperial Army, Bai Yuhan. After more than 100 years, Bai Yuhan had also cultivated to the nascent soul realm. "Yuhan, what's wrong?" Something major must have happened for Bai Yuhan to be in such a hurry. However, Xianxia remained composed and asked in a deep voice, "Empress, something bad has happened." Bai Yuhan panted slightly. "The spirit vessels of the 3 dynasties are already approaching the capital. The emperors of the 3 dynasties are gathered and there are dozens of void reversions and 200 nascent souls. They claim that they're here to pay their respects." Xianxia's expression changed. "What?" Dao Bing Mingzhe exclaimed in shock. For the 3 emperors to enter the Great Zhou dynasty at such a time and lead such powerful cultivators, they definitely had ill intentions and could not be here purely to pay their respects. Initially, the emperors of the 3 dynasties did not dare to venture deep into the capital of Great Zhou with a Dharma-characteristic Dao Lord guarding it. But now that the patriarch was dead, the 3 emperors had arrived on their imperial mounts. "Empress, let's leave first or it'll be too late," Bai Yuhan persuaded with a worried expression. Dao Bing Mingzhe pondered for a moment before nodding as well. "There are less than 10 void reversions in our capital. I'm afraid we won't be able to defeat them. Commander Bai is right. We should avoid them for now." "Avoid?" Xianxia laughed self-deprecatingly and asked, "Where can we hide?" "To Ethereal Peak," Dao Bing Mingzhe said in a deep voice. "Ethereal Peak has the old Immortal crane guarding it. As long as we obtain the old Immortal crane support, you can lead the Cultivation army to make a comeback and reclaim the capital." Xianxia shook her head. "The foundation of Great Zhou is here. The capital of Great Zhou is here and the citizens of Great Zhou are here. Anyone can retreat except me. I'm the Empress of Great Zhou." The kings were in the palace, and if Xianxia retreated, the Great Zhou dynasty would be destroyed as well. "Send a message to Ethereal Peak to ask Senior Crane for reinforcements." Xianxia took a deep breath and a resolute expression appeared on her face. "Gather all the void reversions and nascent souls in the capital, and get them to arrive as soon as possible. Our opponents are merely void reversions and nascent souls as well. As long as we can hold on, all the cultivators of the 3 dynasties will be buried here when Senior Crane of Ethereal Peak arrives." "Understood." Bai Yuhan replied in a deep voice and retrieved a spirit crane from her storage bag. She wrote a few words and released it. At the same time, Dao Bing Mingzhe released spirit cranes to gather the void reversions in the capital. In the depths of the palace, in front of a tomb, the kings stood side by side with solemn expressions. Before long, Xianxia arrived with many cultivators. 9 void reversions and 37 nascent souls followed behind her in a terrifying manner. What's going on? The kings were shocked. They knew that the Empress had called them over to give them a warning. However, they had not expected the Empress to create such a huge commotion. "Kings, if you're done paying your respects, please return." Upon arriving, Xianxia did not bother to exchange pleasantries with the kings and said straightforwardly. The kings were stunned. However, immediately, a king reacted and cupped his hands in farewell. The remaining kings left one after another. Right then, a black cloud shrouded over from the skies not far away. The clouds rumbled and enveloped the entire capital of Great Zhou. Upon hearing that the Patriarch of Great Zhou has passed away, I, the Emperor of Great Xia, have come to pay my respects. I, the Emperor of Great Shang, have come to pay my respects. I, the Emperor of Great Yu, have come to pay my respects. All the kings were shocked and looked over. In the skies, 3 gigantic spirit vessels tore through the black clouds and figures stood on them, exuding a tremendous might as they cruised over slowly. Although the cultivation realms of the kings present were not high, they were all people of high status and authority. They quickly realized something. The emperors of 3 dynasties had arrived personally with so many cultivators to pay their respects. It was clear that they had ill intentions. If the empress could not withstand this calamity, the Great Zhou dynasty would most likely be divided today. Xianxia was uneasy and her palms were filled with cold sweat. However, she maintained her composure despite the circumstances and looked fearless. She must not panic. If she lost her cool, everyone would be doomed. The only thing she had to do was to delay as much as possible. 3 gigantic spirit vessels stopped above the crowd of cultivators. What's wrong? You don't seem to welcome us, Empress? The Emperor of Great Xia smiled and asked loudly. If the 3 of you are here to pay your respects sincerely, I will naturally welcome you. However, if you have any ulterior motives— Xianxia did not continue, but there was a hint of murderous intent in her tone. Even against the armies of the 3 dynasties, she did not show any fear. Fufu. The 3 emperors exchanged glances and smiled mockingly. Prior to this, they might have been scared off by Xianxia's composure. But now, victory was within their grasp. Given the power and influence behind them, they could even flatten the aristocratic families of the North region, let alone the Great Zhou dynasty. The spirit vessel dispersed and the armies of the 3 dynasties descended slowly. Even though they had long received the news, there was still a commotion among the cultivators on the Great Zhou side. Not everyone could remain calm in the face of such a terrifying formation like Xianxia. Among the crowd behind the 3 emperors, a green-robed cultivator stood between them. His gaze landed on Xianxia's face with a playful look. Arriving at the tomb of the Great Zhou's patriarch, the Emperor of Great Xia shook his head gently and sighed. What a pity! What a pity that you died early and can't see the Great Zhou destroyed. The expressions of the Great Zhou cultivators changed. This was an undisguised provocation. The 3 emperors bowed before the tomb of the Great Zhou's patriarch before retreating to the front and looking at Xianxia with a fake smile. Empress of Great Zhou, are you so calm because you're waiting for reinforcements from Ethereal Peak? The Emperor of Great Xia suddenly laughed and asked. Xianxia remained silent. The Emperor of Great Shang reared his head in laughter. To tell you the truth, you won't be able to wait any longer. From this day forth, not only will Great Zhou be removed, Ethereal Peak will be destroyed as well. At that point, the cultivators of Great Zhou could no longer maintain their composure. Xianxia's expression was cold as she said sternly, The 3 of you, I have 9 void reversions and more than 30 nascent souls behind me. If we fight to the death, your 3 dynasties will suffer great losses as well. Fufu. The Emperor of Great Xia smiled leisurely. Empress of Great Xia, do you really think that you can fight against us? Flying Wolf, go! The moment he said that, a void reversion stood out from behind the Emperor of Great Xia. There was a hint of ferocity in his eyes and he was filled with killing intent. Dao being Flying Wolf. Dao being Ming Zhe frowned. Dao being Flying Wolf was originally an itinerant cultivator of the North region. He was ruthless and extremely ferocious. He had been famous for many years. To think that he had actually submitted to the Great Xia dynasty. Dao being Flying Wolf twisted his neck twice and the sound of bones cracking could be heard from his body. For some unknown reason, under Dao being Ming Zhe's gaze, Dao Being Flying Wolf's cheeks shimmered with silver light. It was as though there were earthworms crawling within, and they disappeared quickly. Dao Being Flying Wolf lunged towards Xianxia in huge strides. You must have a death wish. Immediately, a void reversion stood out from behind Xianxia. Leaping into the air, he waved his sleeves and a flying sword sped forward, turning into a cold beam that shot towards Dao Being Flying Wolf. The sword was extremely fast. However, Dao Being Flying Wolf was even faster. In a flash, he disappeared from everyone's sight. Immediately after, everyone felt their cheeks heat up. In midair, Dao Being Flying Wolf appeared and tore the void reversion into two, swallowing his essence spirit and chewing it. It was only when the blood splattered on everyone's faces that it felt warm. By that time, one of Great Zhou's 9 void reversions was already dead. Pest! The crowd gasped. Dao Being Mingzhe was shocked as well. Dao Being Flying Wolf's combat strength was many times stronger than what he knew. Clang! Dao Being Flying Wolf's arms trembled, and a pair of cold claws with 4 dermic patterns appeared on his wrist. It was a supreme-grade Dao Being dermic weapon. This was not common in the cultivation world of the Great Zhou dynasty. Even Dao Being Mingzhe only had a superior-grade Dao Being dermic weapon. Kill! A strange silver light flashed through Dao Being Flying Wolf's eyes as he charged into the crowd. Dao Being Mingzhe hurriedly retreated with Xianxia. 3 void reversions attacked at the same time and released dermic arts and dermic weapons, forming a gigantic barrier that wanted to trap Dao Being Flying Wolf within. However, Dao Being Flying Wolf was way too fast and his movement technique was strange. In a flash, he passed through layers of barriers and arrived before the 3 void reversions. Broken limbs flew and blood mist spewed everywhere. In the blink of an eye, 3 void reversions were dead. There were only 5 void reversions left beside Xianxia. Die! 2 void reversions stood out and released a spirit consciousness attack without hesitation. Nobody in the Great Zhou dynasty knew about essence spirit secret skills. Dao Being Flying Wolf was not afraid at all and condensed his spirit consciousness as well, colliding with the spirit consciousnesses of the 2 void reversions with a loud bang. Immediately after, the 2 void reversions grunted. A look of pain flashed through Dao Being Flying Wolf's eyes as well. Their spirit consciousnesses clashed and the 3 of them were injured at the same time. On the side of Great Zhou, another void reversion took the opportunity to attack. With a cold flash, he slashed Dao Being Flying Wolf's neck. Clang! The sound of metal clashing echoed as the sword slashed forward and sparks flew everywhere. Impenetrable? Dao Being Mingzhe's eyes widened. When did Dao Being Flying Wolf's body become so strong? Even if the flying sword was an ordinary mid-grade Dao Being dermic weapon, there was no way it could not pierce through Dao Being Flying Wolf's body. Another dermic art descended and struck Dao Being Flying Wolf squarely on the chest. However, it merely sent him tumbling. Dao Being Flying Wolf stood up once more and his eyes shone with silver light. He grinned sinisterly and charged towards the few void reversions that attacked. Poof! 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 Flashes of blood appeared. In less than 10 rounds, another 4 void reversions were killed by Dao Being Flying Wolf. Mingzhe was the only void reversion left beside Xianxia. Many nascent souls of Great Zhou retreated repeatedly, and nobody dared to advance. Even void reversions had fallen one after another. There was nothing they could do even if they went up. Dao Being Mingzhe felt chills run down his spine. It was only at this moment that he realized what sort of terrifying cultivators they were facing. Xianxia was devastated. Great Zhou was on the brink of destruction. Something isn't right. Dao Being Mingzhe's expression was terrible. Although Dao Being Flying Wolf was strong, he could not be that strong. Furthermore, if Dao Being Flying Wolf had such combat strength, why would he listen to the orders of the Great Xia dynasty? Ever since the destruction of the Great Qin Empire 10,000 years ago, the current 4 dynasties of the North region no longer had their former glory and strength. Back then, there were 2 Buddhist monasteries presiding over the Great Qin Empire. The strength of an empire was comparable to a super sect. But now, let alone super sects, even the 4 dynasties could not compare to the 10 upper sects and aristocratic families of the North region. Given Dao Being Flying Wolf's combat strength, He was more than qualified to join the upper sex. Why would he join the Great Xia dynasty? Dao being Mingzhe vaguely realized that the enemy's Great Zhou was facing this time round might be much more terrifying than the three dynasties. How confident did the three emperors have to be to pay a personal visit to the Great Zhou dynasty? The emperor of Great Xia smiled leisurely. Empress of Great Zhou, why are the void reversions of your Great Zhou so weak and vulnerable? The emperor of Great Yu said coldly, Ji Yaoxue, more than 100 years ago, your lover, Su Zimo, killed 1 million people from the allied army of our three dynasties in Songlang mountain range. It's time to settle this debt. Ji Yaoxue knew that she was definitely going to die today and that the Great Zhou dynasty was about to be destroyed. There was no longer any fear in her heart as she sneered. The army of the three dynasties invaded the Great Zhou dynasty and slaughtered more than 1 million citizens wherever they passed. Those lowlifes were akin to mantises trying to stop a chariot by going against our three dynasties. They were the ones who had death wishes. A ferocious glint flashed through the eyes of the emperor of Great Shang as he laughed sinisterly. Ji Yaoxue, Su Zimo is already a cripple. We don't even know if he's dead or alive. As such, that blood debt is now relegated to you. Ji Yaoxue's eyes dimmed when she heard that name. She had also heard about the battle 10 years ago. Even if Su Zimo could return once again, after his body was destroyed and the loss of his divine phoenix bone as well as creation green lotus, he would not be the invincible monster incarnate he was in the past. Such a blow was enough to destroy anyone. Ji Yaoxue looked into the distance and sighed internally. Zimo, I wonder if you're all right. We are not fated to meet again in this lifetime. At that moment, a strong sense of longing surged in her heart. Like a dying lantern, scenes of the two of them interacting appeared before her eyes. She was immersed in it and smiled gently, her eyes turning moist. Those scenes eventually condensed into a figure that appeared in her blurry vision. He wore green robes and had a slender figure. His black hair swayed and his eyes were clear. He was smiling at her with a gentle gaze as he walked over slowly. Was she hallucinating? Ji Yaoxue sniffed and laughed self-deprecatingly. Lowering her head slightly, she took out a short sword and prepared to commit suicide. Suddenly, she realized that all the cultivators present were looking in that direction with eyes widened in shock. Esu? Dao being Mingzhe pointed into the distance and uttered words in disbelief, but he could not continue. Ji Yaoxue seemed to have realized something and looked up suddenly. Not far away, a green-robed cultivator truly appeared in her line of sight and arrived before her in the blink of an eye. Was she not hallucinating? Who is that person? The emperor of Great Xia frowned and asked. The green-robed cultivator was merely at the void reversion realm. Why did some of the cultivators look as though they had seen a ghost when they saw him? It's him. Dao being Red Tiger of Dragon Tiger sect narrowed his gaze and said in a deep voice, Dao being Desolate Marshal, Su Zimo. In the crowd, a cold glint flashed through the green-robed young man's eyes as he murmured, Interesting. We were merely dealing with small fries. To think that a big fish would be lured out. Fu! The emperor of Great Yu sneered. This person would still have some deterrence if this was 10 years ago. But now he's merely a cripple. Ji Yaoxue looked at the intruder in a daze and called out softly in disbelief. Zimo? Her voice trembled as she extended her palm slowly, wanting to touch Su Zimo's cheek. However, she did not dare and her palm froze in midair. She was afraid that the illusion would disappear if she touched it. Su Zimo arrived beside Ji Yaoxue and reached out to gently wipe away the tears at the corner of her eyes. Ji Yaoxue no longer had any doubts as she felt the warmth in his palm. This was not a hallucination. The person before her was Su Zimo. Su Zimo sighed gently. Someone's bullying you. For some unknown reason, the moment that sigh sounded, a chill ran down the cultivators' spines and their hairs stood on end. It felt as though they were in great danger and were targeted by a pure-blooded, ferocious beast. Even the green-robed young man frowned and felt his scalp tingle. He shook his head to get rid of that feeling. Yes. Ji Yaoxue did not say anything more, and her dignified aura of an empress vanished instantly. As though she had been wronged, She merely nodded and acknowledged. At that moment, no one realized that her single yes reply had already determined their death sentence. Stop pretending. What's with that drama? Suddenly, Dao being Flying Wolf sneered. Dao being Desolate Marshal. Your past glory is all in the past. Number 1 of the phenomenon ranking? Number 1 perfected lord? Number 1 Dao being? None of that has anything to do with you anymore. Oh, Su Zimo could not help but laugh. This time round, he had merely been in seclusion for 10 years and even a nobody in the cultivation world like Dao being Flying Wolf dared to jump out. Dao being Flying Wolf might have some reputation in the cultivation world of the North region, but he was far from being a true paragon. He had not even entered the Dao inheritance ground before. In other words, he was not even fit to carry Su Zimo's shoes. Of course, the reason why Dao being Flying Wolf was so arrogant was because a half-martial ancestor expert attacked Su Zimo 10 years ago. Logically speaking, after losing the Divine Phoenix Bone, the Creation Green Lotus and his body being destroyed, Su Zimo would definitely be reduced to an ordinary void reversion. However, no one knew that although Su Zimo's body and bloodline were slightly weaker after reconstructing his Green Lotus true body, his combat strength was no weaker than 10 years ago. Su Zimo, you came at the right time. The Emperor of Great Xia's gaze was cold as he said in a deep voice, 100 years ago, an army of 1,000,000 cultivators from the 3 dynasties were killed. We'll repay that blood debt with your life. Kill! Dao being Flying Wolf growled and his figure flashed. Suddenly, he lunged towards Su Zimo with a pair of sharp, bloody claws extending from his wrist. Su Zimo looked at Dao being Flying Wolf and his eyes suddenly shone with a strange black light. Heavenly Fiend Eye. It was a visual technique of the Dao Heart Fiend Seed Sutra. Cultivators with weak wills and Dao hearts would be easily controlled and lose consciousness. Suddenly, Dao being Flying Wolf stopped in his tracks and stood rooted to the spot in a daze as though he had lost his soul. Although the Heavenly Fiend Eye did not have much lethality, it was still a fiend technique from the ancient era and Dao being Flying Wolf could not defend against it. Ah! Cries of surprises came from the crowd. Everyone witnessed how ferocious Dao being Flying Wolf was earlier on. 8 void reversions of the Great Zhou dynasty were killed by him alone. But now, Dao being Flying Wolf was no match for Su Zimo's gaze and had given up on resisting after a single glance. He stood motionlessly on the spot at the moment. Any nascent soul would be able to kill him with ease, let alone Su Zimo. It's a visual technique. As someone from one of the upper sects, Dao being Red Tiger was the first to react and said in the crowd. Right then, Dao being Flying Wolf's body shuddered and a sudden movement came from his body. Strange silver threads appeared on his cheeks. Thereafter, silver light shone from his eyes. Eh? Su Zimo's expression changed and a look of surprise flashed through his eyes. There was clearly an extremely strange power in Dao being Flying Wolf's body. With the burst of that power, he managed to break free from the control of the Heavenly Fiend Eye. Su Zimo did not think too much about it. He flicked his finger and dermic powers formed a sword chi that shot out. Poof! The dermic power sword chi entered Dao being Flying Wolf's glabella instantly. Su Zimo did not need to use any dermic arts against ordinary void reversions. Even the simplest transformation of dermic powers into a single sword chi could create immense lethality. Although he was at the mid-stage void reversion realm, his essence spirit had become incomparably pure after being tempered by the top cultivation techniques of the Immortal, Buddhist, and Fiend sects. The range of his spirit consciousness was more than 500 kilometers and was comparable to Dharma-characteristic Dao lords. His dermic powers were even more terrifying. This was the purest form of suppression through brute force. Under countless gazes, Dao being Flying Wolf had just broken free from the control of the Heavenly Fiend Eye and was about to regain consciousness when Su Zimo's dermic power sword chi penetrated his glabella. Dao being Flying Wolf's essence spirit was destroyed and he died on the spot. Although Dao being Flying Wolf was dead, Su Zimo was puzzled by the sudden surge of power that appeared in the latter's body. Clearly, if not for that power, Dao being Flying Wolf's combat strength would not have reached that level either. It was impossible for him to kill 8 void reversions of Great Zhou single-handedly. Go, kill him. The Emperor of Great Xia said fiercely. Kill Desolate Marshal and you'll be famous throughout the world. That's right, he's alone. All of you, attack together. The Emperor of Great Yu shouted as well. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Immediately, 8 void reversions stood out from behind the 3 emperors with strange silver lines appearing on their faces. Finally, silver light flashed through the eyes of the void reversions as they attacked at the same time. Instantly, more than 10 flying swords tore through the air. In midair, a few void reversions even conjured dermic arts and arrived. That technique again? Su Zimo furrowed his brows slightly. The dermic weapons and dermic arts of these void reversions were not worth mentioning. However, the silver threads that appeared on their bodies caused their strength to double and their combat strength to soar. Su Zimo had never seen such methods before. Of course, even if the combat strength of the void reversions were doubled, there was nothing to fear. Su Zimo extended his finger and tapped forward. Boom! Suddenly, a dark cloud condensed above the heads of the cultivators. It was pitch black as ink and streaks of blinding lightning descended from the skies. It connected the heavens and the earth. Electric arcs intertwined endlessly, forming a gigantic thunderstorm. The green-robed cultivator was shocked and retreated immediately. The cultivators of the 3 dynasties reacted and retreated. Bang! Boom! Boom! The terrifying thunderstorm exuded a tremendous might as though it could destroy everything and instantly engulfed the 8 void reversions that attacked. Their flying swords, spirit weapons, and dermic arts were all enveloped by the purple thunderstorm. A moment later, the storm dissipated. There were only 8 charred corpses on the ground that were beyond recognition. Green smoke billowed from their bodies, and they were already dead. The dermic arts of the void reversions were also devoured by the thunderstorm and vanished without a trace. There were many flying swords and spirit weapons scattered on the ground. None of them were intact. That dermic art was so terrifying that even dermic weapons could not withstand it and were smashed into pieces. After the Purple Thunder Manual was fused with the Green Thunder Manual, it formed the complete cultivation technique, the Great Void Spirit Refinement section. The original Purple Thunderstorm had also turned into the current Thunderstorm. This power was even more shocking. On the side of the 3 dynasties, the emperors of the 3 dynasties, void reversions, and many nascent souls were shocked and trembling with deep fear in their eyes. The cultivators gulped. Wasn't Dao being Desolate Marshal's body crippled and his combat strength greatly reduced after losing the creation Green Lotus and Divine Phoenix Bone? Didn't they say that Dao being Desolate Marshal was already a cripple? What was going on? In the face of that dermic art, they felt as insignificant as ants. This was not an illusion. Given Su Zimo's current dermic powers, the thunderstorm was not much weaker than the power of a Dharma characteristic Dao Lord if it was released at full power. It seems like there's been some commotion. Su Zimo shrugged with a relaxed expression. The reason why he released that dermic art was not to deal with the void reversions. He merely wanted to see how powerful the dermic art was. After all, he had not fought anyone since he entered seclusion at the bottom of the Dragon Burial Valley. The green-robed young man frowned deeply. The contempt and mockery in his eyes had long vanished. Su Zimo's combat strength seemed to be different from the rumors. Given his strength, he did not have absolute confidence in killing Su Zimo even if he attacked. Of course, he could still maintain his composure. Even if void reversions like them could not suppress Su Zimo, there was still a Dharma characteristic of the Dragon Tiger sect in the capital of Great Zhou. The Dharma characteristic Dao Lord must have sensed the commotion. All of you, attack together. Right then, Dao being Red Tiger hollered. Desolate Marshal's body was destroyed and his reconstructed body is extremely weak. If you guys fight him in close combat, you'll definitely be able to severely injure him. His words jolted everyone into realization. 10 years ago, Su Zimo lost his body but his essence spirit was not injured. Right now, they were definitely not a match for Su Zimo in terms of dermic techniques. In the cultivation world, all cultivators knew some common knowledge. If void reversions lost their bodies, it would be difficult for them to recover their former combat strength, whether it was through assimilation or purchasing a void reversion physical body. In the past, Su Zimo had a terrifying physique and was invincible in melee combat. But now, his body was his greatest weakness. At that thought, 6 cultivators suddenly appeared from the crowd. Their eyes flashed with silver light as they burst forth with their full speed towards Su Zimo. Fellow Taoist, be careful. When Dao Being Mingze saw that Su Zimo was motionless, he reminded hurriedly, if they want to engage in melee combat, you have to keep your distance. There's no need. Smiling gently, Su Zimo channeled his spirit consciousness and channeled his dermic powers to his fingertips. He flicked his finger gently. Shing! 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 Beams of dermic power sword chi shot out at an extremely fast speed towards the 6 void reversions charging over. Poof! A void reversion could not dodge in time and his head was pierced by the dermic power sword chi, causing his essence spirit to dissipate. The other 5 void reversions slowed down hurriedly. One of them turned sideways slightly to avoid the sharpness of the dermic power sword chi. Before he could catch his breath, he caught sight of something from the corner of his eye and was scared out of his wits. The dermic power sword chi had already swept past him when it suddenly paused. As though it had a mind of its own, it spun its blade and stabbed towards the back of his head. Poof! Blood flashed. The void reversion fell to the ground dead. With Su Zimo's spirit consciousness, he could control dermic powers with ease. The dermic power sword chi that shot out from midair were extremely sentient. As though they were alive, they circled around the void reversions that were charging over and shuttled back and forth. Swoosh! 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 Even if a void reversion could dodge the first attack, he could not dodge the second. Even if he could dodge the second attack, he could not escape the encirclement of 2 or even multiple sword chi. The void reversions stood on the spot and shifted around. They were already on the brink of death, let alone close in. The 3 emperors were already pale with fright. Instinctively, they wanted to turn around and look at the green-robed young man. But soon, a voice sounded in the mind of the 3 emperors. Don't turn back. If you dare look at me, I'll kill you right now. The green-robed young man's voice contained a cold and sinister killing intent. The 3 emperors shuddered and did not dare to do anything else. The green-robed young man's expression was grim as his eyes shifted. He looked at Dao Being Red Tiger beside him with a cold gaze filled with doubt and killing intent. Didn't you say that there's a Dharma characteristic Dao Lord in the capital of Great Zhou? The green-robed young man sent a voice transmission with his spirit consciousness. Where is he? Why hasn't he appeared despite the commotion here? Dao Being Red Tiger's expression was terrible. Elder Sun had indeed arrived at the capital of Great Zhou. However, for some reason, he did not appear. In reality, Elder Sun of Dragon Tiger Sect was nearby. However, he did not dare to attack. The person at the bottom of the Dragon Burial Valley was still alive. In the current cultivation world, not many people would dare to attack Su Zimo if they were a major cultivation realm apart from the latter. Back in the Dragon Burial Valley, a half-martial ancestor of Chaos Essence Sect was severely injured and a conjoint body mighty figure died. According to what the person from Dragon Burial Valley said, he would not interfere even if Su Zimo died in a fight between cultivators of the same cultivation realm. He could only blame Su Zimo for not being skilled enough. However, the situation was different if it was a Dharma characteristic Dao Lord who fought. It was easy for him to kill Su Zimo, but he and Dragon Tiger Sect would have to endure the wrath of a Mahayana Patriarch. Dragon Tiger Sect won't be able to withstand even a Mahayana Patriarch in his twilight years. In the blink of an eye, the 6 void reversions that had just entered the battlefield were dead. Dao Being Red Tiger clenched his fists slightly. Under the gaze of the green-robed young man, he felt as though he was being stabbed in the back. A bunch of trash. Dao Being Red Tiger stood out and took out a gigantic thick saber from his storage bag. He twisted his neck with a series of crackling sounds. Golden threads appeared on his cheeks in a strange manner. The golden threads disappeared as soon as they appeared on his cheeks. However, Dao Being Red Tiger's eyes shone with a strange golden light. Su Zimo's heart skipped a beat and he frowned slightly. It was that strange method again. Furthermore, the golden thread was clearly a level higher than the silver thread. After the golden threads appeared, Dao being Red Tiger's aura clearly became stronger. Right then, Ji Yaoshua exclaimed softly as well. Dragon Tiger Sect? Ji Yaoshua noticed Dao being Red Tiger's sect badge and asked with a grim expression, as one of the 10 upper sects of the North region, why would the Dragon Tiger sect participate in a fight between dynasties? For the past 10,000 years, none of the 4 dynasties had the support of upper sects or aristocratic families. For example, in the Great Zhou dynasty, other than some small sects and factions, Ethereal Peak and True Fire sect, who were part of the 5 major sects, were among the top. This was not a strange phenomenon. It was also due to the catastrophe 10,000 years ago. Back then, the Great Qian Empire was strong and had a strong foundation. Within the territory, there were 2 Buddhist monasteries guarding it, and the upper sects and aristocratic families submitted to them readily. Even so, a calamity descended and the Great Qian Empire was annihilated. The 2 Buddhist monasteries were destroyed and dissipated in Tianhuang mainland as well. From then on, although the 4 dynasties were formed in the territories of the Great Qian Empire, there were no upper sects or aristocratic families involved anymore. If even 2 super sects like the Buddhist monasteries were destroyed because of the Great Qian Empire, it was normal for the upper sects and aristocratic families to be even more cautious. There was a tacit understanding between the upper sects and aristocratic families. Nobody would be involved with the 4 dynasties. But now, the Dragon Tiger sect was involved in the fight between the 4 dynasties, and it was equivalent to breaking a balance. That surprised Ji Yaoshua. Was this the intention of the Dragon Tiger sect or the Void Reversion himself? Dao being Red Tiger glared at Su Zimo and grinned, dragging his gigantic thick saber. His blood chi burst forth with a bang as he charged towards Su Zimo. Swoosh! The wind howled. Dao being Red Tiger's movement technique was more than twice as fast as the Void Reversion earlier on. The Dragon Tiger sect was one of the 10 upper sects of the North region. The Dragon Tiger Sutra of the sect was a top-notch body-tempering cultivation technique in the cultivation world. Dao being Red Tiger's physique and blood chi were not weak to begin with. With the help of the strange power derived from the golden threads, his speed had already reached its limits. There were even afterimages in his wake. Zimo, watch out! Ji Yaoshua exclaimed softly. The combat strength of this Void Reversion was clearly not on the same level as the Void Reversion earlier on. Su Zimo's expression was indifferent and there was no fluctuation in his eyes. Standing on the spot without any intention of retreating, he flicked his finger gently and shot out a sword chi. Xing! The sword chi tore through the air and stabbed towards Dao being Red Tiger's glabella. Dao being Red Tiger's figure was still in midair when he suddenly twisted his body and avoided the sword chi by a hair's breadth. Without stopping, he continued charging forward. Xing! The sword chi turned around. Dao being Red Tiger's figure flashed again. If he wanted to maintain his charging speed, he would not be able to avoid Su Zimo's dermic power sword chi perfectly. Poof! The sword chi streaked across Dao being Red Tiger's arm. A blood arrow spewed out and scattered in the void. A gigantic sword wound appeared on Dao being Red Tiger's shoulder as blood gushed out. Eh? Su Zimo raised his brow. Normally, the sharpness of the sword chi should have been enough to sever Dao being Red Tiger's entire arm. But now, it only left a single wound on his body. With the help of that strange power, Dao being Red Tiger's body became much stronger. Earlier on, his wound was still dripping with blood. However, in the blink of an eye, the bleeding had stopped and golden lights shone on the wound. The flesh on both sides of the wound began to close up, showing signs of healing. Interesting. Su Zimo narrowed his eyes. While he was in a daze, Dao being Red Tiger had already closed in with a frenzied expression and a menacing gaze. Desolate marshal, hand over your life. At that distance, he was extremely confident that he could behead Su Zimo. Whoosh! The thick saber in Dao being Red Tiger's hands shone with 5 bedazzling lights. 5 dermic patterns. A perfect Dao being dermic weapon. This was extremely rare even among the 4 dynasties. A saber beam flashed and slashed down fiercely. However, Su Zimo seemed oblivious to it. Just as the saber was about to slash Su Zimo's neck, he suddenly reached out and grabbed it. He did not budge at all. Despite wielding the thick saber in his hands, he was unscathed. Su Zimo turned his head slightly and asked with a fake smile, "What are you trying to do?" All the cultivators were dumbfounded and speechless. Dao Being Red Tiger's expression froze instantly as disbelief filled his eyes. Su Zimo's question rumbled in his mind. "What are you trying to do?" Dao Being Red Tiger's mind was in chaos. That's right, what was he trying to do? The reason why he released all his strength and methods and even endured the injury of Su Zimo's dermic power sword chi was so that he could rush over, close the distance and engage in melee combat. But now, the two of them were merely inches apart. However, his thick saber was gripped firmly by a fair and tender palm and could not move at all. This was a perfect Dao Being dermic weapon, slicing through a single strand of hair and cutting iron like mud. Even those could not describe the sharpness of this thick saber. However, such a divine weapon was grabbed by the cultivator before him with his bare hands. He was not even gripping the handle, but the blade that was shimmering with a cold sharpness. What was he trying to do? What could he do? His plans, analysis, and the many trump cards that he was prepared to unleash next seemed extremely laughable at this moment. Dao Being Red Tiger did not understand. It was absolutely true that the D-clan's half-martial ancestor had crippled this person's body. Many cultivators in the Dao inheritance ground witnessed it. How was this person still able to withstand the sharpness of a perfect Dao Being dermic weapon with his body? The most frightening thing was that his thick saber could not even scratch the person's skin. There was no way Dao Being Red Tiger could have understood. It was true that Su Zimo's Green Lotus True Body was inferior to the Dragon True Body in terms of bloodline and strength. However, the toughness of this Green Lotus True Body was not any weaker. Before the Grade 6 creation Green Lotus shattered, it was comparable to a Khanate Dao Lord dermic weapon. Su Zimo's skin was made of lotus leaves. Even Khanate Dao Being dermic weapons could not hurt him, let alone perfect Dao Being dermic weapons. Initially, Dao Being Red Tiger thought that the monster incarnate of the past had already fallen from grace, and he wanted to take advantage of the situation to trample on him. However, it was only at this moment that he realized that the monster incarnate of the past was still at the peak. The latter was so high up that he could not even touch the hem of the other party's clothes. "You think you can hurt me with that piece of scrap metal?" Su Zimo's gaze intensified and he exerted strength in his fingers. There was a cracking sound that pierced through the skies. Su Zimo broke the blade with his bare hands. The 5 blazing lights on the thick saber dimmed instantly. A perfect Dao Being dermic weapon was destroyed by Su Zimo barehanded in front of everyone. The sound of breaking echoed and all the cultivators present shuddered. Their hearts skipped a beat and they forgot to breathe for a moment. Cultivators of the 3 dynasties looked at Su Zimo with endless fear. This person had completely surpassed their understanding. This scene once again awakened their long-lost memories. They finally realized who they were facing. This was the terrifying existence that killed 8 titular disciples in the Dao inheritance ground single-handedly. There were countless paragons and monster incarnates that died in his hands. Compared to those paragons and monster incarnates, they were insignificant. Dao Being Red Tiger gulped and retreated with a horrified expression. In front of Su Zimo, he did not even dare to make large motions and merely moved backwards slowly step by step. Took him less than 3 breaths to reach Su Zimo. However, it felt as though a century had passed just by taking 3 steps back. He was scared out of his wits. Su Zimo looked at the shivering Dao Being Red Tiger and shook his head, smiling gently. "It's too late to leave now." Swash! A bolt of lightning flashed. Su Zimo had already vanished from the spot. Dao Being Red Tiger's pupils constricted and he exerted strength in his legs, wanting to retreat. However, he only felt a cold glint flash before his eyes. Gripping the broken blade of the thick saber, Su Zimo slashed Dao Being Red Tiger's throat viciously. Chi! A blood mist spewed out. Su Zimo's figure disappeared once more and he had already dodged. Dao Being Red Tiger widened his eyes and staggered backwards, clutching his throat. However, Scarlet blood was gushing out from the gaps between his fingers. Although the power of the golden silkworm in his body was strong, it was still difficult for him to recover from a fatal injury to his throat. The life force of his body was draining rapidly and his blood chi was declining. Dao being Red Tiger realized that his body was already crippled. Shoo! With a flash of light, his essence spirit escaped from the top of his head. His essence spirit left his body. As though he had expected it, Su Zimo tossed his hand casually. The broken blade that was still in his palm vanished and turned into a cold beam of light that slashed at Dao being Red Tiger's essence spirit instantly. Dao being Red Tiger died on the spot without saying anything. After killing Dao being Red Tiger, Su Zimo glanced at a distant corner indifferently, as though he had just crushed an ant casually. There was a cultivator hidden in that corner. Dressed in the robes of the Dragon Tiger sect. His beard was grayish-white. He was elder son of the Dragon Tiger sect who had arrived at the capital of Great Zhou long ago and was hiding nearby. Even after the disciples of the sect died, he did not appear. He was still holding back. However, at that moment, Dao being Desolate Marshall's gaze drifted towards him, causing Elder Son's heart to skip a beat. Could that lad have discovered my tracks? Elder Son frowned slightly with a bewildered expression. While he was feeling puzzled, Dao being Desolate Marshall had already retracted his gaze, as though that glance was merely a coincidence. Elder Son heaved a sigh of relief and lamented internally. I was overthinking. This lad is only at the mid-stage void reversion realm. How could he have detected me? On the other side, Su Zimo retracted his gaze. The moment he arrived, he had already sensed that there was a Dharma characteristic Dao Lord hidden in that corner. His spirit consciousness was comparable to Dharma characteristic Dao Lords, and with the help of his spirit perception, there was no way Elder Son's tracks could escape his senses. He was not bothered by this Dharma characteristic Dao Lord. If that person chose not to appear, Su Zimo would not take the initiative to provoke him either. His gaze landed on the three emperors once more. The three emperors felt their hearts turn cold. Run! There was only a single thought in the three emperors' minds. The Dharma characteristic Dao Lord of Dragon Tiger sect did not appear, and they only had one option: escape. Nobody is allowed to leave without my permission. Although Su Zimo's voice was neither loud nor soft, it was heard by every void reversion with an unquestionable authority. However, the cultivators of the three dynasties were scared out of their wits and did not dare to stay. In everyone's opinion, they would definitely die if they remained in the capital. Including nascent souls, there were more than 200 cultivators left in the three dynasties. However, Su Zimo was alone. As long as everyone dispersed and fled in all directions, there was no way Su Zimo could keep all of them. The green-robed young man was also hidden in the crowd and fled out of the city amidst the chaos. Su Zimo's gaze turned cold as he rose slowly and hovered in midair, saying coldly, "Anyone who makes a move rashly shall die." Boom! Su Zimo released his massive spirit consciousness and descended, enveloping the 200-odd cultivators from the three dynasties that were escaping. His spirit consciousness was comparable to Dharma characteristic Dao Lords. Nascent souls could not defend against the pressure of that spirit consciousness at all. Figures fell from midair one after another. Many nascent souls were suppressed by the massive spirit consciousness and could not move at all. As for the remaining dozens of void reversions, although they could still withstand the pressure of Su Zimo's spirit consciousness and escape, their speed was much slower. Su Zimo's expression was indifferent as a green glow burst forth from his glabella. 54 green lotus seeds appeared and tore through the air. Swoosh! 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 Every single green lotus seed was an essence spirit dermic weapon. The green lotus seeds carried sharp auras. Under the suppression of Su Zimo's spirit consciousness, the speed of the void reversions decreased significantly. They could not avoid the attacks of the green lotus seeds at all. Poof! A green light flashed and a green lotus seed penetrated a void reversion. A bloodied hole appeared on the forehead of the void reversion and his essence spirit was destroyed. He tilted his head and his corpse fell from midair. Poof! 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 In the blink of an eye, 3 more void reversions had their heads pierced by green lights. Even if cultivators used dermic weapons to defend against the green lotus seeds, they would not be able to defend against the killing power of the lotus seeds against essence spirits. The 54 green lotus seeds surrounded the remaining dozens of void reversions. In the blink of an eye, 10 void reversions were dead. Furthermore, this was Su Zimo holding back. If he wanted to kill them all, he could erase all the void reversions with a single thought. He had another motive for leaving these people behind. There were still more than 20 void reversions left in midair. They looked at the green lotus seeds surrounding them with frightened expressions and did not dare to move anymore. They had never seen such methods before. The lives of void reversions were easily reaped by the lotus seeds. At Su Zimo's signal, the remaining 20 void reversions descended once more. "Master, what should we do?" The Emperor of Great Xia turned pale and could not help but send a voice transmission. "Do as I say later. I guarantee that you guys won't die." The green-robed young man was expressionless as he squeezed into the crowd and sent a voice transmission to the 3 emperors. He was cautious by nature. The more it was like this, the more he would not reveal himself and hide. "Su Zimo, let's make a deal." Suddenly, the Emperor of Great Xia said. Su Zimo shook his head and said indifferently, "You guys are only prisoners now. You don't have the right to make a deal or negotiate terms with me." "Not necessarily." The Emperor of Great Xia took a deep breath and said slowly, "It's easy for you to kill us, but the tens of millions of citizens in the capital of Great Zhou will have to die with us." Suppressing the fear in his heart, the Emperor of Great Xia maintained his composure and continued. "When we descended here, we planted a poison in the capital. Without the antidote, the citizens of the capital won't be able to survive till tomorrow." "Oh!" Su Zimo was expressionless and unmoved. He had experienced too much and naturally wouldn't be intimidated by the words of the Emperor of Great Xia. When the Emperor of Great Xia saw that Su Zimo did not believe him, he smiled gently. "Over the past few days, some people have already died from the poison in the Great Zhou dynasty's territory. I believe that the Empress of Great Zhou should have received some news." Both Su Zimo and Ji Yaoshua's expressions changed when they heard that. The first thing that came to Su Zimo's mind was the tragic deaths of the commoners and mortals. At the same time, Ji Yaoshua recalled the news that she had received over the past few days. Indeed, some of the livestock and villagers in the cities and villages had all died. The Emperor of Great Xia said, "Those who are poisoned will be filled with poison boils and their blood will turn black. Eventually, their abdomen will swell and explode, leading to their deaths." Su Zimo no longer had any doubts. "Did you poison those people?" Su Zimo's gaze was cold and his heart surged with killing intent as he glared at the Emperor of Great Xia. Under that gaze, the Emperor of Great Xia felt his legs go weak and he nearly slumped to the ground. He said hurriedly, "It's useless even if you kill me. The antidote is not with me. However, I can guarantee that as long as you let us go, the millions of citizens in the capital of Great Zhou will be able to survive. I swear on my honor." Afraid that Su Zimo would not believe him, the Emperor of Great Xia added hurriedly, "Given your despicable nature of indiscriminate killing, what honor is there to speak of?" The killing intent in Su Zimo's eyes did not dissipate at all. Instead, it intensified. "Zimo!" Ji Yaoshua tugged at Su Zimo's arm and called out softly. She had no choice but to use the lives of millions of citizens of Great Zhou as a bargaining chip. She was afraid that Su Zimo would kill the void reversions on impulse and the millions of citizens of Great Zhou would die as a result. Su Zimo closed his eyes. If it was any other situation, it would have been fine. However, he had no clue about that strange poison and was helpless. Given the current situation, he could only compromise. Compared to the lives of millions of citizens of Great Zhou, the lives of the Emperor of Great Xia and the others were insignificant. "All right, I agree to let you guys go." Su Zimo took a deep breath and said slowly. The Emperor of Great Xia rolled his eyes and mustered his courage. "That won't do. You have to swear an oath. Without any evidence, who knows if you won't go back on your words?" Killing intent surged in Su Zimo's heart. His original plan was to release this group of people. Once he saved the lives of the citizens of Great Zhou, even if he had to chase them to the ends of the world, he would find the Emperor of Great Xia once more and grind his bones into ashes. However, the Emperor of Great Xia was extremely scheming and cunning. He could vaguely guess something, hence his intention to make Su Zimo swear the Dao Oath. If he made a Dao Oath, Su Zimo would not be able to attack the Emperor of Great Xia. But now he had no other choice. All right. After a long silence, Su Zimo said slowly, I promise you that from this day forth. Brother, don't agree to him. Right then, a pleasant voice sounded from afar, interrupting Su Zimo's vow. When he heard that voice, Su Zimo shuddered and his eyes were filled with surprise. He spun around and looked in the direction of the voice. Not far away, two cultivators were speeding over. It was a man and a woman. The man had black hair and clothes, young with a cold expression. His face was sharp and his eyes were deep like the sea. The black-robed man was neither tall nor burly. However, he was extremely well-proportioned, giving off a sense of agility and strength. It was Night Spirit. Night Spirit did not change much after more than 100 years. Even the dangerous aura around him had been retracted. If not for Su Zimo's strong spirit perception, he might not have been able to sense it. Su Zimo's gaze shifted to the woman beside Night Spirit. The woman was beautiful and had a gentle aura. She bore a resemblance to Su Zimo. She looked at Su Zimo with reddened eyes. Su Zimo's initially sharp gaze turned gentle and he could not help but laugh. It was Su Xiaoning. After so many years, the siblings were reunited. There was no need for words between siblings. It was a great relief and joy to see that the other party was fine. Su Zimo had many things to say since he had not met Xiaoning and Night Spirit for a long time. However, there were still some troublesome matters that he had yet to settle. Xiaoning glanced sideways in the direction of the Emperor of Great Xia and said in a deep voice, Brother, don't listen to his nonsense. Those symptoms weren't caused by poison at all. When he heard that, the Emperor of Great Xia's expression did not change and he forced himself to remain calm. However, a layer of cold sweat appeared on his forehead and he looked guilty. The green-robed young man hidden in the crowd watched coldly with an expressionless face. Back then, Su Zimo had already determined that it did not seem like a simple case of poisoning. However, he knew nothing about the symptoms and had no solution. That was the reason why he wanted to compromise. Even though he was strong, he was helpless against such a situation. Sister, have you seen such a situation before? Xianxia could not help but ask. Yes, Xiaoning nodded. Those symptoms are caused by the black blood goo. Goo? Su Zimo furrowed his brows slightly. There are many types of goo and they are all poisonous bugs that are nurtured through secret techniques over many years. They are a powerful life form to begin with. Xiaoning pointed to Dao being flying wolf's corpse and said, that cultivator was implanted with the silver silkworm goo beforehand. With the help of the silver silkworm goo, his body will become stronger and his defense will increase. His speed and strength will also increase. Su Zimo's eyes revealed a look of realization. It was no wonder why Dao being flying wolf's combat strength increased after the silver threads appeared on his body. If the goo worm itself was a living being and fused with Dao being flying wolf, the increase in strength would make sense. This dragon tiger sect cultivator was poisoned by the golden silkworm goo. It's even more powerful and rarer than the silver silkworm goo. In the cultivation world, there's a type of cultivator who uses the golden silkworm goo to cultivate and they are called goo masters. Xiaoning's eyes revealed a hint of sadness. Although the combat strength of these cultivators increased greatly after receiving the help of the goo worm, their lives are in the hands of the goo masters who planted the goo for them. A goo master can kill them with a single thought using the goo worms in their bodies. There were poisonous insects hidden in their bodies. Such methods sounded sinister and frightening. Just the thought of it made one shudder. Goo master, Su Zimo muttered softly. He was not the only one. All the cultivators present looked confused as well. It was clear that they had never heard of such a strange poisonous insect or goo master. Xiaoning said, Right now, goo masters hardly appear. Even so, there's a sect where this technique is passed down. Su Zimo's heart skipped a beat and he blurted, "One of the 5 heretical doctrines. The goo sect." "That's right." Xiaoning nodded. The 5 heretical doctrines included tomb sect, poison sect, puppet sect, corpse refinement cult, and goo sect. The other 4 were relatively active, and Su Zimo had interacted with them ever since he started cultivating. However, the successor of goo sect was the only one who had never appeared. Xiaoning continued, "Furthermore, the goo in these people's bodies is an ancient poisonous insect that has been extinct for many years. The black blood goo. The black blood goo is extremely ferocious. Even cultivators who have not formed a core would not be able to defend against it, let alone mortals." When he heard that, the Emperor of Great Xia's face turned incomparably pale. Normally speaking, without the control of a goo master, the goo worms would not harm anyone. Little Gaze looked at the Emperor of Great Xia and the others and said coldly, "In other words, there's a goo master among the 20-odd cultivators. That's why the citizens of the capital of Great Zhou were poisoned by the black blood goo." After not seeing her for more than 100 years, Xiaoning was no longer as weak as before, and there was a hint of authority in her eyes. It was only then that Su Zimo noticed that Xiaoning had already entered the void reversion realm. For cultivators of unorthodox groups such as Elixir Yang sect, because elixir refinement required time and energy, their cultivation speed would definitely not be fast. To think that Xiaoning would have broken through the norm. The reason why Su Zimo was able to get to his current cultivation realm was due to all the opportunities he had obtained throughout the years. If so, Xiaoning must have had quite an amazing journey all these years as well. She was at the void reversion realm and exposed the lie of the Emperor of Great Xia. Under her gaze, the Emperor of Great Xia could not withstand the pressure and knelt down with a thud. "And no, it's not me." The voice of the Emperor of Great Xia was trembling with fear as he said with difficulty, "It's..." Just as the Emperor of Great Xia knelt down, a strange scarlet line of blood appeared on his face. However, he did not notice it. Su Zimo focused his gaze and was about to move when he heard a thud. A crisp sound echoed in the mind of the Emperor of Great Xia. It was the sound of his essence spirit shattering. Instantly, his gaze turned sluggish and the life force in his body disappeared. He sprawled on the ground with widened eyes. He was dead. Su Zimo's expression darkened. Xiaoning was right. There was a goo master hiding among the cultivators, and he had even killed the Emperor of Great Xia using the goo worm technique right under his nose. The Emperor of Great Xia was merely a puppet. Right from the beginning, Su Zimo did not sense any signs of any cultivators attacking. To be able to hide from his senses, this goo master was truly capable. Su Zimo's gaze swept across the 20-odd void reversions before him one after another, but he did not notice anything unusual. "All right," Su Zimo nodded. "If you don't come out, I'll kill all of you one by one. Let's see how long you can hide for." The expressions of Emperor of Great Shang and the others changed. They knew that Su Zimo was someone decisive to kill, since he said that he would definitely be able to do it. However, all of them were poisoned by goo worms. If they ratted the green-robed young man out, they would die immediately and end up the same as the Emperor of Great Xia. "Su Zimo, it's useless even if you kill us and that goo master." The Emperor of Great Shang laughed bitterly. "As long as he refuses to save us, the tens of millions of citizens of Great Zhou will have to die with him." "That's right. Only by releasing us can you save the tens of millions of citizens." The Emperor of Great Yu mustered his courage and said, "Everything in this world has its counter," Xiaoning sneered. "Although the black blood goo is domineering, it's not like there's no way to break it. Level 5 elixirs and 7 treasures blood transformation pills are the greatest nemesis of the black blood goo." The others did not react when they heard that. However, the green-robed young man's pupils constricted slightly. Although they were called the 7 treasures, they were only the most common spirit materials. While the refinement process was relatively complicated, they were fatal to the black blood goo. The rescue process was relatively simple as well. As long as the 7 treasures blood transformation pill was dissolved in water, A single drop of water would be enough to kill the black blood goo within a living being's body. Normally speaking, with the extinction of the black blood goo, the recipe for the 7 treasures blood transformation pill was long lost as well. The green-robed young man had not expected that there would be an elixir refinement master who knew about the 7 treasures blood transformation pill in this dynasty that was not considered as a prosperous cultivation civilization. The green-robed young man had no idea that Xianxia had obtained the inheritance of the ancient elixir pool sect in the elementary ancient battlefield. While other sects could not refine the 7 treasures blood transformation pill, Xianxia could. An ancient elixir furnace suddenly flew out from Xianxia's glabella. It was an ancient treasure left behind by elixir pool sect. Nobody knew what Xianxia was up to. She took out a few spirit herbs from her storage bag and tossed them into the elixir furnace. Thereafter, she conjured a series of flames and began refining the spirit herbs in the furnace. Before long, a medicinal fragrance wafted out from the elixir furnace. Xianxia waved her hand gently and the mist drifted towards the direction of the Emperor of Great Shang and the others. In the blink of an eye, the mist enveloped more than 20 void reversions. The Emperor of Great Shang and the others frowned. For some reason, after smelling the medicinal fragrance, they could clearly feel the goo worms in their bodies itching. However, the green-robed young man's expression changed starkly. He suddenly realized that the female cultivator had refined a barrier-breaking incense that targeted goo worms. The weaker the goo worm, the weaker its reaction to the barrier-breaking incense. The stronger the goo worm, the more intense the reaction. Black lines as thick as blood vessels appeared on the green-robed young man's face. He looked menacing and terrifying. "It's him." Xianxia pointed at the green-robed young man in the crowd and said in a deep voice, "He's the goo master." This was how there was a counter to everything in the world. The green-robed young man was extremely well hidden and even Su Zimo could not find him. However, he could not escape Xianxia's methods. "Hand over your life." In a flash, Su Zimo charged towards the green-robed youth with a murderous aura. The Emperor of Great Xia and the others retreated. The green-robed young man was not afraid at all. His eyes shone with a sinister green light as he took out a white bone staff. With the help of his goo worms, his strength surged. The green-robed young man extended his white bone staff and drew a dark green circle in front of him. Suddenly, a ferocious head flew out and bit towards Su Zimo. Su Zimo raised his brow. This dermic art gave him a sense of déjà vu. Without much thought, he conjured a scarlet flame with his backhand and enveloped the head in front of him. Immortal Dao Fire. Given Su Zimo's cultivation, he could mobilize dermic powers and release the Immortal Dao Fire with immense lethality that could incinerate many dermic arts. However, the head was not burned to ashes by the Immortal Dao Fire. Instead, it let out a series of furious roars. The head was lifelike with flesh and blood. Under the envelopment of the Immortal Dao Fire, his flesh was burned to the point where his skin and flesh were torn apart and blood oozed out with a foul stench. On the contrary, the Immortal Dao Fire's flames were reduced significantly. When he saw that, the green-robed young man was excited. He bit his tongue gently and spat out a stream of blood essence into the dark green circle. Hoo. The aura of the head expanded and evil blood splattered everywhere. Even the Immortal Dao Fire was showing signs of extinguishing. "You still want to fight me in dermic techniques?" Sneering coldly, Su Zimo conjured hand seals and Sanskrit rumbled in his consciousness. Another ball of flames appeared with a golden luster and fused into the Immortal Dao Fire instantly. Buddhist Dao Fire. The fusion of the two Dao Fires completely transformed into another dermic art. The power of the Dvyadi Dao Fire was more than double. Initially, the green-robed young man thought that he could kill Su Zimo with that dermic art. However, he did not expect that a single breath of the Dvyadi Dao Fire would incinerate the head in midair into ashes. Instantly, Su Zimo arrived before him. "You!" The green-robed young man was scared out of his wits and released his essence spirit secret skill without thinking. In his glabella, his spirit consciousness condensed into a lifelike goo worm that charged towards Su Zimo's glabella. If the goo worm could enter the other party's consciousness, it would be able to devour his essence spirit. Die! Su Zimo hollered with a cold expression. He did not even use his essence spirit secret skill and merely condensed his spirit consciousness to release a spirit consciousness attack. His essence spirit was tempered by the top-notch cultivation techniques of the Immortal, Buddhist and Fiend sects, and his spirit consciousness was incomparably strong. Even the simplest spirit consciousness attack was enough to destroy the green-robed young man's essence spirit secret skill. The moment the goo worm appeared, it was shattered by Su Zimo's spirit consciousness. The green-robed young man grunted and his essence spirit was shaken. The blood drained from his face as his body swayed and he fell from midair. The reason why Su Zimo did not kill him directly was because he suddenly recalled where he had seen this familiar dermic art before. The former palace lord of Blood Crow Palace. The remnant beast of the witch race whose body was destroyed by the Azura Yen Beichin and whose essence spirit escaped. The green glow in the green-robed young man's eyes was a phenomenon that would only appear when he cultivated the cultivation techniques of the witch race. Su Zimo wanted to keep the green-robed young man alive so that he could search the latter's soul. Uneasy thoughts bubbled in Su Zimo's mind. This crisis was most likely not targeted at Great Zhou. He wanted to confirm something. The green-robed young man's essence spirit was shaken and could not escape for the time being. He could only watch helplessly as Su Zimo walked over. Right then, a voice sounded. Fellow Taoist desolate marshal, you must not go overboard when killing. You should know when to stop. A white-haired old man appeared on the battlefield and shielded the green-robed young man behind him. Exuding the might of a Dharma characteristic, Elder Sun had no choice but to step forward. He could even endure the death of a disciple of Dragon Tiger sect. However, this green-robed young man had an even stronger faction backing him, and he must not die. If anything were to happen to the green-robed young man, not only him, Dragon Tiger sect might face a catastrophe as well. Everyone's expressions changed when Elder Sun appeared. Dharma characteristic Tao Lord. At that cultivation realm, he could dominate the 4 dynasties. Furthermore, there were no more Dharma characteristic Tao Lords in the capital of Great Zhou. Here, Dharma characteristic Tao Lords were invincible existences. Su Zimo sneered. After waiting for so long, you're finally willing to show yourself? Elder Sun frowned. The reactions of the other cultivators were filled with shock, fear, and respect. He was extremely satisfied. However, Su Zimo was the only one who looked normal, making him feel uncomfortable. Elder Sun took a deep breath and said in a deep voice, "Desolate Marshal, I can leave the rest to you to deal with. However, I have to take this person away." "Oh," Su Zimo said indifferently. "I'm sorry. Anyone can leave but this person." Elder Sun narrowed his eyes with a flash of killing intent. He had given Su Zimo enough face by using that tone and attitude. Unexpectedly, Su Zimo did not appreciate his kindness and was aggressive, pushing his luck. "Desolate Marshal, you have to think carefully." Elder Sun's tone turned cold as well. "I did not attack you merely out of respect for that senior in the Dragon Burial Valley. Right now, I'm going to take this person away. If you dare to stop me, don't blame me for being merciless." Elder Sun's meaning was simple. He would not take the initiative to attack Su Zimo. However, if he were to leave and Su Zimo wanted to stop and attack him, he could not be blamed for killing the latter despite the major cultivation realm difference between them. "I think there's something that you might not have understood." Su Zimo shrugged his shoulders and said in a serious manner, "Let's not talk about him. Even you will have to seek my permission if you want to leave this place alive today." "Fu. Elder Sun could not help but laugh. If Su Zimo had said it casually, he would not have minded. However, when he saw how serious Su Zimo was, Elder Sun felt that this was the funniest thing in the world. "Desolate Marshal, if you said that 10 years ago, it might have carried some weight." Elder Sun shook his head. "However, you've already lost supreme treasures, such as the Divine Phoenix Bone and Creation Green Lotus. Do you still want to challenge me across a major cultivation realm?" Elder Sun truly could not tell what Su Zimo's chances of winning were. Even if that lad's body was still strong, He could kill that lad on the spot as long as he used his essence spirit secret skill. With a calm expression, Su Zimo lowered his gaze and glanced at the green-robed young man, saying indifferently, "No one can protect this person. If you insist, I'll kill you as well." That was a blatant threat and warning. Elder Sun's expression darkened and turned sinister in the blink of an eye. "You want to kill me? How?" He had fought countless battles in his life and was also a paragon back then. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to cultivate to the Dharma characteristic realm. Up till this point of his cultivation, he had never encountered such a situation. A void reversion actually dared to threaten a Dharma characteristic Tao Lord. This was practically a fantasy in the cultivation world. In other words, even if there was a 1 in a million chance that Su Zimo retained his terrifying combat strength despite his crippled body and could defeat him, given his capabilities, it would still be extremely easy to escape from this place. Elder Sun could not understand how this brazen Tao being desolate marshal could claim to be able to kill him. Su Zimo merely looked at Elder Sun calmly with a hint of pity in his eyes. Immediately after, Elder Sun noticed that the many cultivators opposite him widened their eyes in shock and fear. What was wrong? What was happening? Elder Sun's heart skipped a beat. He did not sense any danger at all. Su Zimo stood opposite him motionlessly and did not attack. What were those cultivators shocked and fearful of? Unknowingly, Night Spirit had already vanished. By the time everyone realized, he was already behind Elder Sun. However, Elder Sun was oblivious. Night Spirit's figure was like a ghost as he stood up slowly from the ground. His body that was not considered burly was half a head taller than Elder Sun, and he revealed a pair of cold, narrow eyes. Pest! When they saw that, the Emperor of Great Shang and the other void reversions gasped and felt their scalps prickle as their hairs stood on end. Nobody noticed where the black-robed man came from. Everything happened in silence. The black-robed man had already arrived behind Elder Sun and was only inches away from him. It was as though he had no breathing, pulse, or aura. Elder Sun did not notice it at all. If everyone present had not witnessed it personally, they would not have believed that there was someone standing behind Elder Sun. Let alone Elder Sun himself. Everyone had different auras. Some of them were sharp, some were cold and feminine, while others were elegant and ethereal. However, the black man's aura was void. In other words, the cultivators present could not sense the existence of the black-robed man at all after closing their eyes. Even their spirit consciousnesses could not sense the direction of the black-robed man. That was way too terrifying. The green-robed young man's body trembled slightly as he looked at Night Spirit with a sense of trepidation. He could not help but remind with a quivering voice, "The Elder Sun, behind you?" Behind him? There was someone behind him. Elder Sun was so scared that his heart almost exploded and he was scared out of his wits. Right then, Su Zimo waved it off. "Kill him." Poof! Before Elder Sun could do anything, a bloody hole appeared on his head with fresh blood oozing out. The essence spirit in his consciousness had already shattered. Night Spirit retracted his finger with a calm expression. He attacked so quickly that his fingers were not stained with any blood at all. Thump! Elder Sun fell to the ground with his eyes widened in disbelief. Even in death, he did not know who killed him. A Dharma characteristic Tao Lord of Dragon Tiger sect died on the spot. The entire battlefield fell into complete silence. This scene was way too shocking for everyone. Night Spirit's attack was extremely simple. However, it was much more terrifying than Su Zimo's earlier attacks. Dharma characteristic Tao Lords were considered the top existences in the 4 dynasties. Even in the entire cultivation world, they were considered to be powerful. Apart from patriarchs, they were only beneath conjoint bodies. It was said that when one cultivated to the Dharma characteristic realm, they would be able to create heaven and earth Dharma characteristics that could summon the wind and rain, overturn rivers and oceans. They could control the power of heaven and earth and dominate the world. But now, the Dharma characteristic Tao Lord of Dragon Tiger sect was stabbed to death by a single finger of the black-robed man before he could even release any techniques. What was the cultivation of this black-robed man? Which of the cultivators present would dare to resist if even Dharma-characteristic Dao lords could be killed? All the cultivators present were shocked and kept quiet out of fear. Su Zimo nodded to Night Spirit. After more than 100 years, Night Spirit had grown even stronger. Even with his spirit consciousness, he could not sense Night Spirit's existence. However, Night Spirit could not escape from his spirit perception. Others might not be able to sense it, but he could vaguely sense that Night Spirit was probably at the Void Reversion realm as well. However, he did not know about Night Spirit's combat strength. Su Zimo was increasingly curious about Night Spirit. Night Spirit was not human. However, there was no race in the entire demon race that could match Night Spirit in terms of potential. When he recalled the terrifying combat strength Night Spirit displayed in Myriad Phenomenon City, he could vaguely guess that Night Spirit's bloodline was at least on par with the God and Rakshasa race. Su Zimo did not think too much about it. No matter what race Night Spirit was from, they were still brothers. He arrived before the green-robed young man and looked down with a cold gaze. "Desolate Marshal, you better not touch me. You can't afford to offend the person backing me." Instead of begging for mercy, the green-robed young man said fiercely, "The person backing you?" Su Zimo sneered. "You're not a witch. As one of the primordial 9 races, the witch race won't be as weak as you. In other words, your witchcraft techniques were taught by others. The person who taught you probably isn't a true witch either but merely a remnant of the witch race." When he heard that, the green-robed young man's heart skipped a beat. At that point, even without searching the green-robed young man's soul, Su Zimo had already guessed that the Palace Lord of Blood Crow Palace had returned. Extending his palm, Su Zimo grabbed the green-robed young man's essence spirit and said coldly, "Even a true witch won't be able to protect you, let alone a remnant of the witch race." "Desolate Marshal," the essence spirit of the green-robed young man shrieked. "The witch race is one of the primordial 9 races. If you dare to offend the witch race, you'll be in deep trouble." "Ha ha ha ha." Su Zimo reared his head in laughter. "I, Desolate Marshal, have established my Tao. Now that I'm reborn, there's no one in this world who can threaten me or obstruct my Tao. Not the witch race nor the primordial 9 races." Poof! He channeled strength into his palm and killed the green-robed young man without any interest in soul-searching even. With the death of the green-robed young man, the faces of the Emperor of Great Shang and the others were ashen as though they had lost their parents. They were all implanted with goo worms, and now that the green-robed young man was dead, they would not live for long either. They had seen cultivators who were tortured to death by goo worms with their own eyes. It was truly excruciating. They did not even have the chance to escape with their essence spirits. "Didao being Desolate Marshal, please show mercy and save us as well." The emperors of Great Shang and Great Yu pleaded with bitter, pitiful expressions. Dignity meant nothing as long as they could survive. Su Zimo turned slightly and looked at Xiaoning. He was helpless against goo worms as well. Pondering for a moment, Xiaoning said, "I can save you guys as well. However, all of you have to make a vow to be loyal and serve the current Empress of Great Zhou." Su Zimo's eyes lit up when he heard that. The reason why he did not kill more than 200 nascent souls and the remaining void reversions was because he wanted to keep them as Ji Yaoshua's helpers. Su Zimo and Xiaoning exchanged glances and smiled. Although they had not seen each other for 100 years, the siblings were still telepathic. Although Ji Yaoshua did not say anything, her heart was filled with warmth. Sure. All the cultivators agreed without hesitation. They closed in and swore a Tao oath of lifetime loyalty to Ji Yaoshua in front of everyone. If they reneged on it, they would die on the spot. The 3 dynasties had almost sent out all of their forces to arrive here. But now, half of their forces had died here and the other half had submitted to Ji Yaoshua. This meant that Ji Yaoshua could devour the other 3 dynasties and establish a new empire with this power. Right? Ji Yaoshua's heart skipped a beat, as she suddenly recalled something with a grim expression. Something might have happened to Ethereal Peak. "He's back." Su Zimo's gaze was cold as he said in a deep voice, "The calamity of the goo worms as well as the attack on Great Zhou is him taking revenge." "Him?" Ji Yaoshua was stunned. Su Zimo replied, the former palace lord of Blood Crow Palace. Xianxia opened her mouth slightly in realization. She knew about the battle at Ethereal Peak as well. If the Azura Yenbeichen had not arrived, Ethereal Peak might have been destroyed. It was also after that battle, when the old immortal crane entered the Dharma characteristic realm, that the Patriarch of Great Zhou decided to befriend Ethereal Peak and go against everyone's wishes to let Xianxia take over the position of the Empress. Su Zimo said, "Back then, the Palace Lord's body was destroyed by Brother Yen, but his essence spirit escaped far away. To think that he would make a comeback so quickly." At the side, with the help of Xiaoning's elixir, the goo worms in the body of the Emperor of Great Shang had already been expelled and burned to ashes. The Emperor of Great Shang was eager to curry favor and hurried over. He pointed to the green-robed young man's corpse and said, "His master is an elder of Goo sect. His Dao title is Lone Soul. The goo worm calamity of the North region this time round was done by Dao being Lone Soul. Right? I heard that Dao being Lone Soul knows the cultivation techniques of the witch race and has already led his men to attack Ethereal Peak." The title Dao being Lone Soul meant that the Palace Lord was still at the Void Reversion realm after more than 100 years. Of course, for Void Reversions, more than 100 years passed in the blink of an eye, and it was normal for their cultivation to not improve at all. An existence like Su Zimo was extremely rare after all. Furthermore, the Palace Lord only had his essence spirit left. If he were to assimilate a goo master whose body had a low compatibility rate with his essence spirit, it would be difficult for his cultivation to advance in the future. Su Zimo frowned and asked, "Apart from him, who else is attacking Ethereal Peak?" "Most of them are cultivators of Dragon Tiger sect." By then, the Emperor of Great Yu had already gotten rid of the threat of the goo worm as well. He hurried over and said, "I heard that Dragon Tiger sect sent out 5 Dharma characteristic Dao Lords and hundreds of Void Reversions. As one of the 10 upper sects of the North region, Dragon Tiger sect was extremely powerful. Although it was far inferior to super sects such as the 9 Immortal sects, it was not something that Ethereal Peak could contend against." Su Zimo's expression was cold and killing intent surged in his eyes. There was something else strange about this. He shifted his gaze and asked coldly, "Given Dao being Lone Soul's cultivation, identity, and status, it's unlikely for him to be able to mobilize Dragon Tiger sect, right?" Goo sect was one of the 5 heretical doctrines. However, it had been a long time since a successor appeared, and they were ranked last among the 5 heretical doctrines. As a Void Reversion Goo Master, how could Dao being Lone Soul manage to mobilize Dharma characteristic Dao Lords of Dragon Tiger sect? "That, I'm not sure." With an embarrassed expression, the Emperor of Great Yu said, "However, it seems like there's an even nobler existence supporting Dao being Lone Soul." Suddenly, the Emperor of Great Shang said, "That person's eyes are dark green and extremely strange. I merely exchanged glances with him and felt as though my soul was about to disperse." Dark green eyes. Su Zimo's heart stirred. Night Spirit walked over and said softly, "It's someone from the witch race, the primordial 9 races." It was no wonder why Dao being Lone Soul could get Dragon Tiger sect to help. It was no wonder why Dragon Tiger sect was fearless and dared to take part in the fight between the 4 dynasties. It turned out that they had the backing of the witch race of the primordial 9 races. Am I going to meet with the primordial 9 races again so soon? Su Zimo's tone was cold. At the mention of the witch race, killing intent flashed through the depths of Night Spirit's eyes as well. "I've got to get to Ethereal Peak," Su Zimo informed Xianxia. The Emperor of Great Shang and the others had already submitted to Xianxia, so she was safe. Right now, Ethereal Peak was the most important. "I'll be fine. Hurry and go on. Be careful." Xianxia nodded. Just as Su Zimo was about to move, he frowned and asked Xiaoning, "What about the black blood goo on the tens of millions of citizens in the capital of Great Zhou?" "There's nothing much I can do either." Xiaoning shook her head. "We can only dissolve the 7 treasures blood transformation pill into water and distribute the spirit water as much as possible." This was an extremely massive project. It was almost impossible for tens of millions of citizens to be able to drink the spirit water of the 7 treasures blood transformation pill. Furthermore, the longer things dragged on, the more citizens would die because of the black blood goo. At that moment, Su Zimo leaped into the air and looked down. He could see that citizens were beginning to die in the capital, and it was quite chaotic. He pondered for a moment before saying, "Give me a 7 treasures blood transformation pill." Xiaoning handed a pill over. With a wave of his hand, Su Zimo gathered dermic powers and absorbed the waters of Jishui River that surrounded the capital endlessly, infusing the 7 treasure blood transformation pill within. Su Zimo waved his sleeves and scattered the river water in the skies, forming a torrential downpour that enveloped the entire capital. In various parts of the capital, some people who were poisoned by goo worms started to recover when they came into contact with the rainwater. Some people who were on the brink of death showed signs of revival. Gradually, countless citizens rushed out of their homes and drank the rain with excited expressions. "It's the rain of heaven. The heavens have blessed us with rain. The heavens have eyes and sent down such an immortal rain to bless our great Zhou and ensure our safety." Countless citizens knelt and cried loudly. Manipulation of weather. In the eyes of mortals, this was an immortal technique. Furthermore, the rainwater could even revive the dead. In the hearts of mortals, this was a miracle. Looking at the many mortals kneeling beneath him with pious expressions, Su Zimo felt emotional. Unknowingly, more than 100 years had passed, and the young man who was no different from mortals in Pingyang Town had already reached this stage. Of course, given Su Zimo's cultivation realm, it was already his limit to be able to summon rain that could cover the entire capital of Great Zhou. The heavy rain lasted for 15 minutes before stopping. He returned to Xiaoning's side. "I have to head to Ethereal Peak right now. I'll have to rely on you to deal with the goo worms in other parts of the North region." "Ugh." Xiaoning nodded heavily. "Brother, don't worry. I'm in the capital right now. Even if I don't sleep or rest, I want to refine enough 7 treasure blood transformation pills." The 7 treasures blood transformation pill was a grade 5 elixir. Although there were many elixir refinement masters in the 4 dynasties, none of them could refine level 5 elixirs. The 7 treasures blood transformation pill could only be refined by Xiaoning, and no one could help her. This was a difficult and massive project. Ji Yaoxue made the arrangements quickly and said in a deep voice, "The moment Xiaoning refines any 7 treasures blood transformation pills, I'll send my cultivators to various places to send rain showers. I'll do my best to save as many as I can. All right, I'll leave this place to you guys." Su Zimo did not linger and turned to leave. The situation at Ethereal Peak was bad, and he had to hurry over. "First, I'll go with you." Night Spirit followed him. Although the former did not say much, Su Zimo felt a sense of pride. If it was just the Dragon Tiger sect, he would be fearless as well. However, the witch race of the primordial 9 races was behind the goo worm disaster this time round. Su Zimo was not entirely certain if he could save Ethereal Peak after returning. However, with Night Spirit's help, they would have nothing to fear even if the primordial 9 races appeared in full force, let alone the witch race. "First, it's been many years since we last met. How's your speed now?" Night Spirit revealed a rare smile and was eager to try. He knew that Su Zimo was in a hurry, and that was the reason why he proposed to rush to Ethereal Peak. "Do you want to compete?" Su Zimo burst into laughter. His heart warmed, but he did not point out Night Spirit's intentions. Countless lightning snakes coiled around his body, and a pair of gigantic wings of dermic powers grew from his back. "Come on!" The moment he said that, 2 figures disappeared from the spot with a bang, turning into 2 streaks of light that disappeared into the void in the blink of an eye. It was too fast. The crowd was speechless. Their movement techniques were probably even faster than Dharma characteristic Tao Lords. Ethereal Peak. The originally lush forest was now dyed red. Corpses of cultivators could be seen everywhere. Up till now, Ethereal Peak had already given it their all for this battle. The remaining Ethereal Peak cultivators had already retreated to the main peak of Ethereal Peak and were using the sect's final defensive formation to defend. The defensive formation was led by Sect Master Ling Yun and the other void reversions and formed a shimmering barrier around the main peak. At that moment, the light on the barrier had already dimmed significantly. If one focused their attention, they would see that there were already faint cracks on the barrier. Around the light barrier, more than 100 void reversions of the Dragon Tiger sect were unleashing waves of attacks. Bang! 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 Many dermic arts and spirit weapons collided against the light barrier, causing ripples. Chi waves surged and dermic powers splattered everywhere. Shouts and curses could be heard one after another. In the main peak, many Chi refinement warriors, foundation establishment cultivators, golden cores and nascent souls of ethereal peak could only watch helplessly. There were worries, fears, and sorrows. Some cultivators with lower cultivation realms could not withstand the pressure and sobbed softly. The sound of every single collision caused their bodies to tremble. Most golden cores and nascent souls had never even seen such a grand formation in their lives, let alone Chi refinement warriors and foundation establishment cultivators who were at the bottom of the sect. Everyone knew that as long as the formation was destroyed, all of them would be meat on the chopping block. Sect Master Ling Yun and the other void reversions who were in charge of the formation had ugly expressions. A streak of blood appeared at the corner of Ling Yun's mouth. They were at their limits. His gaze landed on the battlefield outside the formation. On another battlefield, Dragon Tiger Sect's 5 Dharma characteristic Dao Lords were attacking a crane and a golden-haired girl. The 5 Dharma characteristic Dao Lords were either at late stage or perfected Dharma characteristic realm. However, the crane was only at early stage Dharma characteristic realm. The golden-haired girl beside her had an even lower cultivation realm. She was only at the early stage void reversion realm. Furthermore, the girl seemed to have just entered the void reversion realm and her aura was still unstable. Against the combined attacks of the 5 Dharma characteristic Dao Lords of Dragon Tiger Sect, the crane and the golden-haired girl managed to defend against wave after wave of attacks and entered a stalemate. The crane had a massive body and relied on the innate divine powers of the demon race to move nimbly and engage 2 Dharma characteristic Dao Lords of Dragon Tiger Sect. The golden-haired girl was even more powerful. Although she had just entered the void reversion realm, her blood chi surged and golden light filled the air as she single-handedly took on 3 Dharma characteristic Dao Lords of the Dragon Tiger Sect. The girl was extremely beautiful and had exquisite features. Although she looked petite and weak, every single move she made was filled with immense power. If not for the fact that the crane and the golden-haired girl were able to defend against the 5 Dharma characteristic Dao Lords of Dragon Tiger Sect, Ethereal Peak's formation would have shattered if even a single Dharma characteristic Dao Lord attacked. That gigantic crane was Ethereal Peak's divine beast guardian. As for the golden-haired girl, she was Nian Qi, Su Zimo's former maidservant. Even though it was difficult to determine who was stronger on the battlefield, Ling Yun's eyes were filled with endless worry. Instinctively, his gaze landed on a dark green cloud outside the battlefield. There were 3 people standing on that cloud. One of them was the former Palace Lord of Blood Crow Palace, who was now reincarnated as a Gu Master, Dao being Lone Soul. His return was also the reason for the calamity Ethereal Peak was facing this time round. If it was only Dao being Lone Soul, there was nothing to fear. What truly made Ling Yun's heart skip a beat were the other 2 people beside Dao being Lone Soul, a young man and an old man. The young man wore a dark green robe and his black hair draped over his shoulders. His eyes were dark green and were far deeper than Dao being Lone Soul. The young man was only at the void reversion realm. However, Dao being Lone Soul was respectful towards the young man. He stood beside the young man and lowered his hands with a humble expression, occasionally pointing at Ethereal Peak and saying something. The young man looked excited as though he was watching a show. An old man stood behind the young man. His face was filled with wrinkles and his eyes were blind. It was a pair of holes and one could not tell his cultivation realm. Ling Yun had a feeling that those 2 were the truly troublesome ones. The witch race was one of the primordial 9 races. In the primordial era, they dominated Tianhuang mainland and enslaved the 10,000 races. As the young master of the witch race, Wu Li naturally had a noble status and was respected by all races. Unfortunately, he could not experience the honor as the young master of the witch race back in the Ghost Curse Tomb. As such, he felt extremely frustrated. The Ghost Curse Tomb was one of the 9 forbidden grounds of Tianhuang mainland. Apart from the people of the 9 races, any other race that entered would be mercilessly killed by the witches. It might seem like something extraordinary, but to Wu Li, it was extremely boring to be stuck in the ghost curse tomb all day. It was like a well. The Tianhuang mainland outside was the vast sky. Everyone around him was from the witch race. He could not sense the thrill of looking down on Tianhuang mainland that was described in the ancient books when the witch race enslaved the 10,000 races. He could not experience the reverence and respect from the 10,000 races received by someone standing at the top. The witches were immersed in the glory of the past, and Wu Li was rather disdainful. It was a fact that they were defeated in the ancient war. The reason why the witch race resided in the ghost curse tomb was because they were defeated in the past. That was nothing. At most, he would take back everything that they had lost in this era. This was not the only time Wu Li had this thought. He had the qualifications and potential. He was the young master of the witch race, the number 1 of the younger generation. He wanted to head out several times but was stopped by the seniors of the witch race. Finally, he had a chance. About 10 years ago, a person appeared in the ghost curse tomb. He was a remnant of the witch race and was almost killed by them. It was Dao Being Lone Soul who was beside him. It was that person who made him realize that the decline of the human race in Tianhuang mainland was imminent. Finally, under his persistence, he left the witch race with Dao Being Lone Soul. Uncle Lon, who had taken care of him for many years, was worried and followed them. To Wu Li, Uncle Lon was way too cautious. Although he was at the Void Reversion realm with his combat strength, he could easily kill Dharma-characteristic Dao Lords across major cultivation realms. Even against conjoint body mighty figures, he could escape with his many trump cards. There was no danger at all after leaving the ghost curse tomb. Furthermore, according to Dao Being Lone Soul, there were no conjoint body mighty figures among the 4 dynasties of the North region. After preparing for 10 years, the 3 of them left the ghost curse tomb. It was similar to what Dao Being Lone Soul said. The humans of the 4 dynasties were way too weak. A single tiny goo worm could kill many humans. Wu Li finally felt the thrill of looking down on the masses and controlling life and death. Under his orders, Dao Being Lone Soul released goo worms continuously to wreak havoc in the North region. He was extremely excited when he saw countless humans struggling and screaming. Thereafter, the 3 of them visited Dragon Tiger sect personally. Just as Dao Being Lone Soul had expected, although the Dragon Tiger sect was a human cultivation sect, they did not dare to disobey after knowing their identities. They were provided with many cultivators of the sect to control. Of course, there were also cultivators who objected during this period of time and were killed by him with ease. Recalling the Dharma-characteristic Dao Lord that died in his hands, Wu Li could not help but reveal a cruel smile. It was way too awesome. It was a path of killing and bloodshed. Wu Li was truly puzzled. How did weak, cowardly cultivators from such a lesser race win the ancient war? He looked at Ethereal Peak not far away and smirked coldly. This battle had already lasted for half a day. He did not attack the entire time and merely watched coldly from the sidelines. He was relishing this sensation. The cultivators on the main peak of Ethereal Peak were like ants, trembling in fear and struggling to survive under his gaze. The more fearful the group of cultivators were, the more excited he was. It was like a cat catching a mouse. If the mouse was bitten to death instantly, there would be no more fun. Of course, the battlefield was not entirely filled with ants. Interesting. Sticking out his tongue, Wu Li licked his lips and looked at the golden-haired girl on the battlefield with a lustful glint in his eyes. To think that I would meet a girl with the bloodline of the god race here. This girl's god race bloodline is impure and she's only a remnant of the god race. The blind old man behind Wu Li whispered. Tisk, TSK, TSK. Wu Li smacked his lips. Look at that figure, that small waist and that appearance. It's truly perfect. No wonder everyone says that the god race is filled with handsome men and beautiful women. The ancients did not lie at all. This young lady from the god race has an impure bloodline and yet, she's so beautiful. Even I'm tempted. How could Dao Being Lone Soul not understand Wu Li's intentions when he heard that? He said hurriedly, That girl is merely a remnant of the god race and is the maidservant of Ethereal Peak's disciple, Su Zimo. You can definitely take her away, young master. Yes. Wu Li nodded. Looking at the golden-haired girl who was still fighting on the battlefield, Wu Li pursed his lips and a hint of impatience appeared in his eyes as he sighed gently. It's about time. Dao Being Lone Soul's eyes lit up. This meant that Wu Li was about to strike personally. That's enough. Wu Li rose as though there was no gravity and floated slowly to the outskirts of the battlefield. He said indifferently, "It's not an easy task that you guys were able to fight and last till now." Before he finished his sentence, he extended his finger and tapped gently in the direction of the crane. Initially, the old immortal crane used her innate divine powers and agile movement techniques to weave through the air. Even two Dharma-characteristic Tao lords could not restrain her. All of a sudden, right after Wu Li extended his finger, a dark green rope appeared strangely on her body. Ah! The old immortal crane lamented. The dark green rope had a strong corrosive power that ate away her wings instantly and dug into her flesh. The old immortal crane could sense that her body was about to be torn apart by the rope. She had never seen such a method before and it was extremely strange. Even her innate divine power could not dodge it. The eyes of the two Dharma-characteristic Tao lords lit up as they released Dharmic arts and struck the old immortal crane. Bang! Countless feathers fell. The old immortal crane's body collided heavily against the light barrier formed by Ethereal Peak's sect protection formation. Snap! The barrier shattered. Sect Master Ling Yun and the other void reversions shuddered and spat out a mouthful of blood, looking dispirited instantly. The old immortal crane tried her best to maintain her consciousness and transformed into her human form, falling into the crowd so that she did not injure the sect disciples. However, she was first struck by witchcraft and then struck by two Dharmic arts head-on. She was severely injured and could no longer fight. If not for the fact that demons had strong physiques, she would have died. "Master!" Nian Qi exclaimed when she saw that. The moment she was distracted, her situation turned extremely dangerous, and she was almost struck by the few Dharma-characteristic Tao lords. "Give up, lest you suffer." Wu Li walked towards Nian Qi slowly and extended his palm, enveloping her with a sinister smile. "There's no need to struggle. It's all futile. Scram!" When she saw the young master of the witch race charging over, Nian Qi's expression was cold as she hollered and pushed her bloodline to its limits. Boom! With a loud bang, Nian Qi's figure suddenly vanished. A tall and majestic pyramid appeared where she initially stood. It was ancient and mysterious, emitting golden rays of light with an unrestrained might. There were countless living beings that prostrated at the bottom of the pyramid. There were at least hundreds of millions of them, and there was no end in sight. Every single living being knelt on the ground with their palms pressed together and looked up at the pyramid that hung above their heads, chanting prayers with pious expressions. Golden threads condensed above the heads of those living beings endlessly and converged at the top of the pyramid. Standing there, Nian Qi's golden hair danced and her eyes were deep as her aura rose continuously. A ball of dark green light revolved around Wu Li's palm, and he retracted it the moment he touched the pyramid. Pest! In pain, Wu Li frowned slightly and flung his palm. God's jurisdiction. As the young master of the witch race, he naturally knew that this was a phenomenon of the god race's bloodline. The bloodline of the god race was terrifying, and almost every god race being could cultivate a bloodline phenomenon at a certain age. However, the girl in front of him had an impure bloodline and was merely a remnant of the god race. How could she cultivate God's jurisdiction? Furthermore, the aura of this God's jurisdiction was not inferior to a true God race being. Although the witch race was one of the primordial 9 races, their bloodline power was far inferior to the God race. The witch race was not good at melee combat. Wu Li sneered and retreated. The many witchcraft and curse techniques of the witch race were superior in that they were treacherous and impossible to defend against. You're just an arrow at the end of its flight. Let's see how long you can last. Wu Li conjured hand seals with both hands and chanted a series of strange words before shouting softly, "Skeleton mantra! Hoo hoo hoo!" The moment the curse descended, 8 dark green skulls appeared beside Xianxia and turned into beams of dark light that charged towards the god's jurisdiction. Back then, the green-robed young man who died in Su Zimo's hands could only form a single skull. As for young Master Wu Li, he could release 8 of them instantly. That was the difference between them. When cultivated to its limit, this curse technique could release 9 skulls. If not for the protection of the god's jurisdiction, the 9 skulls would have been able to devour a cultivator's flesh with a few breaths. The god's jurisdiction shook continuously. Under the gnawing of the skulls, cracks appeared on the pyramid and it was about to collapse. Xianxia's face had already turned paler. Everyone from Ethereal Peak had grim expressions when they saw that. The destruction of the formation on the main peak was akin to adding fuel to the fire. All the disciples of Ethereal Peak were exposed to the killing power of more than 100 void reversions from Dragon Tiger sect. Right then, a howl sounded. It was as loud as the clouds and contained an endless might that boomed like thunder. The old immortal crane shuddered. That howl seemed familiar. A bright glint shone in Xianxia's eyes. Before the howl ended, another howl followed. It was sharp and ear-piercing like metal colliding. When the howl sounded, it was far away. By the time the cultivators glanced over instinctively, they could already see 2 figures rushing over. They came at lightning speed and were practically side by side. The person on the left wore green robes and his black hair danced in the wind. He had a cold expression and his eyes seemed to be burning with 2 balls of flames as his entire body shone with dazzling electric arcs. Zimo! The old immortal crane shuddered and her eyes shone with joy as she said softly, "Zimo is back!" Who is Zimo? Apart from some elders of Ethereal Peak, most of the cultivators had never seen Su Zimo before. Sect Master Ling Yun was delighted as well. That's Su Zimo, who's currently known as Dao being Desolate Marshal. Ah! Desolate Marshal established his Dao. That's him. A series of exclamations came from the crowd. For the group of cultivators, they were more familiar with the Dao title Desolate Marshal. Who's that black-robed man beside him? A cultivator asked. Beside Su Zimo, there was a black-robed man traveling shoulder to shoulder with him. Their speeds were on par. The first howl came from Su Zimo. The second howl should have come from the black-robed man. The black-robed man had a sharp face and a cold expression. His eyes were as deep as the sea and there was nothing special about him at first glance. However, anyone with sharp eyes would be able to tell that every single move of the black-robed man seemed to have been accurately measured. He is... The old immortal crane looked lost as well. For some reason, the black-robed man gave her a familiar feeling. However, she knew that she had never seen him before. Among all the cultivators present, Xianxia was the only one who had seen Night Spirit take on human form in Myriad Phenomenon City. It was natural that no one else could recognize him. One of the void reversions of Ethereal Peak sighed gently. Desolate Marshal is truly righteous to be able to stand out at such a critical juncture. Unfortunately, he's only at the void reversion realm. The void reversion did not continue, but everyone could tell what he meant. Given the current situation, even a Dharma characteristic Dao Lord would be useless, let alone a void reversion. Sect Master Ling Yun said in a deep voice, "You guys don't understand. Zimo is the #1 monster incarnate in history and is invincible among his peers. However, I heard that 10 years ago, Dao being Desolate Marshal's body was crippled by a half-martial ancestor and all his trump cards were gone. He's probably not even comparable to an ordinary void reversion right now." Ugh! A sigh sounded from the crowd. Sect Master Ling Yun's expression darkened as well as he forced a smile. No matter what, one more person means that we'll have more strength. The old immortal crane nodded as well and made a decision. When Zimo arrives, we'll break out of the encirclement with all our might. We'll try our best to escape. It's you. Dao being Lone Soul recognized Su Zimo and his expression turned excited instantly. He directed the void reversions of Dragon Tiger sect and shouted, "The 10 of you, stop those 2. Kill that black-robed man on the spot." After pausing for a moment, Dao being Lone Soul laughed sinisterly. I want this green-robed man alive. From afar, Su Zimo was already burning with rage and killing intent when he caught sight of the blood-stained ethereal peak. When he was close, he did not have any intention of testing the waters or holding back. He channeled a mental technique and touched his glabella with his finger, opening up his spirit consciousness. Right after, in front of everyone, Su Zimo pulled out a whip that was dozens of feet long from his consciousness. It was a whip made entirely of countless lightning bolts. Dazzling electric arcs coiled around it and let out a series of crackling sounds. Around the whip, electric snakes danced and the entire void trembled. Spirit Vanquishing Whip. The Essence Spirit secret skill of the Great Void Spirit Refinement section. The reason why Zephyr Thunder Palace spared no effort and was willing to use a titular disciple to kill Su Zimo and retrieve the Purple Thunder Manual was because they would be able to obtain the Essence Spirit secret skill after fusing 2 cultivation techniques. This was also the Essence Spirit secret skill of the Thunder Emperor that dominated the world back then. One could imagine how powerful it was. Standing in midair, Su Zimo was surrounded by the power of thunder. He was like a thunder god that looked down on the masses from the clouds. Waving his whip, he whipped a void reversion. Piak! The void reversion paused and his eyes dimmed. Suddenly, he fell from midair and his life force dissipated. He was dead. The Spirit Vanquishing Whip danced and whipped towards another void reversion. The void reversion released a dermic art right away and charged forward. Piak! A crisp sound was heard when the Spirit Vanquishing Whip collided with the dermic art. The void reversion shuddered and fell as well. Before he could land on the ground, the void reversion had already died. The Spirit Vanquishing Whip danced and whipped towards another void reversion. The void reversion did not dare to be careless and hurriedly took out dermic weapons, protection talismans, and other treasures to protect himself. Piak! The Spirit Vanquishing Whip landed on that person's defensive dermic weapon. That person's head tilted and he fell from midair as well. Although there were no injuries on his body, his essence spirit was destroyed and his soul was dispersed. The Spirit Vanquishing Whip specialized in attacking essence spirits. If one's essence spirit cultivation was not high enough, there was only a single outcome if they were struck by the Spirit Vanquishing Whip. They would be reduced to ashes. Be it dermic arts or ordinary defensive dermic weapons, none of them could defend against the Spirit Vanquishing Whip. That was the terror of the Spirit Vanquishing Whip. Furthermore, compared to other essence spirit secret skills, the Spirit Vanquishing Whip was much more agile in Su Zimo's hands and could be used as he wished. This scene caused an uproar. Nobody expected that 3 void reversions would die in the blink of an eye. They could not even get close to Su Zimo, let alone capture him alive. Dao Being Lone Soul gulped and looked at the lightning whip in Su Zimo's hands with lingering fear. The moment he saw Su Zimo, his adrenaline surged and he almost attacked personally. Now that he thought about it, it was fortunate that he did not step forward. If he was struck by that whip, his essence spirit would not even have the chance to leave his body and his soul would be destroyed on the spot. The ethereal peak cultivators were stunned. Wasn't it said that Dao Being Desolate Martial's combat strength was greatly reduced after his body was destroyed and he had fallen from grace to become a commoner? What was going on? The crowd was dumbfounded. Although everyone was confused, no matter what, it was a good thing. Dao Being Desolate Martial is so strong. I hope that the black-robed man who came with him won't be a burden to him. Some cultivators whispered worriedly. Right then, another cultivator exclaimed softly with a lost expression and asked instinctively, "Strange, why is that black-robed man missing?" It was only then that the group of cultivators realized that the black-robed man who was initially standing shoulder to shoulder with Su Zimo had vanished into thin air. Nobody saw where he went. Even the old immortal crane did not notice how the black-robed man disappeared. She was merely distracted for a moment, and it seemed as though Su Zimo was the only one left on the battlefield. However, the old immortal crane was a Dharma characteristic expert after all. Furthermore, she was a demon and had sharp senses. Although her spirit consciousness could not sense the existence of the black-robed man, she could vaguely sense that he was still on the battlefield. At that moment, of the 10 void reversions that charged forward, 3 were killed by the spirit-vanquishing whip and 7 were left. All of a sudden, a blurry black shadow appeared between 2 void reversions. All the cultivators were fixated on the battlefield and exclaimed when they saw that. Before they could finish their exclamations, the blurry black figure disappeared once more. The heads of the 2 void reversions were crushed and their essence spirits were destroyed. Their headless corpses fell from midair and died on the spot. It was too fast. Even with countless eyes watching the battlefield, no one could see how Night's spirit attacked. All of you, die! Su Zimo swung the spirit-vanquishing whip repeatedly in midair. Piak, piak, piak. Every time the spirit-vanquishing whip sounded, a void reversion would definitely fall from midair and his soul would dissipate along with his body. It was way too scary. Void reversion Dao beings could not defend against the spirit-vanquishing whip at all. In the blink of an eye, 2 of the 10 void reversions that charged forward were killed by Night Spirit, and the remaining 8 had their essence spirits destroyed by the spirit-vanquishing whip. Although there were more than 90 void reversions left in the Dragon Tiger sect and they had the advantage in numbers, their faces were filled with fear. No one dared to advance recklessly. Up till this point of their cultivation, they had never seen such domineering methods. No matter who it was that rushed forward with dermic arts or weapons, they died on the spot if they were struck by the spirit-vanquishing whip. It's an essence spirit secret skill. A Dharma characteristic Tao Lord of Dragon Tiger sect recognized the nature of the spirit-vanquishing whip with his discerning eyes. After Wu Li attacked, the 5 Dharma characteristic Tao Lords of Dragon Tiger sect wanted to take a breather and consume elixirs to rest. To think that 10 void reversions of the sect would die in the blink of an eye, they could only step forward. 2 Dharma characteristic Tao Lords flashed and pounced towards Su Zimo. Everyone from Ethereal Peak felt their hearts skip a beat. Killing a void reversion was one thing, but facing a Dharma characteristic was another. At that moment, the cultivators had even forgotten about the old Immortal Crane's previous decision and did not take the opportunity to escape. Instead, they looked at the battlefield instinctively. Su Zimo's gaze was cold as he swung the spirit-vanquishing whip and whipped it viciously. Essence Spirit Secret Skill. A Dharma characteristic Tao Lord roared and released his Essence Spirit Secret Skill at the same time. His spirit consciousness condensed and smashed forward viciously. Bang! The 2 Essence Spirit Secret Skills collided with a loud bang. Ah! The Dharma characteristic Tao Lord shuddered and cried out in pain. Su Zimo's spirit consciousness was already comparable to Dharma characteristic Tao Lords. Coupled with the Essence Spirit Secret Skill of the Thunder Emperor, the lethality was shocking. Although the Dharma characteristic Tao Lord did not die, there was a burnt mark on his Essence Spirit. His Essence Spirit was injured. Of course, under the impact of the Dharma characteristic Tao Lord's Essence Spirit Secret Skill, the light of the spirit-vanquishing whip dimmed and many lightning arcs dissipated. Another Dharma characteristic Tao Lord noticed that the situation was bad and immediately activated his Essence Spirit Secret Skill. The spirit-vanquishing whip trembled. Boom! 2 Essence Spirit Secret Skills collided. The second Dharma characteristic Tao Lord let out a tragic cry as well. A scar appeared on his Essence Spirit as though it was whipped by a whip. The spirit-vanquishing whip only truly dissipated after the impact of 2 Essence Spirit Secret Skills from 2 Dharma characteristic Tao Lords. The 2 Dharma characteristic Tao Lords suffered injuries on their Essence Spirits that might never be able to recover in the future. Both of them glared at Su Zimo fiercely and channeled all their anger towards him, wanting nothing more than to tear him into pieces. Desolate Marshal, I don't care who's backing you. A Dharma characteristic Tao Lord said sternly, I'm going to grind your bones into dust right now. Dragon Tiger sect cultivators cultivated the Dragon Tiger Sutra and had strong physiques and shocking bloodlines. They were good at melee combat. The 2 Dharma characteristic Tao Lords flashed and charged towards Su Zimo with torrential killing intent. You guys think you can kill me? When the spirit-vanquishing whip dissipated, Su Zimo's dermic powers were boiling. There was no fear in his eyes. Instead, 2 balls of flames burned, as though they wanted to incinerate all living beings. Swoosh! Su Zimo conjured a dermic art and 3 balls of flames of different colors appeared around him. Red, Immortal Dao Fire. Golden, Buddhist Dao Fire. Black, Fiend Dao Fire. Su Zimo willed. The 3 balls of flames collided rapidly and turned into a tricolored flame, forming the most terrifying dermic art in the Scarlet Flame Heart Sutra, Samadhi Dao Fire. Back when extreme fire was at the void reversion realm, he relied on the Samadhi Dao Fire to dominate his peers and was almost invincible. However, the Samadhi Dao Fire was even more powerful in Su Zimo's hands. The expressions of the 2 Dharma characteristic Dao lords that charged forward changed when they sensed the temperature of the tricolored flame. Initially, the 2 of them did not take the dermic art of a void reversion seriously. In their minds, the dermic art of a void reversion could be easily defeated with their bodies and blood chi. However, when the tricolored flame was formed, both of them felt their hearts skip a beat. It was extremely dangerous. That flame could definitely threaten their lives. A thin layer of sweat appeared on their faces after the Samadhi Dao Fire descended. The 2 of them did not dare to be careless and retracted their contempt. Immediately, they summoned their defensive dermic weapons. At the same time, they conjured dermic arts and conjured dermic barriers to defend themselves. Burn it! Su Zimo pointed forward with a murderous aura. The Samadhi Dao Fire charged towards the 2 Dharma characteristic Dao lords. When he saw that the 2 Dharma characteristic Dao lords were using dermic arts and dermic weapons to defend as well, a ruthless glint flashed through Su Zimo's eyes as his consciousness opened up. Another red beam tore through the air and entered the Samadhi Dao Fire instantly. This was the Essence Spirit Dao Fire. Initially, Su Zimo had no intention of releasing his Essence Spirit Dao Fire. Although the Spirit Vanquishing Whip was powerful, it had a clear toll on his Essence Spirit as well. After releasing his Essence Spirit Dao Fire, his Essence Spirit would become considerably weaker. However, seeing that the 2 Dharma characteristic Dao lords were on high alert and were using their trump cards, the Samadhi Dao Fire alone might not be able to burn them to death. After all, there was a major cultivation realm difference between them. That was the reason why he was determined to kill the 2 Dharma characteristic Dao lords on the spot at all costs. Although it was only a single Essence Spirit Dao Fire, it was able to fuse into the Samadhi Dao Fire and form a Kachurati Dao Fire. This was another transformation. His power had more than doubled. Back in the Dao inheritance ground, Su Zimo had relied on his Kachurati Dao Fire to gain the upper hand and almost burned Diin to death. The Kachurati Dao Fire descended. There was even a strange silence on the battlefield. The blind old man who was initially standing far away was shocked as well. Suddenly, he turned around and the sockets on his face glared in Su Zimo's direction. Even he felt his heart skip a beat, let alone the Dharma characteristic Dao lords of the human race. How was that possible? How could a human cultivator at the void reversion realm release such a terrifying dermic art? When the Kachurati Dao Fire was formed, the 2 Dharma characteristic Dao lords were shocked and it was too late for them to dodge. Flames burst into the skies and engulfed both of them in the blink of an eye, forming 2 gigantic human-shaped fireballs. Their dermic arts were instantly burned into nothingness in the face of the Kachurati Dao Fire without creating any impact. Ah! The 2 of them opened their mouths and let out a tragic cry. But soon the screaming stopped. Under the gazes of the crowd, the mouths and noses of the 2 Dharma characteristic Dao lords spewed flames that were terrifying. In the blink of an eye, their flesh and blood were burned to ashes. Back then, even Diyin's body could not withstand the Kachurati Dao Fire. Although the 2 of them were Dharma characteristic Dao lords, their physiques and bloodlines were way inferior compared to Diyin, who was at the void reversion realm. Furthermore, after 10 years, Su Zimo's cultivation had improved and the might of his Kachurati Dao Fire had increased as well. Not to mention their flesh and blood. Even their Dao Lord dermic weapons were burned red by the flames of the Kachurati Dao Fire. In just 2 or 3 breaths, they had already begun to melt, forming a torrential red molten metal that dripped down from midair. The only thing left in midair was the boiling molten metal. In just 3 breaths, 2 Dharma characteristic Tao lords were burned to ashes by the flames of the Kacharati Tao fire, and their essence spirits could not escape. Even everyone from Ethereal Peak was scared out of their wits, let alone the cultivators of Dragon Tiger sect. That scene was way too shocking. If that flame landed on the main peak of Ethereal Peak, all of them, including the main peak, would be reduced to ashes. However, the battle was not over. Wu Li, who was initially attacking Yan Qi, frowned slightly as well and heaved a sigh of relief with a hint of fear in his eyes. Thankfully, he was not against that person. Even with his capabilities, he could not defend against that ball of flames. The good thing was that such dermic arts required a lot of dermic powers and took a huge toll on one's essence spirit. If that person released it once, he would definitely not be able to release it a second time within a short period of time. Just as that thought flashed through Wu Li's mind, a warning rang in his mind and he felt his scalp tingle, as though he was targeted by an extremely terrifying existence. Not good. Instantly, Wu Li's heart felt as though it was about to explode. At that moment, a cry sounded from the crowd. A blurry black figure appeared behind Wu Li, narrowing his eyes with a cold expression. Night Spirit reached out and grabbed Wu Li's head viciously. Nobody could capture Night Spirit's tracks. By the time he appeared, he was already behind Wu Li. At that moment, it was too late even if Wu Li wanted to dodge. All of a sudden, a jade pendant on Wu Li's waist shattered, and a dark green barrier of light enveloped his body. Protection Dermic Weapon. The Protection Dermic Weapon activated automatically when Wu Li was attacked. Night Spirit's palm landed on the barrier. Crack, crack, crack. Cracks appeared on the barrier. Sharp claws popped out from Night Spirit's fingertips one after another. In just a brief moment, 5 holes appeared on the light barrier. Ah! When he saw that, Wu Li shrieked and withdrew a white bone staff before retreating. Night Spirit did not give him a chance to escape at all. With a cold gaze, he seized the opportunity and followed closely behind. The Protection Dermic Weapon had already shattered. One more attack and he would be able to kill this witch completely. Killing curse. Right then, a hoarse voice sounded. Suddenly, a dark green word appeared before Night Spirit, kill. At that critical moment, the blind old man attacked. It was only when he attacked that the crowd realized that he was a Dharma characteristic expert. The Dharma characteristic experts of the witch race were comparable to conjoint body mighty figures. The word, kill, seemed to contain an extremely strange and terrifying power as it charged towards Night Spirit. Night Spirit's gaze turned cold as he stopped in his tracks. In a flash, he disappeared once more. With a pale face, Wu Li fled to the side of the blind old man and gripped his white bone staff tightly. He held a talisman in his left hand and released his massive spirit consciousness to scan the battlefield with a bewildered expression. He had never experienced something like this ever since he started cultivating. He had truly sensed the aura of death earlier on. The most frightening thing was that he felt as weak as an ant in front of the black-robed man, as though he would be torn apart the next moment. In Wu Li's eyes, the aura of the black-robed man was even more terrifying than Dao being desolate martial. Who is he? Wu Li was tense as he surveyed his surroundings and asked instinctively. Although the blind old man did not have eyes, he possessed spirit consciousness and could understand every single change in the battlefield. At that moment, he said slowly with a grim expression, "He's not human." Not human? Shocked, Wu Li asked again. What do you mean by not human? He's a demon? Pausing for a moment, he denied immediately. Impossible. There's no demon that can release that aura from him. The blind old man remained silent. Right then, a change happened on the battlefield. Everyone instinctively thought that Night Spirit would launch another attack against Wu Li. However, to think that Night Spirit would appear beside a Dharma characteristic of Dragon Tiger sect the next time he appeared. Poof! The Dharma characteristic Dao Lord reacted and had just raised his arm when his head was crushed by Night Spirit. His essence spirit was destroyed and he died on the spot. The blind old man was moved. This black-robed man was practically the embodiment of slaughter. Every single time he appeared, every single move he made had a single goal: to kill. Everyone present seemed to be his prey. The aura exuding from the black-robed man seemed to be able to awaken the ancient fear in his bloodline as a witch. Su Zimo could also kill Dharma-characteristic Tao lords across major cultivation realms. However, Night Spirit seemed even more relaxed and carefree. It did not mean that Night Spirit was definitely stronger than Su Zimo in terms of combat strength. Could only be said that Night Spirit was superior in terms of killing methods. In the blink of an eye, only 2 of the 5 Dharma-characteristic Tao lords were left. One of the Dharma-characteristic Tao lords was so enraged that his eyes almost popped out. Blood chi burst forth from his body as he swung a gigantic stone axe towards Night Spirit's head. Night Spirit moved gently and arrived behind the Dharma-characteristic Tao lord in a flash without much movement. The other Dharma-characteristic Tao lord saw that the situation was bad and hurriedly swung his saber, slashing towards Night Spirit's body. Without turning back, Night Spirit's body swayed and he disappeared once more. The Dharma-characteristic Tao lord was alarmed and retracted his saber instinctively, swinging it around him continuously. He released all his blood chi, afraid that Night Spirit would get close to him. However, Night Spirit did not appear at all. To be precise, before Night Spirit even attacked, the 2 Dharma-characteristic Tao lords had already broken out in cold sweat and were panting. Ah! Not far away, a tragic cry sounded from the void reversion crowd of Dragon Tiger sect. Night Spirit had appeared there. With his physique and killing techniques, he was like a tiger among a flock of sheep. Even Dharma-characteristic Tao lords would be doomed if they were closed in, let alone void reversions. In the blink of an eye, 7 to 8 void reversions died in Night Spirit's hands. Many void reversions retaliated, but they could not even touch the corner of Night Spirit's clothes. Instead, they injured cultivators of their own sect, and it was a mess. What Night Spirit displayed was not merely frightening killing methods. He also had absolute control over the situation. Ever since he appeared and killed 2 void reversions, he attacked Wu Li and saved Nian Qi. Unexpectedly, he changed his target and killed another Dharma-characteristic Tao lord. He merely fought against the remaining 2 Dharma-characteristic Tao lords for a moment before reappearing in the crowd of void reversions. Nobody knew his next move. Nobody could stop him from killing. Everyone was being led by the nose by him. As long as Night Spirit disappeared, everyone present would be on tenterhooks. The remaining 2 Dharma-characteristic Tao lords of Dragon Tiger sect heaved a sigh of relief when they saw Night Spirit charging towards the void reversion of the sect. At least for now, they were safe. The 2 of them exchanged glances. They could tell each other's intentions. Both of them had the intention to retreat. Right then, another voice sounded in their ears. Since you dare to come to Ethereal Peak to kill, don't even think about returning alive. Su Zimo took the opportunity to arrive beside the 2 Dharma-characteristic Tao lords and said coldly, "Stay and accompany them in death. Kill." Almost at the same time, the 2 Dharma-characteristic Tao lords turned around and hollered. One of them raised the gigantic axe in his hands while the other waved the saber in his hands and slashed down viciously at Su Zimo. Ruthlessness surged in Su Zimo's eyes. Without dodging or avoiding, he reached out with both hands and grabbed towards the incoming axe and saber. Ah! Everyone from Ethereal Peak was shocked. Was he crazy? A void reversion was actually using his body to fight against Tao Lord Dermic weapons. If this was before, the cultivators might be able to accept this scene, albeit with a hint of skepticism. After all, Su Zimo was known as the #1 monster incarnate in history with a divine item like the Divine Phoenix Bone. He had a strong physique and was invincible in melee combat. He had never tasted defeat before. However, his body was already destroyed by a half-martial ancestor 10 years ago. The eyes of the 2 Dharma-characteristic Tao lords shone brightly with ecstasy. Tao being desolate martial was way too arrogant. Although their dermic weapons were not of high quality and were supreme grade with 4 dermic patterns, they were still Tao Lord dermic weapons after all and were not something that void reversions could defend against. Bang! Bang! The saber and axe descended and collided with Su Zimo's palm. However, there was no blood splatter. Instead, there was a dull sound of defeat. The The pupils of the two Dharma characteristic Tao lords constricted. Against their dharmic weapons, Su Zimo's palm was completely intact. Su Zimo's skin was made from the lotus leaves of the creation green lotus. Even supreme-grade Tao Lord dharmic weapons could not hurt him. Of course, although he could defend against the sharpness of the Tao Lord dharmic weapons, the power of the Dharma characteristic realm surged into his body and caused his body to experience quite a shock. His blood chi surged and his organs were in turmoil. Su Zimo let out a dull grunt. He could have avoided the attack of the two Dharma characteristic Tao lords with his movement technique. However, if that was the case, it would take a few more rounds before he could kill them. Su Zimo did not wish to drag things. He wanted to kill the two Dharma characteristic Tao lords right away. Die! After receiving the dharmic weapons of the two Dharma characteristic Tao lords barehanded, Su Zimo said coldly. He did not give the two of them another chance to attack. A gigantic pitch-black scythe had already appeared behind the two of them, exuding a cold and sinister aura. The heavenly fiend scythe. The moment Su Zimo charged over, that dharmic art was already formed. With a single thought from Su Zimo, the pitch-black gigantic scythe was yanked towards the throats of the two Dharma characteristic Tao lords. Two gigantic heads flew up and blood gushed out from their necks. In midair, endless fiend chi invaded the consciousnesses of the two heads, destroying their essence spirits on the spot as well. The lives of the two Dharma characteristic Tao lords were like weeds that were harvested by the heavenly fiend scythe. In the blink of an eye, the 5 Dharma characteristic Tao lords of Dragon Tiger sect were dead. In fact, a surreal feeling rose in the hearts of the ethereal peak cultivators. Dharma characteristic Tao lords were like untouchable mountains in their hearts that crushed every single cultivator. But now all 5 of them were dead. The remaining 90-odd void reversions of Dragon Tiger sect were also decreasing rapidly under Night Spirit's massacre. 80. 53. Initially, there were more than 100 void reversions in the Dragon Tiger sect. However, only half of them were left now. Furthermore, the remaining half was already a mess and could not defend against Night Spirit's attacks. Every time a black shadow flashed, 1 or 2 void reversions would die. It was like chopping vegetables. The ethereal peak cultivators were dumbfounded. Initially, there were cultivators who were worried that the black-robed man would drag Su Zimo down. Now, they finally realized how terrifying this black-robed man was. No matter how strong a cultivator's mental fortitude was, they could not withstand a terrifying existence like Night Spirit, and some of them had already broken down mentally. After the 5 Dharma characteristic Tao lords died, the remaining void reversions shouted and fled, no longer daring to linger in ethereal peak. Night Spirit turned and looked at Su Zimo instinctively. Chase after them. Su Zimo looked at Tao being lone soul, Wu Li and the blind old man coldly and said, "Leave the 3 of them to me. Be careful." After saying that, Night Spirit's figure flashed and disappeared once more. A void reversion was speeding at full speed when he suddenly felt a breeze behind him. Before he could react, he felt a pain in his head and lost consciousness. Night Spirit passed by him without stopping at all. After resting for a while, Xianxia came to Su Zimo's side with joy in her eyes. However, she knew that it was inappropriate for them to catch up in the current situation. As such, she merely said in a deep voice, "Young master, be careful. Those 2 are from the witch race and they have strange methods." Right now, Xianxia was the only one from Ethereal Peak who could still fight. Even if the other cultivators were not injured, they were not qualified to participate in this battle. Leave that Tao being lone soul behind later. Don't kill him yet. Su Zimo sent a voice transmission with his spirit consciousness. Although she was puzzled, Xianxia still nodded. Although they were all remnants, Xianxia's combat strength was much stronger than Tao being lone soul. The blind old man's eyes were hollow as he looked at Su Zimo with a pair of black holes, looking extremely strange. In reality, he was already regretting it. If he had known earlier, he would have left this place with Wu Li right away. However, he had not expected that the remaining 3 Dharma characteristic Tao lords would be dead on the spot after a moment of hesitation. Of course, it did not mean that he was afraid of Tao being desolate martial. Although this lad's combat strength was strong, it was not enough to threaten him. The fact that Desolate Marshal was able to kill Dharma-characteristic Tao Lords across major cultivation realms was under ordinary circumstances. However, he was from the primordial 9 races. Dharma-characteristic Tao Lords of the primordial 9 races could fight against conjoint body mighty figures of the human race. The one the blind old man was truly of was the black-robed man who had already left to hunt down the void reversions of Dragon Tiger sect. For some reason, the aura of the black-robed man gave him a sense of trepidation. It had been a long time since he felt that way. Even against other races of the primordial 9 races, he would not feel that way. Furthermore, the black-robed man was only at the void reversion realm. Just what is he? The blind old man faced Su Zimo while pondering about Night Spirit's identity. Thankfully, the black-robed man had already left and was not here. Otherwise, it would be troublesome for him to join forces with Tao being Desolate Marshal. Desolate Marshal, I'm the young master of the witch race. Hurry and kneel down. Recovering his composure, Wuli gripped his white-boned staff and hollered with an arrogant expression. After he left the Ghost Curse Tomb and entered the North region, no one dared to disobey him along the way. Even when he visited Dragon Tiger sect, the conjoint body mighty figures had to be respectful towards him. The young master of the witch race had a noble status. Even if he were to enter the Immortal, Fiend, and Buddhist sects, they would have to greet him respectfully, let alone Dragon Tiger sect. In Wu Li's eyes, although Su Zimo was strong, he was merely a slightly stronger ant. How dare an ant challenge him? At the mention of the word witch, a commotion broke out within Ethereal Peak. The primordial 9 races. They were legendary existences that ruled over the primordial era. 100 years ago, a remnant of the witch race caused chaos in the Great Zhou dynasty. At that time, all the cultivators were wary and nobody dared to attack him. Now that a young master of the witch race had arrived, who would dare to hurt him? They thought about the catastrophe 10,000 years ago. Because of the death of a young dragon, the great Xian Empire that dominated the entire North region was reduced to ruins overnight. The massive empire collapsed in an instant. Even 2 Buddhist monasteries vanished into the past. The person before them had an even nobler identity than the young dragon back then. Even if he stood there motionlessly, no one would dare to hurt him. So amazing? Su Zimo sneered. I've killed beings of the god and Rakshasa race before. What's so amazing about the witch race? The blind old man said indifferently. Desolate Marshal, I'm not exaggerating. If any of you dare to hurt him, all living beings of the Great Zhou dynasty will have to die with him. The hearts of the Ethereal Peak cultivators skipped a beat. Even the old immortal crane felt immense pressure, let alone them. Normally, as long as Wu Li revealed his identity, even conjoint body mighty figures and Mahayana patriarchs might not dare to attack him. Unfortunately, they were facing Su Zimo, not anybody else. He was someone who did not fear heaven and earth nor ghosts and deities. Up till this point of his cultivation, he had encountered countless dangers and oppression. However, had he ever compromised or retreated? Old thing, how dare you threaten me? Killing intent surged in Su Zimo's heart, and his gaze was like lightning as he shouted, I must kill him today. If you dare to take revenge on the innocent living beings of the Great Zhou dynasty, I'll kill my way into your lair and annihilate your entire race one day. Pest! The crowd gasped. They did not even dare to think about saying something like that. Why you? How dare you? The blind old man's voice was trembling. In the ancient era, even with the dominance and invincibility of the human emperor, he did not exterminate the primordial 9 races completely and merely drove them into an area. But today, a cultivator of the human race had appeared and declared that he wanted to destroy the witch race. Not to mention how great his future accomplishments would be. His boldness was unparalleled. Killing intent surged in the blind old man's heart. I can't let that lad live. A thought crossed the blind old man's mind. If he grows up, he might become another human emperor. He might even be more terrifying than the human emperor. The moment the blind old man wanted to kill, Su Zimo's spirit perception sensed it. How dare you harbor killing intent towards me? Su Zimo said coldly. Old thing, I'll kill you first. Lightning crackled around Su Zimo's body as his wings of dermic powers flapped. In a flash, he lunged towards the blind old man at an extremely fast speed. The witch race was one of the primordial 9 races and possessed a noble bloodline. However, their bodies were relatively weak and were far inferior compared to the bodies of the god and dragon race. What the witch race specialized in was penetrative, unpredictable, and terrifying sorcery. Although Su Zimo's Green Lotus true body did not have a strong bloodline, his physique was tough and even Dao Lord dermic weapons could not shake it. Therefore, he intended to fight the blind old man in melee combat. In reality, this battle would have been much simpler if it was his dragon true body. As long as he could close the distance, be it using his body, bloodline power, or Baron, he would be able to deal immense damage to the blind old man. You must have a death wish. While Su Zimo was fast, the blind old man's reaction was even faster. Although he was blind, his ears became sharper as a result. Coupled with his massive spirit consciousness, he had already sensed Su Zimo's movements long ago. The blind old man slapped his storage bag and a white bone staff appeared in his palm. Above the rod was a menacing skull. The blind old man's staff paused gently on the ground as he chanted a series of strange incantations. Hoo hoo hoo. Suddenly, 9 skulls appeared in midair and charged towards Su Zimo. Skeleton Curse. The skeleton curse released by the blind old man was even stronger than the young master of the witch race. Su Zimo did not dare to be careless as Sanskrit rumbled in his consciousness. O.M. Ma. And I. Pa. Suddenly, Su Zimo opened his mouth and spat out 4 Sanskrit words that were deafening. At the same time, he conjured hand seals. Bang! Boom! Boom! Dermic seals descended from the skies one after another and shone with a golden light, suppressing the incoming skulls. Finally, Su Zimo condensed a dermic seal and stood firm, as though he was rooted to the ground. The daming mantra combined with the 4 daming dermic seals burst forth instantly. Eventually, Su Zimo ended it with the immovable foundation seal. The daming mantra was a sound domain secret skill and had always been successful. However, even after the Sanskrit sounds descended, the blind old man seemed to be completely unaffected. The skulls that was flying in midair merely paused for a moment before continuing to speed forward. The 3 Buddhist dermic seals, the Fiend Suppression Seal, Immortal Trap Seal, and Demon Subduing Seal, descended and were locked in a stalemate with 3 skulls for a moment. As for the remaining 6 skulls, they had already pounced on Su Zimo and were chomping down on him. The dermic power barrier formed by the immovable foundation seal was depleting at a visible speed. Ugh! Su Zimo grunted and his face turned pale. His strength seemed weak in the face of a Dharma characteristic expert of the witch race. At that moment, he missed the creation Green Lotus dearly. If he had the creation Green Lotus in his hands, the skulls would not be able to get close to him no matter what ghostly methods they used. Kill! Su Zimo reared his head and howled, releasing the sound domain's secret skill, Thunderclap Kill. Now that he had obtained the Great Void Spirit Refinement section, the might of the sound domain secret skill had increased as well. The skulls that were initially gnawing on Su Zimo shuddered. All of a sudden, a gigantic demon beast appeared beneath Su Zimo. 4-legged, it stood upright like an immovable stone pillar. On its back was a gigantic shell with mysterious patterns etched on it. The demon beast had a pair of turtle and snake heads, and its eyes shone with a resplendent divine light as it reared its head and let out a long cry. The divine beast, the black tortoise, had descended. Stepping on the turtle and snake, an extremely strong dermic power burst forth from Su Zimo's body and repelled the 6 skulls on his body. He exerted strength once more and charged towards the blind old man. He could not win. He was no match in a head-on battle. Su Zimo had already used all his trump cards even before he managed to break free of the skeleton curse. However, there was still no fear in his eyes. All he had to do was try his best to attract the blind old man's attention. The true killing move was not with him. At that moment, The fight between the two attracted everyone's attention. Even bystanders were in such a state, let alone the blind old man on the battlefield. Nobody noticed that the tragic cries of the void reversions of Dragon Tiger sect in the distance had suddenly stopped. Even if someone noticed it, they would not think too much about it. What did that mean? Looking at the charging Su Zimo, the blind old man smirked coldly. To him, Su Zimo was already an arrow at the end of its flight. It was a fool's dream if this lad wanted to get close to him. He had countless methods to stop this lad and prevent the distance between them from ever closing. Suddenly, for no reason, the blind old man's heart skipped a beat. The palpitation was extremely mild. If it was anyone else, they would not care at all. However, the loss of the blind old man's sight caused his senses and perception of the outside world to become extremely sharp. He suddenly thought of a possibility. Not good. The blind old man's expression changed starkly as a layer of dark green light enveloped his body, turning him blurry. Unknowingly, a black figure appeared behind him. It was like a ghost or a phantom. It was like a god of massacre that walked through the night. Night Spirit had returned. This was a tacit understanding that only Su Zimo and Night Spirit understood. The two of them did not even send voice transmissions or exchange glances. That was because Night Spirit knew that Su Zimo could not defeat the Dharma characteristic expert of the witch race alone. If Su Zimo had not attracted the blind old man's attention, Night Spirit would not have been able to get close to him so easily. The two of them could only kill this Dharma characteristic Tao Lord of the witch race if they joined forces. The reason why he had Night Spirit chase after the void reversions of Dragon Tiger sect was to distract the blind old man. In reality, their plan had succeeded. However, the blind old man's reaction was fast enough. The moment Night Spirit appeared, he released the life-saving witchcraft of the witch race, Illusory Curse. His figure was almost illusory and unpredictable, blurry without any edges at all. Night Spirit reached out and grabbed forward. Although he managed to scratch the blind old man, there was no blood at all. The blind old man was right in front of him, but Night Spirit's attack missed. Up till this point of the battle, every single time Night Spirit attacked, there would definitely be cultivators dying. However, he failed this time round. This was a rare opportunity. If they missed it, Su Zimo and Night Spirit might not be able to kill the blind old man. There were many strange secret skills of the witch race. If the blind old man wanted to escape, Su Zimo and Night Spirit might not be able to catch up to him given their capabilities. At that thought, a cold glint flashed through Night Spirit's eyes. Suddenly, a long purple tail covered in scales appeared behind him. The tip of the long tail was extremely sharp and shone with a cold glint as it stabbed viciously in the direction of the blind old man. Flashes of blood appeared. Night Spirit's tail could break through illusions and pierce the blind old man's true body. Even so, the blind old man managed to dodge the fatal blow. His right chest was pierced by Night Spirit's tail and dripped with blood. Ah! He cried out in pain. Although the blind old man had cultivated to the Dharma characteristic realm and would not die even if his lungs were injured, his combat strength would definitely be affected by the loss of blood chi at his age. Furthermore, Night Spirit had already closed in on him. He was severely injured and was on the brink of death. Get lost! The blind old man's reaction was extremely fast. The moment Night Spirit's tail pierced him, he flipped his palm and conjured a dark green palm print that slammed towards Night Spirit. Night Spirit's tail was on the blind old man and he could not dodge in time, merely able to prop up his arms. Bang! With a shudder, Night Spirit was sent flying by the blind old man's palm strike. However, he had a strong body and shocking physique. Even after receiving the full-powered attack of the blind old man, he merely bled from the corner of his mouth and his body was fine. Night Spirit somersaulted in midair and disappeared once more. The 6 skulls that were initially entangled around Su Zimo dissipated instantly as well. Su Zimo's eyes lit up as he prepared to charge forward and join forces with Night Spirit to kill the blind old man completely. Right then, Wu Li struck in time. Curse Spear! He chanted and waved the white bone staff in his hands. Dermic powers surged and a dark green spear appeared in midair. The body of the spear exuded an extremely evil power. Even the ethereal peak cultivators who were watching from afar felt their heads spin with a single glance and were filled with evil thoughts, let alone Su Zimo who was on the battlefield. It was truly hard to imagine the terrifying lethality of such an evil spear when it struck a human. Su Zimo paused and his expression turned cold. Initially, he had intended to deal with this young master of the witch race later on. Now that this person was so eager to die, he would fulfill the latter's wish. Su Zimo closed his fingers and conjured a sword art. Instantly, gigantic stars appeared in the skies. An extremely sharp, killing intent burst forth from Su Zimo's body and surged into the skies. Even the stars in the skies were starting to turn chaotic. When the heaven's killing intent is released, the stars are shifted out of alignment. Heaven's slaying sword art. Su Zimo's eyes narrowed as he looked at the incoming cursed spear. He waved his fingers like a sword and slashed 3 times. Tsk, tsk, tsk. 3 white sword chi tore through the air. The entire void was like a gigantic piece of cloth that had 3 holes torn through it. At the nascent soul realm, given the cultivation of Su Zimo's essence spirit, he could only release a single sword chi. Now that he was at the void reversion realm, he could release 3 sword chi in one go. Of course, over the past 10 years, as he comprehended the heaven-slaying sword art, the might of the sword chi rose continuously as well. The 3 sword chi were stacked together and the killing power was unleashed to its limits. Not to mention the cursed spear. Su Zimo believed that even the blind old man who was at the Dharma characteristic realm might not be able to escape unscathed from that attack. This was the most lethal out of the 3 ancient sword arts. Although the blind old man could not see, his expression changed the moment he sensed the 3 sword chi shooting out. Suddenly, he roared, "Young master, run!" Before his words were finished, the heaven-slaying sword chi collided with the cursed spear. Almost without a pause, the evil spear was sliced into pieces by the 3 sword chi and shattered instantly. Wu Li's pupils constricted violently. Even without the blind old man's reminder, he could sense how terrifying the 3 sword chi were. Escape! With a pale face, Wu Li turned and fled. However, no matter how fast he could not be faster than the heaven-slaying sword chi. Instantly, 3 sword chi descended on Wu Li. A flash of blood appeared. A figure charged out and staggered, turning into a dark green streak of light that sped into the distance at an astonishing speed. Su Zimo frowned. He's not dead. The might of the 3 heavenly slaying sword chi was reduced after colliding with the cursed spear. However, Su Zimo could clearly see that the 3 sword chi had indeed struck Wu Li's body. Not to mention that this person only had the bloodline of the witch race. Even the bloodline of the god and dragon race would die on the spot if they were struck by the 3 sword chi. The killing power within could crush their essence spirits in the blink of an eye without giving them a chance to leave their body. How could the young master of the witch race escape? A doubt flashed through Su Zimo's mind. He did not think too much about it and moved to chase after the person. It was clear that Wu Li's steps were already staggered before he fled. From this, it could be seen that even if he could escape death, he was severely injured. Given Su Zimo's speed, Wu Li would definitely not be able to escape his pursuit if he gave it his all. This young master of the witch race had to die. After the experience with the Palace Lord of Blood Crow Palace, Su Zimo would not allow another tiger to return to its mountain. Even if he had to die, he had to kill Wu Li. However, just as he was about to move, a warning flashed through his mind. A strong sense of danger descended. Spirit-slaying curse. Suddenly, the blind old man's voice sounded from behind Su Zimo. An essence spirit secret skill? Su Zimo did not turn back. However, a trace of spirit consciousness fluctuation suddenly appeared in the void, undetectable. It was like ripples on a calm lake. Without hesitation, Su Zimo activated the Mingwang prayer beads right away. Buzz! On his left wrist, the Mingwang prayer beads shone brightly and formed a barrier that shone with a golden light. Mysterious Sanskrit words appeared on it that contained immense divine power. The barrier was already formed, but it did not receive any impact. Su Zimo furrowed his brows slightly. How could that be? Was it not an essence spirit secret skill? While he was confused, an evil and strange power suddenly appeared in his consciousness. The power gathered rapidly and created a dark green storm in Su Zimo's consciousness that swept towards his essence spirit. Pest! Su Zimo's expression changed slightly. The blind old man's essence spirit secret skill could ignore the defense of the Mingwang prayer beads and descend into his consciousness out of thin air. Such a strange attack was truly unsettling. Essence spirit secret skills were impossible to defend against. Apart from resisting with essence spirit secret skills, only essence spirit dermic weapons could be used to defend. But now, the blind old man's spirit-slaying curse could ignore essence spirit dermic weapons and descend directly into a cultivator's consciousness. Even conjoint body mighty figures of the human race would die on the spot if they were to face this killing move. Back in the ancient war, there were countless human cultivators who died under the spirit-slaying curse. Unfortunately, the blind old man was facing Su Zimo. Apart from the Mingwang prayer beads, Su Zimo had another treasure on him. The treasure was in his consciousness. The D-clan's half-martial ancestor attacked with terrifying strength and destroyed the Grade 6 Creation Green Lotus. However, the Creation Green Lotus was an utmost treasure of the world after all. Even if the Lotus platform, stem and leaves were all shattered without any spirit chi remaining, the 54 lotus seeds were still intact. In Su Zimo's consciousness, the black-haired essence spirit sat beneath the bare lotus platform. The moment the spirit-slaying curse's cyclone was formed, the black-haired essence spirit stood up and howled into the skies. Beside him, streaks of green light spewed out. 54 green lotus seeds gathered in his consciousness continuously and formed a sharp green lotus sword in the blink of an eye. This was an essence spirit secret skill unique to the Creation Green Lotus. When this essence spirit secret skill was released, it could even sever the essence spirits of ordinary Dharma characteristic Tao Lords. The black-haired essence spirit pointed forward with a burning gaze. The green lotus sword slashed down fiercely towards the incoming spirit-slaying cyclone. Boom! There was a deafening sound. The dark green spirit-slaying cyclone and green lotus sword froze instantly. It seemed like a long time had passed, but in reality, the spirit-slaying cyclone dissipated in the blink of an eye. The green lotus sword split into 54 lotus seeds as well. They were dim and scattered in his consciousness without any spirit or glow. He had endured it. Su Zimo heaved a sigh of relief and felt a sense of trepidation. Thankfully, he had not used the green lotus sword up till this point of the battle. Otherwise, the blind old man's spirit-slaying curse would have been enough to destroy his essence spirit. The cyclone of the spirit-slaying curse had dissipated. However, the evil power unique to the witch race lingered in his consciousness and turned into dark green streaks of light. To others, that power might be extremely threatening. However, against Su Zimo, who had cultivated the cultivation techniques of the Immortal, Buddhist, and Fiend sects, there was not much impact. Before long, boundless Sanskrit sounds echoed in his consciousness. Golden light filled the air, and it was incomparably divine, as though the figures of Buddhas had appeared, destroying the evil power completely. The blind old man was slightly stunned. He waited for a while, but Tao, being desolate martial who should have died, did not show any signs of death. Instead, he stood in midair with a powerful aura. How could that be? How could this lad defend against the spirit-slaying curse? Furthermore, it was a spirit-slaying curse released by him. During that moment of distraction, Night Spirit appeared once more with outstretched claws that reached for the blind old man's head. The blind old man shifted his feet and dodged to the side. However, he had already been closed in by Night Spirit and had lost the initiative. How could he escape so easily? Like a leech, Night Spirit followed close behind and attacked relentlessly. Night Spirit's every attack, be it the timing or angle, was perfect without any unnecessary movements. Poof! Finally, the blind old man's lungs were injured and he moved continuously. While panting heavily, he was slightly slower and Night Spirit caught an opening, piercing his chest with a single claw swipe. Night Spirit dug the blind old man's heart out of his chest directly with his claws. It was a dark green heart. Even though it had already escaped from the blind old man's body, the heart was still beating. It was extremely evil and released a tremendous amount of power, as though it wanted to break free. Without hesitation, Night Spirit exerted strength in his palm. The blind old man's heart ruptured instantly and dark green blood splattered everywhere. Even though he was severely injured, the blind old man could still stand in midair with his body swaying slightly. There were 2 gigantic wounds on his chest that were dripping with blood. It was a ghastly sight. His blood chi was draining rapidly. His face was also aging and wrinkles were growing at a visible rate. The former palace lord of Blood Crow Palace, the current Dao being Lone Soul, had already been captured alive by Nian Qi and suppressed at the side with a horrified expression. Initially, he was hoping that the blind old man would kill Su Zimo and the others to save him. However, how could he have imagined that the situation would change in just a few breaths? Even the blind old man was severely injured and could die at any moment. Impossible! The blind old man let out a deep growl. The pitch-black sockets on his face glared at Su Zimo as he grit his teeth. How can you defend against the spirit-slaying curse? In that short period of time, Su Zimo had already purged the power of witchcraft in his consciousness. Looking down at the blind old man whose blood chi was declining, Su Zimo said indifferently, "Old thing, you're finished." In the ancient era, the witch race could not dominate Tianhuang mainland. You won't be able to do it today either. When they heard that, the ethereal peak cultivators felt their blood boil. Fufu. The blind old man laughed bitterly. He shook his head. Desolate Marshal, you don't understand the witch race at all. You haven't witnessed the power of the witch race either. Just you wait. When the young master returns, all the living beings of the North region will die together. Don't worry, he won't be able to escape either, Su Zimo said coldly. I'll kill him personally and send him down to accompany you. After saying that, Su Zimo's figure flashed and endless electric arcs coiled around his body. Dermic power wings grew from his back as he sped in the direction where Wuli fled. Su Zimo ignored the blind old man. Right now, the blind old man was severely injured and his blood chi was depleted. He was no match for Night Spirit at all. Right then, the blind old man suddenly turned around and looked at Night Spirit who was not far away. He smirked sinisterly. So, it's you. The blind old man's face was filled with excitement and fear as he grinned. I finally remember what you are. Night Spirit roared and interrupted the blind old man. Like a phantom, he lunged towards the blind old man. The blind old man's reaction was extremely fast as well. If he was carrying that broken body, there was no way he could escape from Night Spirit's pursuit. Shoo! An essence spirit flew out from the top of his head and sped into the distance. Night Spirit followed closely behind. In the blink of an eye, Su Zimo, Night Spirit, and the blind old man had already disappeared into the horizon. At this point of the battle, the dust had already settled. The ethereal peak cultivators were dumbfounded at the sight. The sect crisis was resolved just like that after the 2 of them appeared. Even after the 3 of them were far away, the group of cultivators still could not snap out of their stupor for a long time as a surreal feeling rose in their hearts. Who was that black-robed man? Given his cultivation and combat strength, he shouldn't be a nobody, right? I'm not sure. The blind old man seemed to be implying that he was not human. The old immortal crane did not explain when she heard the discussions around her. She had already guessed that the black-robed man should be Night Spirit. Night Spirit was probably the only one who could possess such combat strength. Back then, when Night Spirit was just born and was waiting to be fed, she was already alarmed. At that time, he was merely a palm-sized little beast. However, he managed to pierce her flesh with his claw. A warm expression appeared on the old immortal crane's face as she reminisced over the scene. Due to the sudden essence spirit secret skill from the blind old man that trapped him on the spot, Su Zimo had already lost the best opportunity to hunt down Wu Li. Although it did not take long, given Wu Li's speed, he had long escaped. However, Su Zimo did not give up. At the spot where the heaven-slaying sword Qi struck, a bloodied body that was already split into two laid on the ground. It was this body that allowed Wu Li to escape death from the three heaven-slaying sword Qi. The methods of the witch race were unpredictable. As the young master of the witch race, it was not surprising for Wu Li to have such life preservation means. Su Zimo sped in the direction that Wu Li escaped in. In reality, he had already lost track of Wu Li. However, Wu Li was injured and there was a unique aura of the witch race's bloodline in his path. While others might not have noticed it, Su Zimo cultivated the mystic classic of the 12 demon kings of the great wilderness and had a keen sense of smell. He could capture that aura from midair and continued the chase through it. In midair, a dark green figure tore through the air at an extremely fast speed on a white bone staff. Wu Li's face was slightly pale and he was covered in wounds, looking wretched. Those wounds were left behind by the sharpness of the heaven-slaying sword Qi. Although many spirit herbs had been applied to them, they showed no signs of healing. The wounds created by the heaven-slaying sword Qi possessed extremely terrifying tearing effects and bled continuously. Desolate Marshal. I'll definitely return the grudge today tenfold. Wu Li's eyes were filled with endless hatred as he grit his teeth and said bitterly. Given his noble status, thorough preparations had been made for his departure from the ghost curse tomb this time round. According to Dao being lone soul, there were no conjoint body mighty figures in the four dynasties. In other words, even if he did not bring any helpers with him, he could dominate the four dynasties. In order to prevent any accidents, Uncle Lon escorted the trip personally. Although Uncle Lon was blind, he was a Dharma characteristic expert that possessed the capabilities to kill conjoint body mighty figures of the human race. In the current cultivation world, Mahayana patriarchs rarely appeared. Conjoint body mighty figures could be considered as the strongest cultivators. This meant that with Uncle Lon, Wu Li could do whatever he wanted in the entire North region, let alone the four dynasties. In fact, it was as they had expected. Along the way, they were almost completely unrestrained without any obstruction. Even Dragon Tiger sect had to bow down to the might of the witch race. However, neither Wu Li nor the blind old man expected that there would be two anomalies in the North region. In terms of combat strength, those two were terrifying. Furthermore, they had no qualms towards the status of the witch race and killed without hesitation. It was as though the witch race was the true ants in the eyes of the two beasts. Although Wu Li did not attack much in this battle, he had two close brushes with death. First, Night Spirit closed in silently and destroyed the protection dermic weapon. Thereafter, Su Zimo's three heaven-slaying sword Qi forced him to release his destiny puppet. It was extremely difficult to cultivate a destiny puppet. He needed a proper living being that could be tempered continuously with the secret skills of the witch race and turned into his own puppet. At the critical moment, the destiny puppet could defend against a fatal attack. If not for the destiny puppet, the three heaven-slaying sword Qi would have been enough to turn Wu Li's body into minced meat instead of the few wounds on his body. As Wu Li sprinted, his speed gradually slowed down. He retrieved another elixir from his storage bag and swallowed it before regulating his breathing. If he were to continue sprinting at a high speed, it would be hard for his wounds to heal and the elixirs to take effect. However, less than 30 minutes later, Wu Li's heart skipped a beat as though he sensed something. It was like intuition. He suddenly felt a strong sense of danger. At their cultivation realm, this sort of whim would not happen for no reason. Suddenly, Wu Li turned around. At the end of the distant horizon, there was a faint flash of lightning that was speeding towards him. Pest! He gasped. He was still being hunted. Wu Li did not dare to rest any longer and channeled his dermic powers hurriedly. Retrieving a haste talisman from his storage bag, he tore it apart and his speed increased exponentially. However, no matter how he sped up, even if he could leave Su Zimo behind temporarily, the latter would always catch up before long. Wu Li's expression was terrible. His eyes darted around as though he was plotting something. After pondering for a moment, he seemed to have made a decision and changed directions slightly before continuing forward. Su Zimo chased closely behind. He was not bothered when he noticed that Wu Li had changed directions. Wooly could forget about escaping after he was targeted by Su Zimo. Both of them were at the void reversion realm. Furthermore, Su Zimo cultivated the top 3 cultivation techniques of the Immortal, Buddhist, and Fiend sections. His essence spirit was extremely condensed and Wu Li was injured. If they continued chasing, Wu Li would definitely not be able to escape. Both of them had their own thoughts and neither of them wanted to relax. The two of them traveled at lightning speed for an entire day and night. As the young master of the witch race, Wu Li was indeed capable. Apart from the fact that he was able to escape from Night Spirit and Su Zimo's 2 killing moves, his speed was also the fastest among his peers. Even with his lightning escape technique and ethereal wings, Su Zimo was unable to catch up and could only hang on from afar. Of course, a day and night was a huge drain on one's stamina. Wu Li's speed was clearly decreasing. The distance between them was closing bit by bit. However, as time passed, Su Zimo gradually frowned. The direction that Wu Li chose seemed to be, after running for a while more, the surrounding terrain and forest became somewhat familiar. Ahead was a lush forest. The towering ancient trees stood tall and lush. Their gigantic crowns were connected together, covering the skies. In the depths of the forest, it was dark and sinister, emitting a faint blood stench. Su Zimo had been here before, more than 100 years ago. In order to avoid the pursuit of the Palace Lord of Blood Crow Palace, he carried Night Spirit and escaped to this place, passing through the forest and entering the Dragon Bone Valley. Arriving at the edge of the forest, Wu Li paused for a moment before turning around to sneer at Su Zimo. Panting heavily, he gave a provocative look and burrowed into the forest. With a calm expression, Su Zimo charged into the forest as well. Many ancient living beings lived in the forest. Back when Su Zimo was still at the Foundation Establishment realm, traveling through this place was extremely treacherous and filled with dangers. But now that he was at the Void Reversion realm, there were not many living beings that could threaten him in the forest. Wu Li's figure shuttled ahead, barely visible. The two of them followed one after another. Before long, Wu Li crossed the forest and charged towards the endless sea of bones. As long as they passed through this forest, it would be the territory of the dragon race. That was the 9 forbidden grounds that cultivators referred to in Tianhuang mainland. The 9 forbidden grounds were considered friendly to the people of the 9 races. However, for the foreign races, there was no way they could survive. Standing in the sea of bones, Wu Li finally smiled and relaxed completely. Wu Li admired his decision. If he had followed his original route, he would have been caught by Su Zimo before he could escape to the Ghost Curse Tomb and turned into a corpse. Thankfully, he changed directions at the last moment and came here. The habitat of the dragon race, the Dragon Bone Valley. It was also one of the 9 forbidden grounds of Tianhuang mainland. Although this was a forbidden ground for human cultivators, it was nothing to him. The moment Wu Li stepped into the Sea of Bones, the Sea of Bones seemed to have sensed something and began to churn. Countless bone fragments danced in the air, as though they were about to condense into a gigantic and terrifying ferocious beast. Wu Li smiled gently and flicked a drop of blood from his wound unhurriedly. The dark green blood formed a faint light barrier around his body. When the fragments in the Sea of Bones sensed the bloodline aura of Wu Li, they gradually calmed down as though nothing had happened. At the very least, the primordial 9 races could enter the outer perimeter of the Dragon Bone Valley at will. As the young master of the witch race, he would definitely be welcomed warmly by the dragons upon entering the Dragon Bone Valley. He had killed 3 birds with 1 stone by coming to the Dragon Bone Valley. Firstly, he could escape from danger. Secondly, the Dragon Bone Valley had the primordial divine spring. Given his status as the young master of the witch race, he was completely qualified to enjoy it. Thirdly, he could represent the witch race and discuss joining forces with the dragon race to plot against the North region. Chaos was rampant in Tianhuang mainland and the fortune of the human race was wearing thin. Right now was the best time for the 9 races to reappear. Su Zimo arrived at the edge of the forest but did not rush out. He stood under the shadows of the forest and watched everything quietly with a strange expression. Standing in the Sea of Bones, Wu Li turned around with a relaxed expression and looked at Su Zimo in the forest with a mocking gaze. "Desolate marshal? Weren't you arrogant?" Wu Li sneered. "I'm standing right here. Why aren't you charging over?" Su Zimo did not move a single inch. The Sea of Bones was a little strange. Back then, if not for Night Spirit, he would not have been able to cross over and step onto that mountain to devour a dragon egg with Night Spirit. If Wu Li truly wanted to hide in the Dragon Bone Valley, there was no need for him to take the risk and enter the Sea of Bones. He had a simpler solution. "You're smart to know the power of this place." Wu Li's expression darkened quickly as he grit his teeth with a venomous gaze. "Ant, your bloodline is inferior and you're not qualified to step foot in this place for the rest of your life. Just you wait. Wait for my revenge. Wait for me to descend to the North region once more and massacre the world." Ha 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 ha. Wu Li's smile was sinister and filled with a chilling killing intent. Su Zimo was still unmoved and merely looked at Wu Li calmly with a strange expression that others would not be able to understand. "You won't have a chance." Finally, Su Zimo replied indifferently. Wu Li sneered and turned to head into the depths of the Sea of Bones nonchalantly. Su Zimo only turned to leave after Wu Li's figure disappeared. After leaving the forest, Su Zimo closed his eyes. His mind was clear and his mind was immersed as his essence spirit began to summon his true body of the dragon race. Both essence spirits were Su Zimo. Although it was split into two, the two essence spirits could still sense each other. However, unless necessary, there would not be any connection between the two essence spirits in case it affected the cultivation of the other side. Now that Wu Li was hiding in the Dragon Bone Valley, the only one suitable to attack was the true body of the dragon race. At the same time, the true body of the dragon race was cultivating in seclusion in his cave. All of a sudden, two divine lights lit up in the dark cave. The true body of the dragon race received the call and woke up from seclusion. Standing up, the two true bodies were connected. The true body of the dragon race knew that he would not be alerted if it was not something urgent. Before long, the true body of the Green Lotus transmitted all sorts of information regarding the calamity of the witch goo in the North region. A cold glint flashed through the scarlet-haired Su Zimo's eyes with a fleeting killing intent. He pondered for a moment before retrieving a mask from his storage bag and putting it on. The mask was a treasure of the dragon race known as the Scorching Moon Mask. Not only could it conceal one's appearance, it could also prevent the detection of cultivators. Thereafter, Su Zimo left the cave. "Young master, you're out of seclusion." The moment he left his lair, an illumination dragon welcomed him. Right now, the scarlet-haired Su Zimo had a high status in the dragon race, especially the illumination dragon lineage. Su Zimo's gaze shifted, and he saw some dragons flying through the air towards a dark green-robed cultivator. "Young master, you came out of seclusion at the right time." The illumination dragon smiled. "Just now, the young master of the witch race, Wu Li, visited our dragon race. I heard that he was injured outside and was about to head to the primordial divine spring for treatment." "Oh," Su Zimo replied indifferently and asked, "Who will be receiving him?" "Long Tsong, of course." At the mention of that name, the illumination dragon could not help but reveal a look of reverence in his eyes as he whispered, "Long Tsong is the only five-clawed divine dragon of our dragon race. If nothing goes wrong, he will definitely be the young master of our dragon race and the leader of the 5 lineages. Long Tsong, young master of the blue dragon lineage, number 1 of the heaven dragon ranking. Given his status as the young master of the dragon race, it was only natural for him to receive the young master of the witch race." Without saying anything, Su Zimo suddenly soared into the skies. If Wu Li were to meet Long Tsong, he might not have a chance to attack. Before long, Su Zimo arrived in midair and stopped the dragons. "It's Brother Zhu." Although Su Zimo was wearing the Scorching Moon Mask, it was no secret to the dragons as all of them knew him. The leader, a blue dragon, cupped his fists and greeted with a smile. "Yes." The scarlet-haired Su Zimo nodded and shifted his gaze to Wu Li. Suddenly, he said, "I just came out of seclusion and heard that the young master of the witch race had arrived. That delighted me, so I had to come and meet you." Someone from the dragon race introduced hurriedly. This is the young master of the Illumination dragon lineage, Long Zhu. Ha ha! Wu Li burst into laughter. Sure. He was truly elated. Unexpectedly, he seemed to be rather popular after coming to the dragon race. Even the young master of the Illumination dragon lineage took the initiative to welcome him personally. Instantly, Wu Li's face lit up. The other dragons had odd expressions. Although Su Zimo had only joined the dragon race for a mere 10 years, the dragons had a rough understanding of his personality. This person had a proud and aloof personality and rarely did such actions. Brother Wu, although this is our first time meeting, I already feel like old friends with you. The scarlet-haired Su Zimo smiled. Why don't you come over to my place for a short chat, Brother Wu? I can have a few drinks with you as a host. The dragons were stunned. They were here to receive Wu Li to the blue dragon lineage to meet with Long Song. Unexpectedly, Su Zimo appeared along the way. As the young master of the Illumination dragon lineage, it was awkward for them to reject him as well. All the dragons looked at Wu Li instinctively. Wu Li was stunned. Instinctively, he felt that something was amiss. He had never met the young master of the Illumination dragon lineage before, let alone had any relationship with him. This guy seemed to be overly enthusiastic. However, he could not figure out what was amiss. Wu Li did not think too much about it. While the primordial 9 races were not harmonious, there were no deep grudges between them either. As the young master of the witch race, even if he was not received like an important guest at the Dragon Bone Valley, he wouldn't be in any danger. Furthermore, the person before him was the young master of the Illumination dragon lineage and their statuses were rather similar. It was not an insult to his status to befriend this person. At that thought, Wu Li chuckled. All right, since fellow Taoist Long Zhu is so kind as to invite me, I'll accept it. Su Zimo nodded and turned slightly, making an inviting gesture as he walked alongside Wu Li towards his lair. The dragons that were initially welcoming Wu Li exchanged glances. Although they were all dragons and there were even Dharma-characteristic dragons among them, their statuses could not compare to Su Zimo's and they could only watch as Su Zimo took Wu Li away. Many Illumination dragons had long received the news that Su Zimo was heading over with Wu Li and gathered nearby curiously. As expected of the young master, he sure is important enough to be able to invite the young master of the witch race over. That's true. By the looks of it, the two of them seemed to have some sort of relationship. The dragons discussed. Listening to the discussions around him, Wu Li glanced sideways and chuckled. Fellow Taoist Long Zhu, although this is our first time meeting, I have a surreal feeling that we've known each other for a long time. You're not wrong. Su Zimo did not stop and replied in a seemingly casual manner. Wu Li was stunned. For a moment, he could not understand the meaning behind Su Zimo's words. Fellow Taoist, what do you mean? Have we met before? Wu Li revealed a reminiscent expression and said in a deep voice, This is the first time I've left the ghost cursed tomb. In my memories, I don't think I've met you before. Su Zimo stopped in his tracks and turned around. The corners of his lips beneath the mask curled up slightly as he said faintly, Of course we've met before. When? Wu Li asked instinctively. Just a moment ago. Su Zimo sighed gently, as though he was blaming Wu Li for forgetting so quickly. When that sigh entered Wu Li's ears, he suddenly felt a chill run down his spine and his hairs stood on end. At that moment, his mind was still in chaos. However, for some reason, he felt his heart skip a beat when he saw the scarlet mask on Su Zimo's face. They had just met? What did that mean? Su Zimo's figure flashed through Wu Li's mind. However, he quickly denied that conjecture. That was impossible. Su Zimo was already outside the Sea of Bones, and as a human, there was no way he could enter. What did this young master of the Illumination dragon lineage mean by that? Fellow Taoist, take off your mask. Wu Li frowned slightly and glared at Su Zimo with an unfriendly expression. Since you invited me, you should be honest with me. There's no need to be secretive. Under normal circumstances, as a guest to the dragon race, even if he saw a dragon with a mask, there was no right for him to request the other party to remove it. That was way too rude. Furthermore, this was the Illumination dragon young master. However, at that moment Wu Li felt a sense of anxiety. He could only sense a hint of mockery, pity and sadness in the other party's gaze. This was definitely not normal. At that moment, there were many illumination dragons gathered here. When they saw the odd behavior of the two of them, they looked over. Su Zimo reached out and removed his mask slowly, revealing a delicate face. He smiled at Wu Li. "You won't have a chance." That was the final sentence his green lotus true body left to Wu Li before leaving. Now that the sentence came forth from the dragon true body, it was like a death sentence. Wu Li looked at the familiar face before him and his pupils constricted. He felt his scalp tingle and his soul almost left his body. Apart from his hair color that was different from Dao being desolate marshal whom he had seen before, the person before him had the same features and countenance. How was that possible? Why would desolate marshal appear in the dragon race? Even if desolate marshal was qualified to enter the Dragon Bone Valley, how could he have arrived earlier? There was no way Wu Li would be able to solve that complicated issue in that split second. Countless thoughts gathered and finally, only a single voice remained. Escape. No matter how desolate marshal arrived at the dragon race or gained a foothold here to even become the Illumination Dragon Young Master, Wu Li only knew one thing. The person before him wanted to kill him. The two of them were extremely close. It would be difficult for him to escape directly. Therefore, Wu Li instinctively activated his essence spirit secret skill, wanting to delay Su Zimo as much as possible. Spirit Slaying Curse. Wu Li activated the Spirit Slaying Curse. This strange secret skill of the witch race ignored the distance between them and descended once more into Su Zimo's consciousness. Releasing his essence spirit secret skill, Wu Li turned and fled. Those two actions were almost done in one go without any pause. However, the moment he turned around, he caught a glimpse of mockery in Su Zimo's eyes. Wu Li's heart sank instantly. He suddenly realized that he had made a huge mistake. He should not have attacked. This was the Dragon Bone Valley. Given his status, as long as he did not attack, even if Desolate Marshal was the Illumination Dragon Young Master, the latter would not have any reason to be able to kill him. If he did, it would be equivalent to starting a war between the dragon and witch races. However, now that he had arrived at the Dragon Bone Valley and activated an Essence Spirit secret skill on a young master of the Illumination Dragon lineage, it was equivalent to giving the other party a reason to kill him. Actually, Wu Li could not be blamed for that. Initially, he thought that he was out of danger completely. However, there was no way he would have expected that this terrifying monster incarnate would have been able to hunt him down to this point. They were even chatting casually moments earlier. Anyone who encountered such a creepy situation would be flustered. Right now, Wu Li only had a single thought. He hoped that he would be able to speak. As long as Su Zimo could not kill him instantly, he would be able to give all the dragons an explanation as long as he could speak. The moment he opened his mouth, Su Zimo activated the Essence Spirit secret skill of his Dragon True Body as well. A scarlet dragon scale appeared in his consciousness. This was no ordinary dragon scale. It was the most unique, one and only reverse scale of a dragon. The dragon scale collided gently against the cyclone of the Spirit Slaying Curse. Everything happened silently. The cyclone dissipated. Before Wu Li could say anything, his eyes widened as though he was struck by lightning and the light in his eyes dimmed gradually. In his consciousness, his dark green essence spirit was filled with cracks and had already dissipated. Anyone who touched the reverse scale of a dragon would die. Thump! Wu Li collapsed stiffly and his life force dissipated, turning him into a corpse. The young master of the witch race died in the Dragon Bone Valley. The surroundings were silent. A moment later, an uproar broke out among the dragons. More and more dragons gathered here. The dragons that arrived later did not know what happened at all. The dragons who were initially here were at a loss as well. They could not understand why two people who were on good terms previously would fight all of a sudden. Furthermore, Essence Spirit secret skills were activated immediately. As for the young master of the witch race, his outcome was even worse. He was killed in a single move by their young master and died. Everything happened too quickly. The dragons that welcomed Wu Li initially had not gone far. They turned back hurriedly when they sensed the commotion, only to realize that the person who was alive earlier on was now a corpse. What's going on? One of the Dharma characteristic blue dragons was enraged and glared at Su Zimo sternly. Su Zimo shrugged his shoulders and replied indifferently. I invited him out of goodwill. For some reason, he went crazy and released an essence spirit secret skill at me all of a sudden. He tried to kill me and I killed him. It's that simple. Su Zimo spread his hands innocently. It was way too ridiculous. The Dharma characteristic blue dragon did not believe it at all. The young master of the witch race was fine earlier on. Why would he suddenly go crazy and release an essence spirit secret skill on Su Zimo? Long Zhu, although you're the young master of the illumination dragon lineage, you can't kill people without rhyme or reason. The Dharma characteristic blue dragon said coldly, who would believe your reason? There were many dragons present at that time. If you don't believe me, you can ask the other dragons. Su Zimo had a calm expression. Indeed, the young master of the witch race attacked first. That's right. He went crazy for some reason and suddenly attacked our young master, even using an essence spirit secret skill. In my opinion, he deserved to die. Even in a fight between us dragons, we're not allowed to activate essence spirit secret skills. It's unforgivable, some dragons commented. The Dharma characteristic blue dragon surveyed his surroundings and realized that none of the dragons had odd expressions. If it was a single dragon, he could have faked it. However, it was not possible that all the dragons present were on Su Zimo's side. Could the young master of the witch race have truly lost his mind to be bold enough to come to the dragon race to kill someone? The Dharma characteristic blue dragon's mind was in a mess. He knew that things were not that simple. However, he could not think of anything else and could only say hatefully, Long Zhu, wait here. Killing the young master of the witch race is equivalent to causing a calamity. This matter won't end so easily. The Dharma characteristic blue dragon was about to leave when he saw a group of dragons approaching from the skies not far away. The dragon in the lead wore blue armor and had handsome features. He was tall and had an extraordinary bearing as he walked at the front. There were no dragons that could stand shoulder to shoulder with him. The dragons surrounded this person like stars surrounding the moon. The appearance of this dragon attracted the attention of all the dragons. Su Zimo raised his head and his gaze froze. Long Tsong. Without the need for introductions, he could already guess that this was the young master of the blue dragon lineage, the number 1 of the heaven dragon ranking, and the only 5-clawed divine dragon, Long Tsong. Long Tsong had a unique aura. The aura circulated around him and produced a unique atmosphere. Under the atmosphere, all the dragons had to lower their heads unconsciously. A 5-clawed divine dragon, a sovereign of the dragon race. This was a bloodline suppression. However, this suppression was only targeted at other dragons and had no effect on Su Zimo. Young master, you're here? The Dharma characteristic blue dragon from before hurried forward and greeted with cupped fists. Long Tsong nodded and looked at Wu Li's corpse expressionlessly. The blue dragon's heart sank as he recounted everything that happened earlier on in detail, and even scolded Su Zimo at the same time. Long Tsong remained silent and stood on the spot with an unchanged expression. No one knew what he was thinking. The initial clamor and discussions calmed down quickly. The surroundings were silent. The dragons held their breaths in awe. It was as though they did not even dare to breathe loudly without Long Tsong speaking. The dragons were afraid of disturbing the young master of the blue dragon and incurring the wrath of the 5-clawed divine dragon. This was authority. Even though he did not say anything, it was enough to shock everyone present. Su Zimo was the only one who had a calm expression. He could not sense any pressure or aura from Long Tsong at all. Although his bloodline was impure, after cultivating the mystic classic of the 12 demon kings of the great wilderness, it was not weaker than Long Tsong's. Dead. Long Tsong suddenly smiled without any emotions. There were many different types of smiles. Some people smiled because they were amused. Some people smiled because they wanted to kill someone. The dragons did not know what Long Tsong's smile meant under such circumstances. All of them gulped, but no one said anything. Right then, powerful mites descended one after another. During this short while, the death of the young master of the witch race had already alarmed the elders of the 5 lineages. 5 elders descended from the skies and frowned as they looked at Wu Li's corpse. On the side of the Illumination Dragon lineage, it was still Elder 4 who appeared to take charge of these matters. The elder of the Horned Dragon lineage was an old acquaintance named Long Zhong. Back then, after Su Zimo defeated Long Yang in the Dragonblood battlefield, this elder of the Horned Dragon lineage leaped out and schemed to get his hands on Baron and the reverse scale secret skills. However, he was blocked by Elder 4 of the Illumination Dragon lineage. In that short period of time, someone had already recounted everything that happened. The 5 elders had different expressions. Long Zhong's old face was ugly as he glared at Su Zimo and hollered, "Long Zhu, how dare you? Kneel down." There was already animosity between the two of them. Although he was an elder of the Horned Dragon lineage, Su Zimo did not have a good impression of him. "Why should I kneel?" Su Zimo glanced at Long Zhong and asked instead. Long Zhong's expression was sharp as he pointed at Wu Li's corpse and said coldly, "You clearly know his identity, yet you still dare to kill him. What's your motive? Are you trying to sow discord between the witch and dragon races?" That was a truly impressive accusation. The dragon's expressions changed. Many dragons who had some ties with Su Zimo were secretly worried for him. Even if discord was sowed, he was the one who provoked it. "What has it got to do with me?" On the other hand, Su Zimo was calm as usual as he sneered, "Elder, do you mean that he's allowed to kill me but I'm not allowed to fight back?" "I didn't say." "This is the Dragon Bone Valley." The elder of the Horned Dragon lineage merely uttered 3 words before he was interrupted by Su Zimo. "An outsider arrived at our Dragon Bone Valley and released an Essence Spirit secret skill against a young master of the dragon race to kill him. Yet you're blaming me for fighting back, Elder Long Zhong. Elder, do you mean that dragons should be killed by witches? My life as a young master of the dragon race is inferior to the life of a young master of the witch race." "Elder Long Zhong, I really want to ask if you're from the witch race or the dragon race?" The series of questions were meant to kill. They were even graver than the accusation Long Zhong had planted. Long Zhong's face flushed red and he was speechless for a moment. His eyes were filled with killing intent and he was so angry that he was trembling. "Long Zhu, don't be rude." When he saw Long Zhong's ugly expression and fuming with anger, Illumination Dragon Elder 4 coughed gently and chided him symbolically. Although combat strength was paramount among the dragon race, there was a strict hierarchy. Even if Su Zimo was the young master of the Illumination Dragon lineage, he could not provoke an elder of the dragon race like that. Of course, the young master of the dragon race and the 5 lineages had a status that was even higher than the elders. How lawless! Long Zhong took a deep breath of air and glared at Su Zimo, saying coldly, "Long Zhu, your identity and background are unknown, and you have an impure bloodline. You only arrived here 10 years ago. If we're talking about outsiders, you're more like an outsider." If he had said that 10 years ago, it might have caused quite a stir. However, Su Zimo had already established himself in the dragon race within that 10 years. He was the Illumination Dragon Young Master and the number 1 of the Hidden Dragon ranking. Who would believe claims that he was an outsider now? Some Illumination Dragons looked at Long Zhong's flustered expression and pouted in disdain. Sensing the gazes from the surroundings, Long Zhong was even more enraged as he questioned loudly, "Long Zhu, let me ask you, even if he attacked first, why didn't you show mercy and exercise restraint?" "Oh," Su Zimo raised his brow and asked instead, "An outsider went berserk and tried to murder me, and yet, you're asking me to exercise restraint, Elder Long Zhong?" Chuckles sounded from the dragons. To be fair, as long as Wu Li was the one who attacked first, Su Zimo would always have the advantage for this matter. Even in a fight between dragons, Essence Spirit secret skills are not allowed in the habitat, let alone between other races. Su Zimo continued, "Everyone knows that Essence Spirit secret skills are extremely dangerous. I don't quite understand how I should exercise restraint in a fight between Essence Spirit secret skills. Could you teach me, Elder Long Zhong?" "You, Long Zhong narrowed his eyes and a killing intent surged within them. Forget it, let's not argue for now. The elder of the hornless dragon lineage stood out to mediate the situation. Let's think about how we should resolve this situation first. What can we do? Long Zhong harumphed coldly. As the young master of the witch race, Wu Li has a noble bloodline and status. Now that he's dead, the location of his death will naturally be divined by a mighty figure of the witch race. Our dragon race won't be able to escape responsibility. At that time, if the witch race comes to question us, we'll just hand Long Zhu over. A life for a life. When he heard that, Illumination Dragon Elder 4 frowned and said resolutely, "No." The elder of the blue dragon lineage looked towards Long Tsong, who was on the ground from time to time. Although Long Tsong was not old, as the only 5-clawed divine dragon of the dragon race, his authority was not weaker than an elder of the blue dragon lineage. However, from the beginning to the end, Long Tsong did not express anything and merely listened with a quiet, calm expression. Therefore, the elder of the blue dragon lineage did not say anything either. The elder of the winged dragon lineage nodded. That's right. If we hand Long Zhu over, it'll seem as though the dragon race is afraid of the witch race. Furthermore, the young master of the witch race was the one in the wrong for this matter. No matter how they looked at it, there was something fishy about this matter. However, the elders could not figure out the crux of the matter. No matter what, Long Zhu attacked recklessly and killed the young master of the witch race. We can't let this matter rest just like that. We have to be accountable for it. Long Zhong refused to relent on Su Zimo. Illumination Dragon Elder 4 nodded. That's right. We should give him some punishment and teach him a lesson. That's right. Long Zhong nodded repeatedly. He must be severely punished. After a brief pause, he could not help but send a voice transmission. How about we have him hand over the Baron and reverse scale secret skills? As though he had not heard anything, Illumination Dragon Elder 4 said in a deep voice, Long Zhu, you're reckless and sharp. Now that you've caused such a huge trouble, I'll punish you to reflect on your mistakes in the lair. You're not allowed to exit seclusion until you reach the perfected void reversion realm. When he heard that, Su Zimo was slightly stunned. However, he recovered quickly and smiled internally as he cupped his fists. Understood. How was that a punishment? For most dragons, they spent most of their time in seclusion in their lairs. Furthermore, this action was more of a form of protection than a punishment. The death of the young master of the witch race would definitely cause quite a stir. However, letting Su Zimo enter seclusion was equivalent to letting him avoid this crisis. By the time he cultivated to the perfected void reversion realm and obtained the baptism of the ancestral dragon divine pillar, he would have entered the Dharma characteristic realm and comprehended his innate divine powers. By then, this storm would have long been forgotten. All the elders present exchanged glances. How could they not understand what was going on? However, the elders had a tacit understanding and did not say anything. Only Long Zhong's expression darkened as he nodded repeatedly. Great, great. This punishment sure is fair. After saying that, he flicked his sleeves and left without even looking at Su Zimo. The remaining 4 elders dispersed as well. Just as Su Zimo was about to turn and leave, he realized that Long Tsong was watching him from afar. Long Tsong had a fake smile on his face and his gaze was deep, as though he could read Su Zimo's mind. Is there anything? Su Zimo raised his brow. Long Tsong strode over and only stopped when he stood before Su Zimo. He was a head taller than Su Zimo. Looking down in a condescending manner, he smirked and said softly in an inaudible voice, Your plan is perfect, but there were 2 loopholes. Oh! Su Zimo was expressionless. Long Tsong said, First, Wu Li was to meet me initially. However, you stopped him all of a sudden and he died right after. That's not a coincidence. Su Zimo said nothing and there was no fluctuation in his eyes. He looked calm. Long Tsong did not mind Su Zimo's lack of reaction and continued. Second, Wu Li did attack you first. However, before he attacked, you made a move. Pausing for a moment, he leaned forward slightly and the smile in his eyes deepened as he whispered, You removed your mask. When he heard that, Su Zimo smiled. Indeed, Long Song was truly formidable. The two of them had only met for the first time, and this person had already displayed shocking insight. Although he was not present and merely listened to the narration of others, he caught two imperceptible loopholes of the matter. Su Zimo did not comment. He raised his head slightly and met Long Song's gaze calmly. Long Song said, "At first glance, those two loopholes don't seem like much. However, if you think about it carefully, there's definitely more to it. When you first stopped Wu Li, you wore the scorching moon mask. That was why you guys were able to chat merrily. However, he released his essence spirit secret skill the moment you removed your mask. Let me guess. You guys should have known each other to begin with and have a deep feud. At the very least, Wu Li is afraid of you. Therefore, you wore a mask to meet him and lured him away. The moment you removed your mask, Wu Li thought that you wanted to kill him and was terrified. In his fluster, he released his essence spirit secret skill. That was the worst decision he ever made. That single mistake caused him his life. If he did not make a move, you wouldn't have dared to either. However, when he did, he fell into your trap and gave you a reason to attack." Long Song smiled gently and asked word by word, "Long Zhu, am I right?"